Chapter 23, 22nd Move. Sister of Silo, you want me to build a weapon for Milim? I was moments before saying the phrase "door me to a meeting with the guild master of Viren's adventurer guild" before Rimuru called. Rimuru appeared as a small hologram projected from my nanosuit, which currently clung to my body like a second skin. The issue of taking out a phone and then tapping away with it became apparent during both when Arcuid first came into this world and my attempt at activating the escape protocol. So instead, I integrated the phone into my clothing. Different from the nanosuit used to fight against Ifrit, this one is more specialized in day-to-day action. Meaning that while it sacrifices a bit in areas of protection, the nanosuit gains the ability to rearrange itself into any type of clothing, has all the functions of my graphene phone, and can integrate itself with any tinkering assistant. It's the ultimate piece of clothing. Yes, I traded a weapon for exclusive information about the 10 great demon lords. Apparently, Milim was seriously impressed with your chanted infant universe armor and now she wants a weapon made by you. Then Rimuru continued in a tone that someone would use when asking if the other person did something shady. By the way, chanted infant universes? 1R. That. The Gravista armor. Okay, I snapped my fingers. That sounds bad, but it's mere anthropization. Let me explain. You know black holes, right? Remnants left over from when stars explode? The holographic Rimuru nodded. Now, see, black holes, after initial testing, are actually baby universes. However, these baby universes will forever implode into their singularity thanks to the effect of time and the event horizon. But, if the imploding black hole can somehow decrease its entropy during the stage right before its collapse, it can force the space-time around it to undergo a phase transition. What's known as a gravista is born instead of a black hole. With me so far? Rimuru hesitantly nodded. The gravista expands as the inside is filled to the brim with vacuum energy that has a positive density but negative pressure. Now, this negative pressure causes the collapse to stop right before the matter forms an event horizon around itself, and in turn, expands as a normal universe would thanks to cosmic inflation. However, this expansion is limited, and as the force of the infalling matter and negative pressure evens out, the gravista stops expanding and sits still. It becomes something like a stationary shockwave. You understand what I'm getting at now? I'm sorry, Scientia, but frankly I didn't get any of that. I paused for a few moments and thought about how to dumb it down even further. Alright. Just imagine the gravista as an empty space filled with dark energy and isolated from the rest of the universe in a shell of super-dense ultra-relativistic fluid with very low temperature and very low entropy. The only reason it's not blazing brightly is because I'm siphoning the light as energy to partially power the armor. Right. Even without psychology, I could tell Rimuru didn't get any of that. That's okay, he hasn't read the textbooks made by teaching and space-time engineering yet. In short, just think of it as my magnum opus in terms of defense. But it's really tedious to get in and out. Honestly, it's so tedious I'm tempted to start working on its replacement. The block form singularity mathematic costs a whole super Jupiter's worth of matter, millions of times more, but at least it isn't as tedious to get in or out of. Oh, fascinating. A black hole, huh? Don't worry, Rimuru. I'll build Milim an appropriate weapon. I waved off his concern. With that, the holographic call ended. Now, Milim's weapon. If I do give her a weapon, it'd obviously have to be one that can't be turned against me. You don't give anyone, even your family member, a loaded gun after all. Instantly, personal arms, combined with space-time engineering, gave me an idea of a pair of gauntlets. With surgery, I can turn these gauntlets into an implant. The gauntlet implant is a weapon that can serve both offensive and defensive purposes. The main selling point of this weapon is the ability to instantly project strings made out of impossibly small knots in the fabric of space-time. They are impossible to break, that can bind an enemy or form objects to either attack or defend. If turned into an implant, it becomes a hidden weapon that is both as deadly as it is versatile. My favorite combination. This is why I'm keeping that for myself. None of my biological or augmented specialties like transhumanism or biology had ever given me an option of modifying myself through invasive surgery. No matter how many charges I put into them, the only option I had ever gotten was the neural connectors for the MANA, and even then it can barely count. So it is extremely fortunate to know I haven't hit an evolutionary roadblock or a genetic perfection. Now back to Milim's weapon. Dormy. I walked through the generated doorway while pondering what to give to Milim that is powerful enough to satisfy a demon lord like her who can tank a particle disruptor round, while not being so powerful as to be actually threatening if pointed at me. I'm imagining something primitive. Since Milim doesn't know much about advanced weaponry, I'm not going to give her something like a gamma laser emitter. So how about something that combines technology into the shape of a primitive weapon? Plasma physics and primitive weaponry gave me the idea of a sword. A very special sword that uses magnetic fields, electricity, iron dust, and a miniature antimatter reactor. Alternatively, magic can also be used to fuel this. By compressing, shaping, and vibrating the iron dust with electric currents and magnetic fields, the blade heats up to 8000 Kelvin and retains a cutting edge counted in atoms thick. A lightsaber, or in this case, a dust saber. How the dust saber won't vaporize its surroundings will have to be worked out, but it's entirely doable. Although I have encountered a very strange magic metal inside the mantle of some planets. They appear to be red in color and have some extreme physics-bending properties that seem to make them ideal for magic-based arms. Perhaps I'll use that as the primary material of this weapon. Since this weapon isn't going to be used by me, I don't mind as much that I'm using magic instead of pure science. Through the doorway, I appeared in front of a specific closed door to a meeting room within the Capitol building. With a swiping gesture, a holographic display appeared directly in front of me. Greater than change. 3-piece suit. Instantly, the nanosuit that sheathed my body shifted chaotically like the surface of a stormy sea until it rearranged itself into a sleek and extremely professional-looking 3-piece suit with a black tie. Pushing open the door and walking into the meeting room, I saw the Farmoth envoy sitting on the left side of the table while Iren and her teammates were on the right. The trio of adventurers also brought an unknown man with them as well. The room, compared to the one used for Phobio, was much more futuristic. The walls were made of hexagonal plates of a grey plastic-like material locked in with lines of blue in between each plate. The ceiling had lights that were shaped into wavy lines, and there were multiple paper-thin graphene screens attached to the wall, all displaying a flag of a crimson sun on a white background behind a simplified blue eagle spreading its wings as if about to take off. The Jura Tempest Republic's flag. 8 pairs of eyes were on me the instant I opened the door. Nobody spoke. Nobody dared to break the silence that I brought, the silence that comes with perfection, for to speak is to disturb it, and to disturb is to risk the perfection disappearing. The silence was finally broken once I pulled the chair and sat down in front of the table. The Falmouth envoy seems to collect himself and dramatically declared, "So the ruler of this country of miracles is finally here." Silenced emotion, 60%. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm just the one assigned to deal with foreign dignitaries. I'm not the president, the elected leader of this nation, I said, while tilting my head a bit to the side. My uncannily perfect voice caused the unknown man and Farmoth's envoy to flinch. However, I do speak with his authority. Primarily because Rimuru was needed to entertain Milim. The pair got off rather nicely, which is a huge boon for the safety and security of the Republic. The envoy blinked several times in surprise before making a face that screamed alrighty. Well, now that you're here, we can finally get started. His posture shifted to more businesslike. Greetings, my name is Yum, the representative of Farmoth. I'll be honest. When I was sent to investigate why the Orc Lord was suddenly wiped off the map by a previously unknown nation, I expected to find a newly risen demon lord within the Great Jura Forest, not a city that can rival Jura in its beauty. None of Yum's entourage rebuked that statement. Bringing up a mental map of the world, I recognized Farmoth as a kingdom that resided on the northwestern side of the Jura Forest. It is a great power on the geopolitical scene. Even without Raisin the Mage, Farmoth has enormous economic and trading power since it's situated between Dworgen and Ingrassa, between two of the four established superpowers in the world. Metropolis is a miracle. Its streets are clean, its people are healthy and rich, and the mages I brought with me detected no magic used in the constructions of your ridiculously tall housing buildings. Yum chuckled a little. Honestly, it's all quite overwhelming. It's like discovering a city of gold when you venture further than anyone else into the jungles of Sarian. A smile appeared on my face. Thank you for your flattering, obviously sucking up compliments. Yum stilled for a brief moment before coughing into his fist. His cheeks were a noticeable shade of red. To be honest, I had expected that the leader of this city was a goblin demon lord and the populace to be extremely hostile, just like all the other monster nations. But you geese surprised me again with how friendly everyone is. In short, the Farmoth Kingdom's wishes to extend a hand of friendship, trust, and trade. Don't you think you're getting ahead of yourself, Yum? The unknown man brought along by Eren suddenly interrupted. You may have a high-ranking position as the head of an expedition, but given how I've never heard of you, I think it's more likely you're just someone Farmoth picked up and sent out not expecting to survive. You're their Udine the mines. Udine is a species of bird that starts to chirp once the magical saturation level is high enough, commonly used by miners to ensure the places where they mine don't have too high of magicules that it becomes hostile to humans. The hostility between the two men was so clear one has to be both blind and deaf to not notice. I cupped my chin and started wondering how I can use this. You see, arguments are fountains of information because once things get heated, lips get looser. However, if anyone gets injured, this would reflect poorly on Tempest. Am I willing to risk that? I quickly weighed the cost and potential rewards before coming to a conclusion. My grasp of their psychology and personality isn't enough. Gentlemen, please, we don't want to fight, do we? I turned to Yum. Thank you for your words. The Jura Tempest Republic will always return a hand of friendship. You see, we are a mercantile people. Unlike the other kingdoms and the false Republic of Algresia, ours is a true rule of the people, by the people, and of the people. It is where every citizen, no matter their sex or status, is allowed a say in our government. We don't discriminate because, with science, any gaps in physical differences can be closed easily. Having a trading partner aside from Dworgen would help us immensely. Dworgen, the unknown man who accompanied Eren, said. Interesting how he cared more about Dworgen than science. Yes indeed. And although I'm familiar with Kavul, Eren, and Jaido, I'm not sure I know you. I trailed off. The man stilled before realizing he hasn't introduced himself all this time. Chuckling a bit, the man placed a fist above his heart. I am Fuse, the guild master of the Free Guild's Bloomond branch. While my face was the epitome of passivity, my eyes turned to Eren, who was looking very guilty right about now. Seeing how I'm looking at Eren, Fuse quickly said, "Oh, they didn't violate whatever agreements they had with you." I'm also the assistant supervisor of the Bloomond Kingdom's intelligence department, so I already knew that somehow, the Orc Lord was killed by an unknown thing that caused such devastation. The forest transformed into a hellish landscape only demons could live in. They're only here because they know the Jura forest better than any adventurers I have at the moment. I see. Well met, to Mr. Fuse then. I thought about whether or not to reveal our weapons, only to come to the conclusion that yes, to have a weapon only fire once is to have others know of its power. I assume you want to know what caused the Orc Lord's demise? Yes. I need to know if you've betrayed humanity or not. My right eye twitched ever so slightly. Fuse must have instinctively trusted me more than any monsters since I'm a human, but he's worried that I betrayed humanity. I looked at Fuse right into his eyes. The man did not back down from my stare. Display Polaris class battlefield dominance type weapon test 004. I declared, my eyes never once leaving Fuse's. Instantly, the graphene screens framed around the room changed. What once displayed the Tempest flag now showed only a pause button. Fuse finally broke eye contact to look at the screen changes. What you are about to witness is our super weapon. It is the thing used to destroy the Orc Lord. As I spoke, all eyes were on me as the room darkened. I must stress this. We are not a group of violent people. We do not attack unless we are attacked first. Play. It was the same video shown to the Beast Key Tears. I could see the looks of horror grow against the orangish glow on the faces of Hume and his entourage, while Fuse only showed apprehension. It was said by J. Robert Oppenheimer during the Trinity test when the first atomic bomb was detonated. Some of the scientists present cried. Others laughed. Most were silent. I'm not seeing any crying or laughing. Only silence. I guess being in a world where there are beings equal to nukes makes looking at an actual nuke boring, huh? Part of my mind could not help but compare them to people who live in a world where the use of nuclear weapons in conflict was common. Psychology. Then assessed how they probably don't think about how they could die in the next moment at the whims of a demon lord, because if they do they'll drive themselves insane. Once the video of Project Throne's firing finished, I spoke once more. We are not a violent people. We first tried to assassinate the Orc Lord, but that failed. The Polaris is and always will be our last resort. It will only be used when the very existence of our citizens and the Republic are at risk. The light returned. I could see how Fuse, whose eyes once looked at me with dismissal and a hint of lust, was now filled with fear. No one dared to speak. Just like when I first entered, too much fear. We are not a violent people. We are a mercantile people. We trade. We seek to make money, not war. Our ideals are liberty, equality, fraternity, and rationality. You see these ideals seeped into every aspect of Metropolis and the way people interact with you. You see the freedoms these people enjoy. You see how we treat the orcs that joined us equally. You see how kind and supportive we are to the orcs even when they wronged so many people, and you see how with rationality instead of hating the orcs, the goblins who escaped the Orc Lord now work with them hand in hand to build a better future. I paused for a moment to let the facts sink in. If Hume saw how kind the goblins and orcs are to outsiders, Fuse must have also seen it. Our way of life, our very system of governance is the very opposite of the singular nature of kings and queens. Here, if the government does something unpopular, the people can reject it. The leader is not above the law. If they do something illegal, they can be charged for it. I then pointed behind me at the wall, but really, I was pointing at the city of Metropolis. You all saw how successful we are, how happy everyone is. Once news of us gets out, how there exists a different type of government, of how everyone's life can be better instead of only a select few, the commoners, the people who the kings and nobles exploit to build their fortunes will rise up. In a way, our current situation mirrors that of Napoleonic France. We are the sole republic surrounded by monarchies, an island of democracy in a sea of authoritarianism. My tone then softened akin to ice melting into water. I held my right hand up as if it was holding something. I looked at it, the pale skin coating flesh, all devoid of any flaws. Ideas. They are the most powerful thing in the world. Once a slave gets a taste of freedom, they will crave more of it. They will want more freedom. Freedom or death, they'll say. Our ideals are based upon what every human and nay, what every conscious, self-aware entity instinctively wants. Thus, they will spread. The kings and demon lords will come to fear our ideals. Their good, obeying slaves rise up even as they're being killed in droves. They will seek to extinguish our ideals. They will seek to snuff out that beacon of liberty, break up that foundation of equality, erase that belief to love thy neighbor, and remove that mindset of enlightenment. I gestured towards them with my right hand, as if offering them freedom. Let me say this once again. We are not a nation built on violence but on commerce. We are not thugs wielding a big stick but traders with wagons full of wares and pockets full of gold. Our goal is not to wage war, but to advance prosperity. The ideals that guide use are liberty, equality, fraternity, and rationality are embodied in the fabric of our capital Metropolis. You can see it in how we treat each other, with respect and dignity, regardless of race or background. You can see it in our system of governance, based on democracy and accountability, where the leaders are accountable to the same laws as the people. And you can see it in the success and happiness of our city, a shining example of what is possible when personal freedom prevails. I finally brought it back to my original point. Ideas have the power to change the world, and our ideals will continue to inspire and guide us. The tyrants, the kings and demon lords, will tremble at the thought of a world where freedom reigns. They will seek to extinguish our light to our freedoms before they can spread. But we will defend our freedoms to our deaths. This weapon, like our own military, is used solely to repel others from attacking us. We don't want war, but we will defend ourselves from any attack. Whereas the silence from before was one of horror, like a person unable to believe their relative committed such atrocities, the silence now was gentler. It was built off of speechlessness, like the aftermath of listening to a thought-provoking video where the listeners are all processing what's been said. Truly, orator, and public speaking, was something never to be underestimated. That speech inspired something deep within everyone present. I think it'll be especially effective on year-end considering her origin. In fact, it might be almost accurate to call the speech a memetic weapon. The silence was only broken when the door to the meeting room opened with Arcuid striding in with a carefree smile on her face and another book in her hand. Scientia, I'm done with this book, I need more. Her silver bell-like voice was filled with innocence and purity, like a single snowflake untouched by the dirt of the world in audible form. In any other case, I'd almost be glad to hear her voice, but God damn it, not now, not in front of these people. I squeezed the bridge of my nose and closed my eyes shut. Why didn't Shizu alert me of her coming here? Arcuid, please, not now. Could you please wait outside for a bit? Arcuid eyed me with a confused look on her face. She leaned forward and brought the book to her chest. But why? You're just meeting with some random people. From the corner of my eye, I saw how Fuse suddenly clutched his chest as if he had been stabbed. Iren then tenderly patted Fuse with an understanding look in her eyes. I rubbed my forehead at her antics. My mind couldn't help but notice the difference in common sense. Arcuid, I get that you're bored. Your mind constantly needs something to entertain you, but could you please wait a few minutes? I'm having a really important meeting right now and I promise I'll play with you after. I pleaded with Arcuid. The true ancestor looked to be in deep thought for a brief few moments before closing in and giving me a hug. Due to how I was sitting and Arcuid was standing, her chest was right to my face as I turned away. Alrighty Tilda. But don't forget, Arcuid said as she left the room. Everyone's stares immediately turned from the door that Arcuid left through back to me. Please, I raised a hand in a placating gesture. She's a personal guest. Don't mind her antics. Her antics resembled a lot like a 5-year-old, what with all the attention she demands from me, and will go to progressively more and more drastic lengths to get them if denied. Well, I guess I'm her guardian, so I mostly let her antics slide. Now a beep, an emergency from Doormaker. That's not good. Last night, that group of monsters led by that one human. Phobios growled, trying to cover the fear he felt when he saw that replay through the magical recording device. The leopardman then turned the grilled meat around. His companions didn't look much better than he did. The sheer devastation those rings caused firmly put the fear of these primitive monsters into him. Phobio had only seen that type of power once during his long life as one of Demon Lord Carrion's 3 beast key tiers. When he first saw his lord annihilate an army belonging to a self-proclaimed demon lord situated near the edge of the Jura forest. Lord Carrion personally took to the field and slain that fool when he vaporized the heavily fortified castle that the upstart had constructed near one of the mouths of the Amild River. The battle was better to be called butchery. The power his lord displayed during that butchery was legendary. Lord Carrion transformed into a majestic chimera of every main beastman's in existence. Truly, only then did his lord show why only he was called the Beast King. It was that or which caused Phobio to climb up the ranks and finally became the 3rd beast key tiers. And now that power which Phobio saw as once exclusively monopolized by Demon Lord Carrion was gone. The power that rings wielded. The leopard demi-human gripped a random stick he found off the ground and tightened his fist around it. If a mere creation can cause such damage, then what could its master do? Well, there's no use in grieving over spilled milk. We better report this new nation to Lord Carrion. The monkey-faced beastkit ears was cut off when Phobia snapped the stick in two and threw both into the fire. The campfire was whipped up into a frenzy, temporarily blooming higher than they were. Such humiliation! Phobia exclaimed, Such weak creatures led by a human don't deserve Lord Carrion's attention, just like those weak-ass humans in the West. No, this nation is even worse. They derive their strengths from their creations, not their own power. Instead of taking the field and casting the grand spell of nuclear destruction, they stand back and let their soulless automatons do it in their stead. Where is the warrior's honor? Where is glory? Arg! Phobia stomped the earth beneath him, causing tremors to radiate out from the point of impact like waves from an asteroid strike that had just landed in the ocean. If only I had the power to subjugate them, I wouldn't need to be frightened by their trinkets. And that woman. He had a savage grin on his face as he started fantasizing. Eurozania is a cratocracy, meaning that a person's place in society is based solely on their might. It was said that Beast King Carrion implemented such a system in the aftermath of Relentless's rampage because he had a few chats with demons and was inspired by the system they had in the underworld. As the one second only to Carrion, Phobia wielded enormous power. He could get away with a lot of stuff while receiving only a frown from his peers. As such, he dreamed of seeing a burning metropolis, with that fair woman being his spoils of war. Phobia's fellow underlings backed away as they were all a bit unsettled by the expression on Phobia's face. So raw power that you seek? A voice that promised mischief said from nowhere. I can give you power. A really bloated clown strolled out of the vegetation from nearby, his posture oozed with mock sympathy. He then bowed. My name is Footman, a member of the esteemed Moderate Harlequin Alliance. Phobia and his subordinates all collectively narrowed their eyes in suspicion. After all, who wouldn't when you find clowns wandering around in the middle of the night in the largest forest in the world? That mercenary group? You're members of that mercenary group who sells anything from information, treasures, and even people? Yes, I see our reputation precedes us. The fat clown sounded pleased to himself. Tell me, have you heard the legend of? Footman then rubbed his hands together like a greedy merchant, Charybdis, that monster, the ruler of the skies, the ray that hates, the karmic retribution of humanity's violence. The hero Cronoa sealed away Charybdis the last time it was alive in a cave residing inside the Jura forest. What about Charybdis? You seek power to subjugate that woman and her nation, do you not? You would need power equal to a demon lord if you want to stand against them toe-to-toe. A new voice belonging to a smaller clown dressed in pink appeared. Phobia whipped his head to face the new voice. Inside him was a tiny bit of nervousness at the appearance of the Moderate Harlequin Alliance. They are known for their ruthlessness and their adherence to never betraying their clients even under the pain of torture and death. Who are you and how does that legendary monster enter this equation? My name is Tirandaitu, I'm a member of the Moderate Harlequin Alliance. She bowed. Charybdis' centuries-old seal is weakening, so it stands to say that within a few years, the big ray that hates would be free to rampage around the world once more. Then she trailed off. But if someone were to somehow gain control of this power, to give this personification of destruction a mind and body, whoever wields it will be incredibly powerful. Phobia's mind reached back to when he first read about the monster, about how it was considered to be a disaster class threat and it took the kingdom of Nitros, with the aid from Saurian and the extinct kingdom of Thelium, to fully put down the beast. Then it woke again and rampaged across a tenth of the world before Cronoa put the seal on the beast. Such power. We found the cave but aren't confident in our ability to control the beast. We weren't strong enough. Thus, we were stumped on what to do next before we overheard your wish for power. Footman offered Phobia a hand. If you truly want power, then merely say yes and we shall guide you to where Charybdis is sealed. What's in it for you? Phobia tilted his head, and Footman knew he was hooked. We merely want a few favors here and there as well as credit for creating a new demon lord, the pink one said casually, mystifying Phobia as she does. Credits and a few favors? No, there has to be a deeper motive for them to do such a thing. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes, thinking deeply about what he's been told. Normally, he would ask Lord Carrion before acting, but such a small nation didn't deserve his lord's attention. I accept. He then turned to his companions. You guys head back. Without me. Tell Demon Lord Carrion everything that has happened in the past 24 hours. He carefully chose the wording in such a way that its true meaning is hidden. completely flying over the two members of the moderate Harlequin Alliance's heads. However, the monkey Majin received the message loud and clear, with reluctance clear in his eyes. He nodded, "As you wish, but be careful Phobio." Chapter 23 Part 2 Now, the War Room. The newest version of the Doormaker satellite sits in orbit around this system's gas giant. It's shaped like a 2-kilometer-long equilateral triangle with 3 massive spheres around the corners that house Doormaker's main power source, dominating the satellite's superstructure. All over the satellite were lines upon lines of computronium to aid in the calculations required to ensure when distorting the geodesic structure of space-time to connect 2 points, that the occupants aren't shredded. It's a very odd shape, I know. But, speaking of being odd, Doormaker has spotted a massive object traveling at very quick speeds in the northern portion of the Jura forest, more specifically, the Kanat mountain range between the Republic and Dworgen. Charybdis. I looked at the monitor. General Ryrina had recognized the beast from stories the elders of the Goblin village would tell. The monitor in front of me displays a massive beast hundreds of meters in length, shaped as what I would recognize as a manta ray. It flew over the trees underneath it like how a bird would glide over vast distances without flapping their wings once. Doormaker also spotted more flying shark-like creatures going in conjunction with Charybdis, acting like limbs rather than individual animals. Charybdis is expected to make City-fall in 73 hours. Afterwards they will likely level it to the ground. Lady Scientia, Shizwin, her Silver War chassis, reported. I'm currently sitting in the middle of the small war room, in the chair of the commander. Multiple holographic and graphene screens were situated all around me, each displaying critical information concerning the threat. Soft talking in the background belonged to other hobgoblins, some orcs, and a dragonette or two were all working at their own desk. This feels like a good place to use Project Thrones again. How soon can we get the thrones up in the air? In 3 hours, Commander, Rubido replied sharply. Ever since I had healed Rubido, we had this strained relationship where he acknowledges me as his superior and lord but always avoid me whenever possible. In fact, unless directly talked to or requested, Rubido would go out of his way to never even see me. Get all thrones up in the air and have them line up in the western tip of Lake Shizu. They will be one of our last lines of defense. Is the Athynus network online? The Athynus network is online, Lady Scientia, Shizu affirmed. Perfect. Link the targeting subsystem with Doormaker for its computational powers. Have the settlements in Charybdis Path been evacuated? I'm going to record the defeat of Charybdis by our military. With us defeating Charybdis so quickly after the Orc Lord, we should be looking like an extremely undesirable target. No, Commander. Hearing that caused a frown to appear on my face. If I am to do this right, then it has to be perfect. A map of the Jura forest projected itself in front of me. I zoomed into an area northeast of the lake, and large highlights greets my field of vision as that is where part of the lizardman tribes resides. Due to them being reptiles, the lizardmen don't fit well with how dry Metropolis is. So those who do come to the larger cities were forced to buy specialized housing units that contained extra heating capability. Most of them now reside in the newly established city of Rimmer, situated at the mouth of the Amild connecting to Lake Shizu. Moving the map focus to the northeastern, I found plenty of smaller settlements. I need a way to quickly evacuate the nearby population. If I launch Athynus at Charybdis so close to civilians, it'll likely cause casualties, and I will not have the second military operation of the Grand Military of the Republic be marred by civilian casualties. I guess I can use Doormaker to start an emergency evacuation of the settlements closest to Charybdis while using VTOL gunships to move those further away. I turned to Rubido. Use Doormaker to start evacuating the civilian settlements within 6 hours distance from Charybdis. Use VTOL gunships to evacuate those further away. I'm going to use the Athynus network to neutralize this threat. The Athynus network was inspired by Project Thor from my old world. The basis behind it all is a rather primitive one, rods from God, better known as kinetic bombardment. It's where satellites up in low to medium orbit contained these pure tungsten rods that they would later launch at targets. Since it's pure kinetic, it bypasses the treaty where you can't have nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons up in space. Scientists calculate the 3-meter variety can hit with a few tons of TNT, and the 10-meter types can hit with a force comparable to a small nuclear bomb. However, Athynus uses 20-meter by 2-meter ultra-dense drills that are fired off using railguns on board to achieve speeds far beyond the normal Mach 10 that Project Thor has, around Mach 50. The resulting devastation I saw when testing this on an uninhabited planet was immense. Just imagine the whole area as like the surface of a bucket of water and the rods as a fist punching the water as hard as they can. The usual solid ground behaves more like a liquid than a solid with this much energy involved. It may not be as powerful as some other weapons, but it is one of the cheapest. I wonder just how much kinetic weapon affects a spiritual being in possession of a body. I've altered Dark-Huard's personality a bit since this is a new world for her. If I were to describe her, I would say she's a Scion light when it comes to human logic, where she doesn't know much but due to being a true ancestor isn't completely illogical. Chapter 24, 23rd Move, Rods from God 5 After Action Report, Charybdis Incident. The following are excerpts of the timeline section belonging to the after-action report complied by Commander Scientia Tempest involving the termination of designated, Geronimo, Charybdis. It was then decided from now on, every military operation will have a sanitized version of an after-action report given to the general populace. The following is deemed, for public distribution and official use only. The date is XXXX 2020, designated, Geronimo, Charybdis, was first sighted via satellite at 2:21 and 42 seconds within the Kanat mountain range. The Grand Republic's military was mobilized extremely quickly. The usage of doorways for general staff was permitted. Operation Silo officially began the same day at 10 o'clock Metropolitan Standard Time. At 15:18 and 21 seconds Metropolitan Standard Time, full usage of the Athynus network was recorded. A total of 397 Orichalcum rods were launched by 7 satellites belonging to the Athynus network. The sky around Charybdis darkened as the monster flew in search of destruction. When it used its large central eye to see what had happened, it saw a sight that stirred feelings it hadn't felt ever since it had battled against that hero. The hero stood unopposed. Her cape flapped against the wind that was blowing from Charybdis like a flag, with the unmoving hero being the pole. Then, she unsheathed her sword, pulled back, and plunged forward. It was a simple act, a simple move that even a child can do, yet that was all it required to defeat the ray that hates. Up there, in the skies directly above Charybdis, were dozens, hundreds of spears of light, lances of orichalcum, speeding down from the heavens at speeds of Mach 30, each packing the energy of a miniature nuclear bomb. The falling spears were like divine judgment. The wrath of Zeus, but instead of lightning, he's sending down spears. They approached, closer and closer, brighter and brighter. The air around each spear still burned as the air resistance caused them slow down from their original Mach 50 speeds. These spears were silent as they cut through the atmosphere. In fact, all sound in the world seems to have been leached away. All the light drained empty as the sun itself became a simple bright spot up in the sky, as if someone had caged it. The only light present in the world, the only light that seems to be able to exist other than the sun, was the light that heralded the rods from God's descent. All of these spears had no magic, so Charybdis, magic cancelling, skill was useless. The collective radiance of the spears was so great Charybdis was blinded. It was the sight of a lifetime. Then, the first spear struck. Kaboom! A massive geyser of flesh, metal, and scale erupted from Charybdis' back. With the amount of force packed within each rod, the rods were more like miniature nuclear bombs than anything resembling a ballista arrow. Charybdis jerked downward, like a piece of paper guiding through the air, and then a fist had punched the center of it. Charybdis' midsection, where the first spear had struck, was forced down while other sections continued to hover. The ruler of the skies felt pain for the first time ever since its unsealing. It was raw pain unlike any other. It was completely unlike the pitiful counteroffenses the monkeys had tried to put up were useless against his scales. It was like the strike from the hero. Very quickly, the feeling of pain was removed as, pain nullification, took effect. Then another spear struck, and another, and another, and another. Geysers upon geysers of blue flesh, blue blood, blue scales, and golden metal burst from Charybdis' back. The endless barrage of rods from God forced the ruler of the skies into the earth underneath it. The gigantic ray-like beast crashed into the ground like a runaway airplane with a burnt-out engine. The earth for kilometers around shook and trembled when the massive beast slammed into it, almost like an earthquake. Mounts of dirt were kicked up, and plumes of dust and debris very quickly covered Charybdis' fallen form. However, if Charybdis thought that hiding in the plums would stop the barrage, the beast was mistaken. The thunderous choir of metal death was almost never ceasing as it continuously rained into where Charybdis had fallen. It was then that Charybdis realized that it needs to fight back, otherwise it will die. At 15:21 and 12 seconds Metropolitan Standard Time, upon realizing the enormity of the danger the Athynus network presented, Charybdis displayed the following abilities. Greater than ability to fire off its scales as projectiles for offensive and defensive purposes. Greater than ability to seemingly telepathically command its familiars to sacrifice themselves for offensive and defensive purposes. So using whatever scales that remain, and alongside its familiars, it fired them like anti-aircraft guns at the plummeting spears with the intent of either stopping or just slowing them down enough that its hard exterior can deal with them. It was a sight that came straight out of a film about D-Day. An almost uncountable number of paratroopers fell from above and German AA guns tried to desperately shoot them down, yet just like the Germans, Charybdis' efforts were for naught. Hundreds of thousands of flying scales, each the size of an encyclopedia, dotted the sky, each traveling at such speeds they can cut through metal like it was nothing more than a sheet of paper. But even at such speeds, they were too slow for the rods. At best, the scales scratched the surface of a falling rod before it disappeared below and struck Charybdis. At worst, the scales shattered like glass and joined up with the barrage when a single rod lanced through them, barely slowing down and continuing toward its destination. Akin to raindrops in a thunderstorm, the rods kept on smashing into and digging the ruler of the skies deeper and deeper into the earth. Steadily, the landscape cratered as a Charybdis-shaped hole took shape, just like a person continuously pushing a cube of metal onto a lump of dough. Finally, the barrage ceased. The once forested landscape was unrecognizable. Large cracks and craters littered the ground like dandelions in a grassy field from orichalcum rods that missed their marks. It was a monument to what could have been, a testament to pure kinetic destruction. Once the dust cleared, Charybdis was buried halfway into the earth but was still alive, albeit barely. Almost all of its familiars were dead in that slaughter and large chunks were missing from his back. Its host would have died from that assault were it not for Charybdis' extra skill, ultraspeed regeneration. At 15:25 and 59 seconds Metropolitan Standard Time, Charybdis displayed the following abilities. Greater than ability to regenerate its scales in approximately 3 minutes. Greater than ability to regenerate its flesh in approximately 30 minutes. At 15:43 and 29 seconds Metropolitan Standard Time, Charybdis displayed the following abilities. Greater than ability to recognize satellites in orbit. Greater than ability to shoot out a black laser beam that causes solid objects hit by it to explode for 12 seconds. And it was also thanks to the extra skill that the depleted scales now reappeared, covering the bleeding flesh once more like skin covering muscles. With a single flap of its wings, the flying manta ray managed to get its head out of the earth, looking up at the sky like a wolf about to release a loud howl. Then, a black ray that seems to siphon away all brightness from the surroundings shot out of Charybdis's single massive eye. The ray was powerful enough to reach beyond the atmosphere and into space, where it pierced right through a satellite of the Athynus network, destroying it in an instant. Instead of dissipating as a laser beam should, the black ray continued its deadly trail and Charybdis dragged across the sky, cutting apart all the satellites responsible for the previous barrage in one swift move. Then, it exhumed the rest of its body with a single flap of its wings, and the damage done by the kinetic bombardment was quickly disappearing. At 15:43 and 41 seconds, all Athynus network satellites within range of Charybdis are offline. At 15:43 and 55 seconds, Charybdis continued its flight toward Metropolis by staying on the coast of Lake Shizu. Oh, come on. I couldn't help but screamed when the flying manta ray thing annihilated a sizable portion of the Athynus network. My military uniform whipped around as I stood up instantly when the monitor displayed Charybdis blasting into the sky with an I-beam and the subsequent offline message coming from 30% of the Athynus network. How the hell was it even able to see into space? Biology and mathematics started crunching the numbers on how to replicate Charybdis feat. Our eyes are constantly moving, even if it's near unnoticeable micro-movements. A few millidegrees of micro-movements amplified by a distance of hundreds of kilometers will cause a drift that makes the laser all but inaccurate. Let's not even touch upon thermal blooming and atmospheric refraction. There's a reason why space lasers are impractical at best. Grinding my teeth together, I was extremely annoyed at the fact that this beast, this stupid manta ray that was now regenerating all the attacks from that barrage, had single-handedly defied my expectation and destroyed those satellites. I really didn't expect that to happen. You know, I need to really stop underestimating creatures of this world. Based on how quickly the beast is regenerating, I'll need a one-hit go to take it out without it regenerating. There are always the rings. I did create them to be Tempest's nuclear weapons. Biting my lower lip in contemplation, I was about to order their use before thinking things through for a moment. I could do that. I could very easily do that. But this will be like Brazil nuking the Amazon rainforest. Lake Shizu is a very important source of water for the entirety of the Jura forest. Even without environmental design, I knew using even one Polaris would wreak serious environmental damage to the entire Jura forest ecosystem, even more so than the previous use, since I'll be targeting the main source of water for the forest. So this boils down to two choices: either I use multiple Polaris to annihilate Charybdis and suffer an enormous loss of biodiversity to Lake Shizu, or I could wait and search for another solution. If this were my old life, I'd have chosen the first one in a heartbeat, since it's the quickest and the most efficient, and what's more, I won't be responsible for the cleanup. Here, I'll have to be responsible, since otherwise, the Tempest government would lose legitimacy, because the citizens will think if the government can't enforce its laws on X, then why should they enforce it on me? I really don't want there to be even a single chance, however slim, that Tempest becomes a Haiti situation. There's a failed government if I've ever seen one. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Alternatively, I pulled up a tab on the graph in display in front of me and started doing some back-of-the-napkin math. Let's see. I mumbled to myself, completely lost in the numbers as my hands became almost a blur with how quickly I'm moving. Antimatter. Gamma radiation. Fallout, 0. Success rate. Hot dust. As I mumbled to myself, I could still sense how Irina was looking over my shoulder, her face probably one of confusion, as she probably couldn't decipher the equations involved. So if kinetic isn't too effective, let's test antimatter. I turned to Irina. Mobilize the first armor division. Divide them into two equal groups. Group 1 will be responsible for distraction, while Group 2 will be responsible for unleashing full-powered hot dust missiles. The hobgoblin looked shocked for a brief moment before all determination took over. She gave me a professional salute, "Yes, Commander," before jogging away. A fully powered hot dust missile can carry a payload of 1 gram of iron anti-iron pairs. When a single missile blows, it packs energy that's equal to 3 times the power of Hiroshima. 150 fully powered hot dust missiles blowing at once would release an extremely large amount of high-powered gamma radiation within the direct vicinity of the blast. 100% sterilization will be achieved within a large area around the blast. No carbon-based life form, not even those designed by biology, has a chance of surviving within that zone. Granted, I knew that fully spiritual life forms like dryads aren't affected at all by physical attacks, so it seems from Charybdis, spirits that possess a body are somewhat affected by physical attacks, given how I can see them. and from the surgery with Shiz, I knew that spiritual life forms interact with the electromagnetic force. What I don't know is if the gamma ray's effectiveness on spiritual life form is the same as on human souls. Even still, it's a very potent weapon, releasing many millions of times more gamma radiation than that laser blowtorch. Let's see how deadly high concentrations of gamma rays are for you, you oversized manta ray. Just as I was relishing in my imagination the destruction the hot dust missiles would unleash with a large grin on my face, I suddenly got a call from Rimuru of all people. Tapping on my clothes twice to receive the call, a hologram of the humanoid slime appeared in front of me. I'm busy defending our nation, Mr. President, so what requires my immediate attention? I said with thinly veiled annoyance. I've been just notified that you've mobilized the 1st Armor Division and authorized the use of hot dust missiles. Any particular reasons? Rimuru tilted his head with a look of bewilderment in his eyes. The Athynus network failed, so instead I'm planning on irradiating the hell out of Charybdis. Then I quickly added, don't worry, it's an antimatter warhead, so there wouldn't be any fallout. Well, maybe the surrounding area will be rendered completely sterile, but that's just like a forest fire. Trees from nearby would take over the sterilized area, using the dead plants as fertilizers. Well, Rimuru trailed off as if he debated whether or not to tell me something. Milim offered to destroy Charybdis since she was bored and all. I went extremely stilled at that. I wasn't surprised at her power given how she effortlessly took a hit from a grand unified theory weapon. No, what I was surprised about her. She offered to kill Charybdis. Because she's bored? Yep. I rubbed my head at the statement. In retrospect, it should have been obvious given how human-like and childlike Milim was she'd find the act of fighting entertaining. No, it was already made clear how the Dragonoid loved to fight with how readily she challenged me to test myself against her as the sole condition. Psychology put forth the hypothesis that Milim only offered that condition half expecting me to fail and half wanting to test just how strong the one who murdered the Orc Lord was. Milim must have seen Charybdis as a chance to let loose, or maybe even to impress me so I'd give her more delicious food. I personally don't see the latter explanation as likely, considering the agreement I had with her was pure business. If she wanted my food, I'm obligated to give it to Milim since she's a really useful trump card to use. No, we're not having Milim finish off Charybdis, I finally answered, before clarifying. Charybdis is another chance for the Jura Tempest Republic to show off our might. Unlike the Orc Lord, this time there's no chance of innocent casualties since all have been evacuated. Rimuru seemed to get it. Ah, I see, carry on then. Roger. At 20:54 and 31 seconds, the final phase of Operation Scylla has now begun as the last of the AAAS retrofitted for Operation Scylla was now in the air. All 300 AAA of the 1st Armor Division moved northeastward. Velocity 3,400 kilometers per hour. ETA at the designated kill site, approximately 20 minutes. At 21:10 and 42 seconds, AAA makes visual contact with Charybdis. At 21:10 and 50 seconds, all AAA slowed down to prepare for descent. Near the northwestern tip of Lake Shizu. Even when flying at the bottom of the thermosphere, the sonics boom caused by the 300 specially modified AAAS in supersonic configuration still reached the Earth 80 kilometers below them as they cut through the extremely thin air. When flying so high and so fast, special consideration must be made for the pilot's comfort and safety. As such, the AAA right now looked extremely different from the collection of guns and other weapons like normal. Instead, the AAA was sleeker, more aerodynamic, and possessed far fewer weapons than it could have carried. Overall, the AAA looked like a delta-wing stealth bomber with 2 plasma trails behind it. 300 pairs of plasma trails dragged themselves across the sky, making it look as if the night was a canvas and those trails created from plasma dissipation were strokes made by a paintbrush of a god. This is Unit 190. Geronimo spotted. I repeat, Geronimo has been spotted. Over. The pilots themselves wore the same armor as a typical AAA, only there was an extra life support system in the form of an oxygen creator that recycles carbon dioxide to provide oxygen to breathe. This is Division Leader Unit 001. Confirmed. Visual contact was made with Geronimo. Over. Even from so high up, it was difficult to miss the massive manta ray that was flying a few hundred meters above the ground. It was made impossible when the manta ray was highlighted within the HUD of every AAA pilot. Commence battle plan Alpha. Let's not disappoint the commander, shall we? Over. Collectively, every AAA started slowing down from its supersonic speeds down to a cruising speed of 1,234.8 kilometers an hour. Mach 1. The long twin plasma exhaust that trailed each AAA shortened until it fully receded into the engines. Then, all of them, all 300 black triangles, fell. All 300 fell like wee-eye dive bombers right before they released their payload upon the deck of a battleship. From the ground, the AAA blended perfectly into the night sky. The only evidence that could possibly suggest something was the occasional odd flickering of the starlight as they are blotted out before quickly returning. 50 kilometers. Half of the AAA slowed down to a mere 500 kilometers an hour while the other half continued at the razor-thin edge of sonic speed. The cloud of black triangles pulled apart as they continued to fall, and the sound of wind rushing by the AAA's body was muted by the protective power suit each pilot wore. It was like a cell undergoing mitosis. 40 kilometers. At 2116, Charybdis displays the following ability: greater than ability to detect AAA at a radius of 40 kilometers. Charybdis stirred the edge of his magic sense, detecting several small objects incoming. It was too slow to be another of those rods. Reflexively, the ray that hates didn't bother with them, just as how its magic sense sensed the various animals below it. Charybdis wouldn't care about those above it either. Its sole focus was on that city. 30 kilometers. Group 1 began to spread out and slow down even more. Their target, Charybdis. This is Division Leader. Prepare for distraction. Over. 20 kilometers. Flaps on the back of the first group of AAAS opened up. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Pull up and release. Chapter 24 Part 2. All 150 AAAS jerked upward until their bodies are parallel to the ground, the pilots experiencing 11 grams worth of acceleration as bombs were released from their backs when they flew over the top of Charybdis. Shaped like a water bottle, the AAA threw these bombs from the flap on their backs as they fell. Every AAA managed to fly past Charybdis before the first concussion bomb detonated, showering the around in bright, fiery light. The entirety of Charybdis' back was set alight, making the manta ray look like a blue dinner plate that served explosions. Charybdis roared in frustration, releasing all of the scales on its body to chase after those pesky triangles since the ones on its back were all destroyed. Group 2, release your hot dust missile. At 21:17 and 27 seconds, the first hot dust missile release by Unit 35 was recorded. At the height of 10 kilometers, flaps underneath all AAAS of the second group opened up to reveal a missile with a large head. Then, the bottom of those missiles lit up as they are propelled forward down towards Charybdis. 150 such missiles were released. All of these stayed at varying speeds to ensure that all will hit at the exact same time. This is Team Leader of Group 2. Hot dust missiles released. We're getting out of here before they blow. All 300 AAA suddenly returned to their supersonic speeds as they blitzed away from Charybdis. 150 trails closing in on Charybdis. The slowest AAA reached a distance of 5 kilometers away before the 150 hot dust missiles all collectively reached their target. Anne, play Frédéric Chopin's Piano Sonata No. 2 in B-flat minor. Funeral March, HD. There was a single, blinding, all-consuming flash of light. To say that it turned night into the day was an understatement. Instead, it was more like there was now a headlamp in front of every observer's eyes mere centimeters away. Soon, once the light subsided, the whole sky was now a dark shade of orange, and the backdrop of the starry night was nowhere to be seen as a massive fireball consumed all of Charybdis. The world was silent, for the sound of the annihilation explosion hasn't reached so far yet. Everything within a 2.5-kilometer radius was instantly vaporized by the enormous fireball. Anything further than that simply burst into flames as anything that can burn, from trees, leaves, fur, and even skin serves as an excellent fuel source. 150 hot dust missiles combined to create an explosion almost to the level of the Castle Bravo high-yield thermonuclear device, the most powerful nuclear bomb detonated by the United States. Trees as far as 5 kilometers away within the immediate blast radius were straight up disintegrated as if they were put inside the finest wood chipper when the pressure wave of the explosion washed over them. All animals and fish died instantly. The only thing that could possibly survive against over 20 pounds per square inch of overpressure was some of the hardiest single-cellular life. The shockwave from the explosion continued to travel further beyond the speed of sound. Trees snapped like toothpicks instead of disintegrating, and all animals' eardrums burst like a balloon as some blood vessels within larger animals like tempest bears ruptured, causing lethal levels of internal bleeding. Eventually, at a distance of 28 kilometers, the shockwave finally peters out like a toy car that's run out of batteries. Trees merely swayed as if they were the antennas on a car, and animals are thrown around like toys. Animals as far away as 40 kilometers away experienced third-degree burns from the thermal radiation of the antimatter explosion. When antimatter comes into contact with normal matter, it releases some of its energy in the form of gamma rays. As such, for a brief moment in time, there was so much gamma radiation concentrated within a single region of space that it was comparable to standing on the surface of a neutron star. Such a feat that put most practitioners of nuclear magic, dead or alive, to shame has finally caught the attention of a certain primordial demon known for destruction. The fireball rose up from the ground like an oversized and overheated weather balloon, its lower sections thinning as a ring of white cloud formed around it like the rings of Saturn. The main fireball rose up more and more and became bloated, while the lower section that's connecting the fireball to the ground became thinner and thinner, creating what looked like a mushroom. There was a second shockwave as cold air rushes into the antimatter furnace, picking up dust and debris. Unlike the Castle Bravo thermonuclear device, there was no fallout. "This is Division Leader Geronimo down. I repeat, Geronimo is down." End music, _ at 21:25 and 12 seconds. Charybdis's termination was confirmed. All primary and secondary objectives of Operation Scylla were achieved. Tertiary objective, unsuccessful. Operation Scylla is a decisive success. Geronimo is down. That single phrase had signaled the death of Charybdis. I let out a sigh of relief as the war room, instead of erupting into cheers, stayed silent. It made sense, given how this explosion is probably more powerful than Project Thrones. Leaning back onto the chair, I released the tension within my shoulders and slacked. It is done. The threat is gone. I condemned a single beast to death, and animals as well. Silenced emotion, 30%, I stretched my arms. Having sat in the same spot for the last few hours, I think I'm going to take a break. The loss and now proven obsolescence of the Athynus network made me realize just how useless kinetic weapons are against spiritual life forms. I'm going to need directed energy and other exotic weapons if I want to fight against a fully spiritual being like a true dragon. With a single tap, I sent the files of the recording concerning Charybdis termination to the military's Public Relations Bureau and called it a day. My stomach was feeling particularly famished, and I also promised Arcuid that I'd spend some time with her. I stopped as I got up from my seat. Wait, am I like those overworked and neglectful parents you'd see in the movies? I stared at the monitor in front of me without really registering it. Holy crap. Dormy, I said. Just as I was about to leave through the open doorway, I turned to Ryrina and handed her a roll of hundreds. Give our troops and pilots a few rounds at the bar. They've earned it. Think of it as my treat. Yes, Commander. Ryrina saluted as I walked through the doorway. I appeared in the middle of the kitchen in the living section of the Citadel. Removing my cap, I looked around and saw multiple shiz-made chassis greeting me with a bow. Lady Cyansha, Arcuid and Milim are in the hot spring. One of them alerted me. I stared blankly at the shiz chassis that said that. They're both in the hot spring, I repeated in the same tone that a student would use after they've discovered there are 2 exams on the same day. I sighed. At least it seems Arcuid's made a friend. Noticing how some shiz chassis were carrying fresh clothing, I moved to remove my current one. The dirty boots slipped right off, and the military tunic carrying my rank as the commander of the Grand Republic's military came off with one of the shiz chassis carefully taking them in such a way as to not cause any wrinkles. Another made chassis carefully took a hold of my belt and pulled my pants down, while a third one placed a pair of comfy slippers in front of me, ready and waiting. From behind, a pair of hands unbuttoned and removed my inner shirt before a white trench coat-like towel was placed around my now fully nude body. I walked towards the hot spring area. The sound of my slipper slapping against the ground was the only thing audible. The hot spring. Rimuru was insistent on adding one to the congressional pyramid, had inspired me to add one as well, partially because it fills the large floor space. The entrance to the hot spring was decorated like the entrance to a cave. Instead of the usual white walls, they were filled with large chunks of stone with various ultra-realistic fake plants coming out of certain openings within the stones. The door was also unlike others. Instead of being made from smooth lengths of wood, it was actually made from polymers arranged on a molecular level to give the appearance and texture of bamboo. Opening them, I'm greeted by the sight of a large pool of bright blue water clouded by steam. The water was calm, and from a single glance, there doesn't seem like anyone was there. Taking off the clothing and having the drape over a large rock, I shook off my slippers before slowly descending into the water. I sighed comfortably as I settled down in the water, with the pool consuming everything up to the base of my neck. The stress of today seems to just flow out of my body like a reverse form of osmosis that cells used to power themselves. I find an extraordinary amount of enjoyment in quiet, peaceful moments like these. As much fun as advancing societies into the modern age, I never really had too much time to relax. I leaned back against the edge of the pool. In the busy days of modernity, moments like these are quite rare. If there's one thing I dislike about modernity, it's that people are always living in the future, completely disregarding the moment. Granted, I have no right to judge others since I'm also guilty, but it's just a harmless thought. Being completely relaxed and safe, my mind started to wander. Looking around, I denoted how I'd never seen bathhouses such as these in Canada. Perhaps it was because of the lack of privacy. Feeling a pair of hands on my shoulder squeezing the muscle, I groaned out as Shiz started to massage my shoulders. The physiology of a perfect homunculus is ridiculously similar to that of a human. It's so similar it might as well be the same were it not for some very specific details like how weird the cells are. Now that I think about it, the cells of a perfect homunculus are really weird. They behave like normal cells, but they don't have any DNA in them. I tried to isolate one particular cell and rip it open with nanoscale lasers, but all that came out was a gooey mess. I don't really have a digestive tract. And what organs I do have, like the brain, nervous system, circulatory system, and more, seem to be there just for show. What's more, when I tested things, I discovered that the cells closer to my heart are younger than those around the edge of my skin. It was as if my cells aren't dividing so much as they were getting replaced, like the rows of teeth in a shark's mouth. Knock one out and another will take its place from behind. An area of the pool was suddenly filled with bubbles as if someone was underwater. I tried to ignore it before the persona, or rather, the persons responsible, revealed themselves, laughing as they do. There were two distinctively different laughs. Ha ha ha. One that belonged to a child. Ah ha ha ha. I win. Another filled with long-lost innocence returned. Opening my eyes, I am greeted by the scene of a nude Arcuid playing around with an equally nude Milim. The water that clung to their body acted like mirrors as they reflected the light from above. Despite what should normally be erotic, I'm completely unperturbed by the sight. I have no sex drives to speak of in most circumstances, and this is one of them. Milim grimaced. No, You came up to the surface before I did. Arcuid responded by having a large smirk on her face as her eyes stared at Milim with a dismissive look. I did win, you sore loser. As Arcuid's guardian, I'm responsible for her development. Eventually, it is going to get out that Arcuid is a guest of mine, and since she's both uneducated in the real world and is probably naive as hell, a person can get closer to the vampire to use her as a bridge to get closer to me. Example, Person A can seduce Arcuid and convince the vampire to persuade me to invest in Person A's company. This means I'll need to fend off overzealous suitors and manipulators in general. In fact, since Arcuid's going to leave after I figure out how to return her back to her old world, it's probably best that Arcuid doesn't start a romantic relationship or, God forbid, a child with someone. I'm going to have to teach her sex ed, don't I? I closed my eyes when a sense of great reluctance overcame me at that thought. In my past life, I've always dreamed of climbing the corporate ladder before settling down and raising a child so that even if I could not go to the stars, at least one member of my bloodline would see outer space someday. I saw the stars, but am unable to produce a child. I stared at Arcuid, who was arguing with Milim about who stayed below water the longest. No, I confirmed gloomily, I kidnapped Arcuid. This guardianship is my attempt at making up my deeds, and perhaps a bit of repentance for my immorality in my past life. Oh hey look, it's my personal chef. They saw me. I submerged more of myself into the water until only my eyes are above it. The hot liquid chased away the coldness held within my neck and face. As Shiz stopped the massages, I pretended not to notice how Arcuid went over and sat next to me. This act of ignoring continued until I felt a pair of hot arms wrap themselves around me in an embrace. I've read from a book that this is the way to express gratitude. Due to the height difference between me sitting down and her leaning on me, Arcuid was able to rub her left cheek over my head while I just melted into the action. Thank you for letting me stay here, Tilda, she said excitedly. Is this what safety feels like? When I reincarnated here, the closest thing to safety I've felt is with Rimuru, but these two don't care that I'm an abomination in the eyes of the world. These two, one who is known as the Destroyer while the other is apparently the princess of a dead race, couldn't care less that if the information of my existence came out, the whole world would turn against me. I get that such thoughts are cliché, but man, do things get different when you're on the other side. I yawned and felt extremely sleepy. Psychology said it was how safe I felt inside Arcuid's embrace that I'm fully relaxing instead of always being subconsciously tense whenever I'm outside of the citadel. I instantly frowned. Am I the guardian or is she? So, I got up and away from Arcuid's embrace, causing the blonde true ancestor to pout like a child who's just been denied the toy they wanted. Seeing how the only part of Milim that was above water was her head, I felt obligated to ask, by the way, how are you here, Milim? I can understand Arcuid. No I don't, but I'm used to her just appearing from seemingly nowhere, but I don't recall giving you the privilege. Shiz then bowed apologetically. I'm sorry my lady, I had made an executive decision without your permission. I had thought that due to your arrangement, it would be beneficial that Lady Milim here has access to the citadel. In an excited tone, I gotta say, Sansha, you got a really nice place here. Everything is so organized and clean, and the design is so refreshing and pleasing to the eye. My Milim, I can't even detect anything flaws with this place, Milim exclaimed with euphoria while looking around the hot spring room. Other than here, everything is so orderly. The dragonoid's eyes gained a mischievous look before attempting to splash some water on me, only to fail as the water parted right before hitting me. I'm not the only one surprised by what happened as both I and Milim stared at the spot where the wave anomalously disappeared. That all of my specialties were silent on how that happened. Milim seemed to be even more confused before drawing her hands back and attempting to splash me once again. The wave came here only to be disintegrated into mist just like water flowing down Niagara Falls before it could reach where I sat. Milim's face seems to contort in extreme confusion before bringing her arms up like a predator just as they're about to pounce on its prey and cause a wave large enough to splash both of us. Yet the water dissipated right before hitting us, as if the world itself didn't allow the existence of such a wave. Milim opened her mouth up in shock before narrowing her eyes in suspicion. Arcuid let out a small chuckle at the annoyed Dragonoid's expense. I felt my eyelids become heavy, so I sat down and leaned further into Arcuid, using her body as a pillow while the true ancestor's mouth numbed on part of my hair. My head rested on her chest, which just so happens to be right above the water. In such a comfortable position, is it any wonder I fell fast asleep? Silenced emotion. Aurora, or I would have had Arcuid not suddenly poke the area between my legs, causing my body to automatically seize up and fold in like some kind of mousetrap. I opened my mouth to scream before it was muffed by the water of the hot spring, resulting in a mere gurgle as water rushed into my open mouth. Quickly I stood up and coughed, not as much as that time with the knife in my throat but close to it as I tried to get rid of the water in my lungs. I could feel my cheeks being much hotter even when I was inside the hot spring. As I coughed, I glared at Arcuid, who was merely looking confused instead of sorry as a normal person should. Where are your genitals? I remember all high-quality homunculus have at least some form of reproduction organs. At least, from that one rogue true ancestor. I bit my lips to calm down. Heat and desire coiled around my body as I was forced to turn away from both Milim and Arcuid. You do not just touch someone's private place, Arcuid. I scolded her and she just blinked her eyes. That's their untouchable place, something sacred. Something the person only shares with those they are the closest to and only when they want. Sexual harassment, even unproven accusations of sexual harassment, is pretty much a career ender. That's why I always maintain at least a foot distance away from my female co-workers at work. I've heard horror stories shared among my peers of people who got accused and were later proven false, but the social stigma persisted, and in the end, no large companies wanted to hire them. Milim burst out laughing as if she found the whole scene funny. Scientia is a perfect homunculus, she said, like how a teacher would educate an ignorant student. Perfect homunculus is just that, perfect. Perfection shouldn't have a gender, so they are an in-between, an idealized version of both male and female. True perfection of the human form without the constraint known as gender. Flawless in every way. I had no reply. Her finger then touched her chin in a gesture of deep thought. Although it has been centuries since I've last fought against a perfect homunculus, the destroyer broke out a savage grin. That battle was truly glorious. Oh, how I wish I could go back and fight once more. Relentless can take any attack I throw at them and just keep on fighting. I think the scar from the battle is still around today. Hey Scientia, does the Eastern Empire still have a volcano in their domain? Pulling up a mental map of the world, I realized that yes, Eastern Empire does have a volcano smack dab in the middle of the nation. Yes, why do you ask? Her grin went even wider. So that volcano Relentless Maid still exists, huh? It suddenly just occurred to me that I'm having a casual conversation with one of the most powerful entities in this world, and said entity is in my hot spring, relaxing like she owned the place. My own employer is in the hot spring. If this were in my world, it would be the equivalent of me rubbing up to my boss in order to improve their image of me. I was hit with a sudden headache at that thought. The mental exhaustion coming back like a tsunami that drained the beach. I am not dealing with this upon the dawn of my victory. Getting out of the pool, Shiz stood silent the whole time on the sides while holding my sleepwear. Well, you guys have fun. If you need anything, Shiz was here to help you out, I said, while Shiz gave me a robe that's been through the steamer. Wait. But what about my sweets? Milim called out just as I opened the door. Cold air blowing in as I do. And spending time with me? Arcuid joined in with a jump. I clenched my eyes shut. Please just let me rest. Sighing, I turned towards the pool. You'll get your sweets tomorrow. And Arcuid, I raised a finger like a parent scolding their kid. This is your punishment for touching me without asking. Milim then pouted like a child, before finally relenting when Arcuid splashed a wave of water on her. Two children's, I swear. _N If Science's PRT rating if they were in Parahuman Tinker 12, Trump 10, Thinker 10, Blaster 11, Brute 12+, Striker 8, Stranger 10, Mover 12+, Master 10. No breaker rating though, as they don't really have a breaker state. Chapter 25, 24th Move, Manifest Destiny. For I woke up to the shaking of my shoulder by Shiz. Normally, I instructed Shiz to never do such a thing, as I usually wake up on my own after I've slept enough. What's more, I already rarely sleep with this new body, so actually sleeping was something like a treat. The only thing that permits Shiz to wake me up earlier was if there is an urgent situation that requires my attention. As such, it's only fitting that I immediately opened my eyes to the sight of 3 servants in my bedroom. One to wake me, one to carry the tray holding the morning cup of special tea, and the last one who carried the proper formal clothing for the day. I took the tea the second Shiz offered and took a sip. I had to fight back against the grimace that my face reactively wanted to make when it tasted the bitter thing. This tea wasn't really tea, rather it is a chemical mixture designed to shock my systems into a state that is alert, the ultimate pick-me-up, basically. If caffeine won't work on me, I'll go with the senses that can be affected. I then handed the empty cup back to Shiz before doing an exaggerated swiping motion. In response, a holographic display opened up in front of me showing a dashboard of my current domain and space. What's the situation? I asked while a majority of my focus was on reading the system's log. The leader of Farmoth's envoy, wishes to negotiate a transference of contract directly under your leadership. Guildmaster Fuse is representing the nation of Bloomond in the diplomatic talks. The third one said as the rest stayed quiet, and most importantly, Demon Lord Carrion is here on a diplomatic meeting to discuss the issue of how his subordinate had accidentally caused the reign of Castamere. When the words finally registered in my mind, my face went through several different emotions, ranging from confusion to one that just screams what? To mere acceptance. I massaged the bridge of my nose while thinking of what to say. The reign of Castamere is what the people on the internet started to call the Charybdis incident. It was named so because the place where those rods from gods first struck Charybdis was called Castamere, and the rain here is referring to that barrage. Since it was like a rain of orichalcum from above. The gears inside my mind started turning. Despite not saying it, I knew that Rimuru wanted me to be there for these talks. He doesn't trust himself to not get screwed over by other nations' representatives. Guess my talk of realpolitik must have gotten into him. He isn't as trusting as when he first reincarnated. Although Carrion, that was rather quick. I guess he must have somehow seen the power of an antimatter explosion and decided that we're finally a threat. Shiz, I know I said to place everything in chronological order, but could you please in the future report the most important thing first and then go with chronological order? I looked over at the trio as they bowed. Very well then, Lady Scientia. I returned to my thoughts. So, Carrion. Let's see, from what I tell based on information received from books about the Demon Lord, he ruled over the country of Eurasania south of the Republic, right between the domain of Demon Lord Frey and Milim. He ascended to Demon Lord status after the last Great Tenma War. I honestly don't believe in the Great Tenma War, a cyclical disaster that comes every 500 years. That sounds like something solely reserved for Lovecraft's works, considering the premise is perfect for the creation of a lost super-advanced past civilization. So I see this as more of an attempt for Carrion to bolster his perceived power by tying his founding with that of a legendary cyclical disaster. Being a cratocracy, social Darwinism, discriminatory, authoritarian, militaristic state, Eurasania is pretty much the opposite of the Jura Tempest Republic. Economically, they are an agrarian society. They don't use money, but instead a barter system to trade goods and services. Their tropical climate and some of the most fertile soil found in the world produces high-quality crops. It was said that 99% of Eurasania's population lives in abject poverty, while the 1% of the strongest reap the reward, and that the ruler is extremely disconnected from their people. Based on satellite imagery, most of Eurasania's population lives spread out like nations in tropical Africa instead of congregating inside major population centers. More specifically, The population seems to live in small villages that collectively run large plantations tended to by both the citizens and slaves. Since there's no money, the Eurasianian government, like any dictator with poor farmers, takes the wealth directly from their citizens in the form of a crop quota as a type of tax. The dictator then trades these seized crops at a much higher price with those carrion deemed strong at an unthinkable high tax rate. Politically speaking, Eurasiania is a broken place. The 1% exploit the 99% without a single care because the 99% really can't do anything about it. Usually, in such a system of exploitation, the ideals of communism would thrive like mold to a fruit. However, such isn't the case because Eurasiania is a prime example of what is wrong with this world. The people aren't inherently equal. All men, monsters aren't equal. I'm going to have to make the people equal if I want democracy and equality to last. Perhaps it's finally time to release genetic engineering? Sarian already has something like that but for homunculus. And, the disgusting Algrazia has its spirit magic users. Although, I was about to make the comparison to the racial hierarchy of my old world, however, that's not really true. Eurasiania is really inclusive. So long as you're strong, they don't care if you're a human, demi-human, monster, or whatever. So instead of a racial hierarchy and racialism, it's better to call it a true cratocracy. I decided to stop this line of thought. Finally getting up from the bed, I waved off the clothing offered by the third Shizu-made chassis. I think it's best if I choose something a bit more futuristic for the coming talks. To display how Tempest represents the future, I should wear the part. Walking into the walk-in closet, I tapped on a specific section of the wall 3 times. The ceiling opened up, and a black sludge came down, drooping onto my head before steadily crawling down my body as if it was alive and intelligent. Within less than 10 seconds, the sludge covered my body and solidified into a bodysuit. A holographic panel appeared in front of me. On it were several designs of styles and clothing that the nanosuit can turn into. My right index fingers made continuous swiping motions before stopping on a suit that looked like it came straight out of a Tron movie. Neon lights ran up and down the sleek near-pitch black suit, creating a contrast that was unlike anything this world probably has ever seen. It almost didn't look like a human had designed it, which I guess made sense since this was made by an AI. Very quickly, I felt the clothing heat up by 2 degrees Celsius as the nanites shifted. Neon lights surfaced from the featureless black exterior like a submarine coming up underwater, and flaps and other seemingly unknowable components jutted out of the black nanosuit. "You look great, my lady," Shiz said as I spun around to look at myself from every angle, the clothes feeling not one bit suffocating at all despite how they covered my neck. "Thank you, Shiz." I'm starting to understand why so many of my female co-workers love to shop for clothing so much now. If this had been when I just reincarnated, I definitely wouldn't be doing what I am right in this instance. The eerie, freakish perfection puts me off too much. But just like an addict requiring more and more drugs to get that high, I got used to this perfection. I frowned as I stared into my reflection. A feeling of repulsiveness grew like a tumor within my mind. Not too much though. Seeing how I've stopped, one of Shiz's bodies moved to tie my hair. In this new body of mine, my hair doesn't seem to grow at all unless I cut it, what with it always maintaining a length that reaches the base of my neck. Shiz worked my hair into a singular bun on the back with 2 bangs flowing down the sides of my face. "It is done, Lady Scientia. Silenced emotion, 60%, walking down the halls of Congress. Shiz in the formal maid dress followed closely behind me. There wasn't anyone else in the modern-looking well-lit hallway. The walls were made out of a smooth light gray material and the floor was covered by a dark patterned carpet. The ultra-realistic plants that were situated beside the wall to give the place a bit of greenery were placed inside a featureless cube with an open top. The hallway I'm walking down was on the left side of the pyramid. It led to an elevator that then goes straight up to one of the towers that sat at each corner of the pyramid, representing the cardinal directions. I found Rimuru in his humanoid form sitting on a bench next to the elevator. Anxiety was on his face as he fidgeted around in a formal 3-piece suit. He was talking with his secretary Citrinitas before hearing my steps and getting up and waving at me. "Scientia, you're finally here." In contrast to his excited greeting, mine was much more tranquil and simple. "President Rimuru." Realizing how he was still on the job, the slime chuckled awkwardly for a bit before clearing his throat. Rimuru then continued in a much more reserved tone, "So anything I need to know last minute about this Carrion guy?" I pressed the button for the elevator and quickly thought about the ruler of Eurezania. Demon Lord Carrion is a ruler who is extremely disconnected from his people, so he may act in infuriating and disrespectful ways. However, I don't think he'll do that considering he's seen our power. As I finished, the door to the elevator opened up and the four of us walked in. Rimuru looked like he wants to say something yet he can't find the words. There is a non-zero chance the real reason why Carrion sent Phobia was to test our powers, placing a disposable thermometer in the water so to speak. I don't know Carrion's personality enough to know if that's true, but it's a possibility. In less than a minute, we had reached the topmost floor of the tower, a place that overlooked the entirety of the capital. Carrion and the rest of the Beast Keteers are already here. Preemptively, I prepared my well-practiced disarming business smile. The elevator door slid open to a large meeting room centered around a single long rectangular wooden table. On one side of the table sat a tall person with short spiky blonde hair and a large build, Carrion. Beside Carrion sat a female with a cold-hearted stare and snake-like eyes chopped off with a head of black and gold hair and acting, in full force. My surprise was very easily hidden. I couldn't with my smile. Besides, Carrion was a cat person. A literal carter, biology, corrected me by saying they're a tiger demi-human. Fascinating. I find demi-human as a whole fascinating. Somehow, the genes from two entirely different taxonomic orders or ever classes were able to create a creature that wasn't riddled with health complications. Rimuru and I moved to sit on the empty side of the table, directly facing Carrion and his cohorts. Behind us were the Jura Tempest Republic's flags hung from thin iron poles, while behind Carrion were the flags of Eurezania, also hung from thin iron poles. Shizwa and Citrinita stood behind us at the wall. So you are finally here, Carrion spoke first. The murderers of Charybdis. Demon Lord Carrion, Rimuru spoke first. Charybdis was a threat to our existence. Their direct pathways would have passed over our capital and based on its capacity, leveled it to the ground. Couldn't you have at least fought with it hand to hand, instead of seeing it die from far away? The best part about fighting is testing your limits and seeing the respect your opponent has for you right before they die. You can't see that if you don't do it personally. I was tempted to point out how he had looked at Charybdis' defeat from far away, but diplomats don't insult foreign dignitaries and much less their leaders. So instead I intervened before Rimuru. Demon Lord Carrion, we are here to talk about the repercussions involved with your subordinate seeking the strength of Charybdis to attack Tempest. My evidence was circumstantial since my spy satellites spotted Phobia in the general area of Charybdis. However, the implication of it was enough. Such an act by your second-in-command would have been seen as an act of war. Carrion cut me off while looking at me. Oh, yes, I gotta thank you for putting the fool out of his misery. I would have killed him myself for getting tricked like that. Rimuru suddenly adopted a more sympathetic stance. Tricked? Oh yes, Carrion repeated. When Phobia's underlings came to tell me of how a few words spoken by some clowns of the moderate Harlequin Alliance ensnared Phobia and seduced him with the promises of power, I knew that either he wants to usurp me or he's really that stupid. Nobody gives out promises of power for free. The snake-like woman beside Carrion then spoke up in a quiet, submissive tone. Lord Carrion, I'm sure there's more to the story. Enough of me. Let's get on with this. Well, sorry we had to kill him, but are you sure you're fine with that? Rimuru said, his voice suggesting he was regretful. God damn it, Rimuru. We're supposed to present a united front. We could maybe enough. I will not have your sympathy for a pathetic subordinate of mine. Let's get on with this. Thankfully, Carrion shut Rimuru up before the slime could continue. Rimuru's eyes narrowed. Oh number. Well, I just thought that perhaps if we had talked with Charybdis, maybe a peaceful solar. I placed a hand on Rimuru's shoulder, silencing his passive-aggressive tone and taking control. He's not really fit for politics or leadership, but having the first president of the Republic step down wouldn't bode well for successors. Rimuru stared back at me with a confused expression, as if verbally asking me why did I stop him. My hard stare must have stopped him from verbally uttering those confused thoughts. Perhaps I started and slowly turned to Carrion. My smile was ever present, as I returned my hand from Rimuru's shoulder to above my chest. We should start again? My name is Scientia Tempest, Director of Research and Development and the Commander of the Military of the Jura Tempest Republic. My long-winded introduction was that to give Rimuru time to recover and prepare for his own. The humanoid slime's lips thinned, and he looked extremely displeased before continuing. I am the President of the Jura Tempest Republic, Rimuru Tempest. Carrion looked unimpressed before deciding to go along with it. I'm the Beast Master Carrion, the ruler of Beast Kingdom Eurasania. The Beastman then gestured around him. These two are my other Beast Keteers, Albus, Carrion pointed to the snake-like woman, and Supia, then the tiger demi-human. Chapter 25 Part 2, I then raised a hand. Perhaps you'd prefer some refreshments as we start? A doorway opened up and from it walked out a shiz-made chassis. Within the chassis hands was a tray that held a jug of orange juice and several empty glasses. Carrion looked between the shiz behind me and the shiz who was holding the refreshments as if confused at how there were two of the same person. Aren't you the Conqueror of Flames? Carrion spoke with a hint of confoundment. Shiz bowed. Yes. That's who I used to be before I came to the employment of Lady Scientia. How are the two of you? This time I interjected. I loved my servants so much I made multiples of them. Carrion's posture changed. Before, he probably felt as if he had control of the situation even during a meeting with the group that killed Charybdis. Now after seeing I've somehow split Shizwin too, he became more cautious. Perhaps he isn't as disconnected as I thought. And you're also the group who slayed the Orc Lord? This time, I let Rimuru continue with the meeting. I'm his safety net, there to guide them, not to hold his hands. Yes, we are. I recognize the fact that we may seem threatening with all the destruction and all that from there. Rimuru seemed to want to find a better word than just massacre or slaughter. Counterattacks that we did against the Orc Lord and Charybdis. But I can promise you that we are a nation friendly to all. For evidence, you just need to look outside. There are humans here and there who set up shop despite being right next to goblins, and at least 4 new merchants come visit our city to set up shop here every day. We also have begun a free trade agreement and a defensive pact with Dwargona. Carrion then raised a hand to stop Rimuru from talking. So there it is, you can keep the politicking with my subordinates. I'm just here to sign what you really want. That being? Rimuru seemed skeptical. A non-aggression pact, of course. You're a nation of merchants and merchants love nothing more than peace. Such weakness. Oh, there it is, the preaching ideology, only the strong shall win in the end, and the weak will serve the strong if they want to live. Silenced emotion, 50%. Rimuru seemed to be disturbed at the sheer difference between our modernity and his barbarity. Of course. This is no time to talk about just how self-destructive social Darwinism and racialism are. So just as Rimuru is rebooting himself, I decided to speak up, acting, barely holding me back from verbally shredding the idea to pieces. Yes, but we were also hoping to have a free trade agreement and the opening of an embassy within our two nations. Carrion seemed to judge us for a few moments before scoffing. Sure. Everyone wants our crops. We can trade, that's for sure. Anything else? If not, you can set out the details with my beast Keteers. It seems Carrion was put off by the double shiz whacked. Eurasania's foreign policy can be boiled down to them interacting with only those they view as strong, and since Carrion probably knows of shiz due to her being seen as a champion by the humans, the Beastman probably is disturbed by how I seemingly duplicated her hard-earned power. My smile widened. Yes, that will be all. In the end, it took until midday before a proper deal was hashed out with the Beast Keteers. We managed to get a non-aggression pact for the next 5 years, a free trade agreement that allows corporations to buy up farms and lands and supply a market of about 3 million upper-class citizens that can actually buy stuff. Though to be honest, the real issue is to get Eurasania to switch from a barter to a monetary system, And after that, how to tap into the 300 million lower class and slave population. The wealth disparity between the 1% upper class and the rest is insane. A basic calculation of Eurasiania's Gini coefficient is 0.998. To give a perspective of how ridiculous this number is, the Gini coefficient is used to measure wealth inequality within a nation. A1 represents absolute inequality, while 0 is communist utopia. Right before I died, South Africa was the most unequal in my old world with 0.63. However, even that pales in comparison to the estimates made by the KDI School of Public Policy and Management that puts North Korea's Gini coefficient at up to 0.86 back in 2003. Dystopias have better income distributions than Eurasiania. Ignoring the moral obligation of helping those people, those 300 million uneducated citizens are a huge untapped market and one that I intend to exploit to the max. The main issue facing Tempest right now is our lack of manpower, so in less than a year or a bit more, I want to start a program that allows mass immigration of these lower class citizens into Tempest, poaching their people if you will. Effectively, I'm going to pull a China. If Eurasiania isn't going to fully use its massive population, I will then. Now, right before Rimau continued with his daily work of being president, I had a quick chat with him. Since I get the sense he was angry. Afterward, I continued with the duty of negotiating with Fuse and Blumund and this Hume fellow. Fuse had wanted to personally confirm and evaluate the truth of my previous speech by checking out the entirety of Metropolis. Now that he has, the man wanted to open a diplomatic dialogue with the Republic and negotiate a potential trade agreement. Maybe even invite some of our companies into the kingdom. It was said that in Blumund, the most powerful force is the Freedom Association and the Royal Army comes in a far second. If Shiz win her war chassis goes into Blumund, the Royal Army becomes the third. Geopolitically speaking, Blumund itself can be considered a regional power at best. I personally think Blumund falls into the small power on the geopolitical scene due to the kingdom's spies and secret intelligence. In fact, the only thing keeping Blumund's neighbors from completely crushing the nation was Blumund's covert actions. While this is pure speculation, it's far more likely Blumund is destabilizing and festering feuds among its neighboring states to ensure they're too busy on each other rather than Blumund itself. In a way, they're a lot like Saudi Arabia in that regard. Fuse here probably made a decision after seeing how we annihilated the Orclord and Charybdis that subterfuge against us is too undesirable. So now they're playing the soft game in ingratiating with us with the end goal of a mutual defense agreement. I had to suppress a grin during the negotiation. The art of war often spoke of how important information is during times of war, and denying your enemy information is how you win. If we show we can provide Blumund with the protection they needed, I can use their spies as if they were my own. I can finally figure out things that my satellites alone can't figure out. Beyond the espionage, I can also use Blumund as a charity case to show the world just how benevolent we can be to our allies. Our East Germany, if you will. Being generous creates dependency. Creating dependency fosters loyalty. While there is in reality no true loyalty between nations, only mutual interests within the confines of international politics, I can damn well make sure it is in Blumund's best interest to align with Tempest as much as possible. Mutual interest, it's like trust but better since you know when and if the other party will betray you. Perfect. Thus, Fuse, with the blessing of the King of Blumund, fully established a diplomatic relationship and recognized the Jura Tempest Republic's claim to the entirety of the Jura forest. When I brought up the idea of Blumund becoming a protectorate of the JTR, Fuse asked what it was and I explained it's a state that's under the protection of another state, whereby it enjoys autonomy over internal affairs but in exchange, we require extractions of certain obligations and concessions. Fuse said that he has no authority on the matter and will instead ask his king about this. Psychology, and political science, called it a delaying tactic. He had expected maybe a moderately prosperous nation, not one with an economic output almost equal to that of the entire western side of the continent despite having only close to 200,000 people. The power of technology provided by inspired Inventor, and capitalism, with my blueprint auction house selling off blueprints to the richest and providing some to others to preserve competition. Every day our economy grows by a noticeable percentage. A true miracle if there ever was one. We ended the first and last round of negotiation in less than an hour. Fuse was extremely accommodating to whatever terms I wanted and only politely refused the protectorate status. We were able to become full allies, free trade, non-aggression, and defense pacts all signed in one day. Now on to Hume and his band of merry men. Simply put, it seems my speech had a greater than expected effect on the man. Hume wants to work for me, or at least for the government for next to no money so long as it means they'll also be freed from the shackles of Falmouth. Basically, Hume wants asylum, or as it is known in this world, national protection. Hearing about asylums, I can't help but call back to my first life, about how a boss of mine when I was just starting to climb the corporate ladder. The man was an asylum seeker from Rwanda who, despite all odds and statistics, managed to give his wife and kids a good upper-class life. Falmouth was an interesting case. They're a great power that's one of the major contributors to the Council of the West, a NATO-like international organization with elements of the United Nations. Within the Council, if a member state were to be invaded, they can request help and rescue from other states. Falmouth, just like so many Western nations, has a humanity-first policy and thus, have terrible relationships with all monster nations, which I can't really fault considering the history between humanity and the monster races. Asking for Falmouth to get along with Eurasania or Fulbrosia would be like asking Israel to get along with Nazi Germany. There's that much bad blood between them. However, given that Tempest is a new nation, we're warier of how Falmouth's state religion is that of the Western Holy Church. I was tempted to reject Hume's asylum application before reminiscing how my parents have always taught me that all humans have value. Being an executive taught me that not all human lives are equal, but none are zero. In the end, I accepted his wish for asylum and turned him into our human ambassador to any human-centric kingdoms, and made his entourage into his own personal security detail that'll be responsible for his safety. Hume became our mascot, the face of Tempest to the West. Obviously, he'll need to go through the proper schooling, vocational training, and classes about upper-class etiquette, but with the establishment of the Omniversity, he can get an AI to teach him materials I created for the political science course. Lastly, is the topic of Irene inviting me out to dinner with her team. I had half a mind of ignoring it, but she's convinced me it would be in my best interest to go, to see it as a little celebration for the death of Charybdis, since all I did was just sleep. I reluctantly accepted before telling her that I will tinker before tomorrow's start. I still have 5 charges left for the day after all. Silenced emotion, 10%. I found Irene reserved a diner by the name of Bob's Pizzeria. The diner was shaped exactly like one of those 1950s American town restaurants serving burgers out in the Midwest. However, other than the bright colors, there aren't any neon lights. I vaguely remember posting the recipe of how to make pizza online when the internet was just starting up and not every goblin was able to afford a phone. Entering the rather small restaurant near the edge of the Pearl Arcology, I saw that the counter was worked on by goblins while orcs worked the kitchen. There was a human janitor that was cleaning the floor. Overall, it was a rather plain restaurant. A small crowd started gathering outside the diner doors after I entered. The only thing preventing them from entering was one of Shiz's made chassis. There was the ring of a bell as the door fully closed behind me. The goblin working by the counter had the shock of his life with how loud he shrieked. Quickly, the goblin ran out of the counter and bowed to me like I'm some kind of king. "Waiter, welcome to our humble abode, Lady Cyansha. Would you like to try out our finest pizza? Our customers have always said our pizzas are our best dish," the goblin rapidly said like bullets from a machine gun. Even a blind person can tell he's nervous about why one of the founders of the nation is suddenly inside his small-time restaurant. Looking around, I didn't see Irene and her teammates anywhere. All of the tables are empty. I am looking for an individual by the name of Irene. She has 2 other companions with them. The goblin blinked once, twice, before rebooting and was about to scream in surprise before the human stopped the outburst with a single chop of the head. The adventurers inside asked for the most private one we have. Said we charge extra, but she coughed up the cash easily enough. The human thumbed into a door casually as if talking to another person. Thank you, I said before heading inside. The guy made a noise of surprise when he saw that the gathered people outside were glaring at him. Opening the door, I was greeted with the happy Iren smiling at me. The rest of her party all waved their hands. I took a quick glance around the room. Architecture, fun. The place lackluster, and I can't help but agree. By itself, the room is rather closed off, with a large circular table that can fit 6 people like those you'd find in family diners like Pizza Hut. The main flaw of the room was that it'll be the lack of ventilation. Hey, Sansha. Glad you finally came, she said as I came and sat down. Shiz remained outside to guard the now closed door. On the table were electronic tablets that people can order from. Their size was a bit larger than my phone, so nothing too fancy. How's life? Iren asked as she scooched over closer to me. Ordering a cup of tea from the tablet, I turned to Iren. The darkroom is only lit by the orange lamp hanging off of the ceiling. Well, I've been really busy. We forged an alliance with Dorgan, built a hyperloop that is near completion, turned the Kingdom of Bloomend into an ally state, slain the Orc Lorder. Psychology reminded me that I've spoken too much, so I leaned back and quickly turned the conversation back to her. I'm really just rambling. How have you been? Kevil and the other guy were reading the menu and trying to decide what to eat, while I and Iren just chat about normal stuff. I honestly missed this. The casual talk. I usually spend too long just tinkering to really interact with anyone besides maybe Shizwa and Arcuid, but the former I can't really act casual around and the latter is a child at best. Well, we have gotten a few more contracts. She then leaned in. I heard rumors that there are talks among the higher echelon of Falmouth of going to war, with who I didn't get Buta. They are afraid of us. Well, yeah, you did cause the reign of Castamere, and the rulers of human nations are extremely nervous. She trailed off while looking intently. But enough of that. I heard you didn't celebrate much after the death of Charybdis, so tonight we will dine like kings. The hidden elf declared, like how someone would declare the finishing of the journey of a lifetime. I find it adorable, honestly. Iren tries so hard to try and keep me as a friend. I'm guessing it's particularly because she trusted me with her secret. A pang of small guilt rippled inside me. I still haven't told her that I'm a perfect homunculus. Perhaps when I'm sure there won't be any repercussions in the future, then I'll tell her. And don't worry about costs. We did a lot of quests during our time in Bloomend, so we are loaded, Kevil said as he selected 2 servings of chicken wings and a soda. I stilled upon hearing that. Then a small chuckle escaped my lips before becoming full-blown laughter. They're funny. You know that if needed, I can probably advertise for this restaurant and the owner will let us eat for free. I'm one of the founders of the Jura Tempest Republic. If I say that Bob's Pizzeria has some good pizzas, people will flock here to taste it. As I say, I'm reminded of that one time Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union, did a Pizza Hut commercial and it bombed. I don't think it'll be like that, but then again, a noticeable community of people online think I'm the scariest person in all of Tempest. I wonder why. Jido put down his menu tablet to look at me unbelievably, before waving me off. This is your big night of celebration. You just eat and we'll cover the cost. No need for you to do anything. Buta. My interjection was shut down when Iren wrapped her arm around me like how a best friend would act. No, you are going to relax for the rest of tonight, and you can't stop us from getting you to relax. I sighed at her insistence, relenting to her whims. Honestly, all that's missing from the celebration is Milim and Darkuid. Oh? You're celebrating without me? Oh number. A chill went down my back. I tried to activate silenced emotion, but my gut strongly suggested not. Instead, I turned around and saw the door open. Leaning on the doorframe was Arcuid with a particularly scary look, further compounded by her obviously forced smile. She looked like a 12-year-old kid who'd discovered their closest companion was hanging around with their enemies. So who are you? Iren asked innocently, unaware of the danger she was in. The now defunct dimensional boar flashes into my mind. Arcuida. Why, my name is Arcuid Brunistud, please. Call me Arcuid. The true ancestor focused on Iren and let out a haunting smile. It was one that looked human, yet there's just that something about it that alerts to you the fact that they aren't, sort of like mine actually. I could see both Kevil and Jido instantly knew something was wrong, but Iren seemingly wasn't fazed at all. It was as if she didn't care that Arcuid was an individual that could slay her with a single swipe. The weird feeling in my gut persists nonetheless. Usually, my gut feeling only happens when something bad was about to happen yet nothing had at all. Strange. Then Arcuid placed a hand on her chest and puffed it out, making Iren twitch in annoyance and jealousy. Why, I'm hurt that Scientia hasn't introduced me. After all, she was the one who kidnapped me to this world. Oh, there it is. _N, now that interpretation of Eurasania may be controversial, but the fact that the show's joking around with the truth that weaker races aren't allowed to trade in Eurasania shows they have a policy of racism, or would it be called speciesism? Tensura is dark if you read between the lines. Chapter 26, 25th Move. Space Ambition. Let me explain. The trio looked at me expectantly. I think they're the type to act before thinking, and the only reason they haven't ganged up on me yet, my own abilities be damned, was they know me. I was testing around with physics of the dimensional variety. Then it occurred to me that these probably don't even know what physics is. Effectively, I was playing around with worlds. I was trying to see what was out there beyond the veil of the world. If there are other worlders, I wanted to know what else is out there. So you somehow pulled Arcuid here? Kevil said hesitantly, as though talking about something illegal. I nodded. It was an accident. I've stopped all attempts of breaching the gap between worlds after Arcuid came through. I'm currently working on the way to reverse my summoning magic. I used the word extremely reluctantly, and return Arcuid back to her own world. I patted the true ancestor that snuggled up to me like a cat as I explained the current situation. Like any child, Arcuid is extremely physically affectionate, and I don't deny her any when I'm free, since I doubt she's gotten any during her time as a child soldier. Wait, are those cat ears on her head? A question mark. One. As I brush my hand across her head, I blinked and found her head with a brush of soft blonde hair. I could have sworn there were cat ears on Arcuid's head just now. Concerning. I return my focus back to the conversation. Anyway, Arcuid's living with me for now. That's the current situation. In a tone of awe, Iren said, "You managed to accidentally summon otherworlders? What kind of spells are you using anyway?" My eyes gained a faraway look in them as I thought about how to explain the level of science to them. I doubt the trio even knows about what a black hole is or special relativity. So how do I compress such complex information enough that they would understand it? Literature came up with an explanation. Strictly speaking, I wasn't using purely magic. Instead, I mostly used what's known as science, a process of studying, observing, and using experiments to understand the natural world. Other than a single summoning spell to aid in the process, I primarily used a point of infinite density to break through the surface of the world and connect to another world. Using a tether, I reeled Arcuid here. Iren seems to be the only one who seemed to somewhat get it, as the other two looked lost, like a student completely unprepared for an exam. Fascinating. How did you get that point of infinite density without magic? It sounds impossible. I don't think anyone else other than maybe a true dragon might be able to produce that. Iren, are you sure you want to know? I asked her with a grave tone to signal just how serious this is. There's a reason why accepting the chance that something discovered tomorrow could completely upend the currently established physics is a requirement for physicists, because it actually happened, with the discovery of quantum physics almost completely invalidating Newtonian and classical physics. The elf looked unsure of herself before nodding. Matter becomes strange as it's being compressed. I'm sure you know of how ice turns into water and then gas as you heat it up, yes? Everyone nodded. I tapped on my clothing and projected out a hologram of a series of molecules to better explain my point. As it turns out, you can do the same thing if you compress a gas. With enough pressure, you can force a phase change of a gas into a liquid and then into a solid. The hologram showed a series of loose molecules come together before stopping completely as a solid. Now if you keep on compressing the solid, it will heat up but is unable to phase change into a liquid. Eventually, Once enough force is placed upon every bit of the clump of solid matter, it will eventually become so small, so heavy, and so dense that the world itself literally cannot support it anymore, and it falls through. It creates a hole in the fabric of existence itself. The hologram showed the molecules coming closer and closer together until they've all fused into a single atom. Before that too is slowly getting compressed until it's replaced by a completely black sphere. It's wildly inaccurate, but enough for people who only understand magic to figure out where I'm getting. Eren looked thoughtful. Huh. So that's what happens to matter once you compress it enough. In the past, advanced practitioners of nuclear magic figured out how if you compress normal matter with enough force you can cast nuclear magic spells much easier. However, there was a limit to how far the people can compress it. My mouth hung ajar. Really, it should have been obvious how this world has some knowledge of nuclear physics with the existence of nuclear magic. Welp. I didn't know half of what's been said, so I'm just saying this, Cavil declared. Even though it's known as a cardinal sin within Luminism, countries still do it, but with a very high degree of secrecy. I tensed at the mention of Luminism, the official religion of the Western Holy Church. Secularism, or more popularly known as the separation of church and state, hasn't really occurred here, so the Pope wields incredible influence. I estimate it's even more than the Pope of my old world. Beyond being a threat I'll need to deal with, the more important issue is that the Church's god Luminous could very well be real. It's a Tolkien-esque world. If Eru is real, then so could Luminous. But at the same time, if this hypothetical god of their religion does exist, it would mean that either the god does not care about the rest of the world or does not have the power to protect every human. The latter means they are not all powerful as their holy book would claim, and the former means they are not all good, yet this entity nonetheless commands the worship of over 100 million people as the largest religion on the continent, with the second one worshipping Milim. I already told you to not worry. I disassembled the facility after summoning Arcuid, I assured them, and the three accepted it. So what race is she? Eren took the initiative and I had to double check if I heard her correctly. Then it hit me, this world isn't like my own, since race here was more like species, and thus, it isn't seen as rude since different races have different physical abilities beyond superficial details. I looked down at Arcuid, who was laying down on my lap completely mimicking a lazy cat. She's a super vampire. Emphasis on the super because she's somehow rebuilt herself from atomic disentanglement. The only way to be even deader is with subatomic disintegration or maybe complete spiritual destruction. A vampire? Cavil shouted, disturbing Arcuid and causing her to rise up and glare at the offending man. Cavil froze like a deer in the headlight of a car. I pushed Arcuid back into my lap with my right hand like a person pushing against a door. Now I don't know much about higher vampires, but are you sure she doesn't need blood? Like from all the tales I've heard from other adventurers, all vampires require blood to survive. Jido asked when he finished his drink and ordered another one. Seconds later, the small door on the side of the wall opened up and popped in a soda can the size of my hand. Finally getting off my lap, Arcuid looked at him with a bright smile. Well, I am a true ancestor, a higher form of vampire. My kind has this mental need for blood but their body doesn't, and during the process of getting kidnapped, I've changed and no longer have this mental need for blood. Heck, I can stand in sunlight without any issue. I sighed exasperatedly. Arcuid, can you not use the word kidnapped? No, Arcuid said pointedly. Before I could sigh again at Arcuid's antics, Jido reached into his back and got out a bottle of alcohol. Now I know that homunculus can rarely get drunk, however, we got the strongest booze in Bloom, and using the coins we had, the owner promised that it's so concentrated that for us normal humans we'd need to dilute it in water. A drop for a cup if you want to get wasted in one, he said. He then ordered an empty glass and poured the undiluted alcohol in, before giving it to me while pouring out a drop for their three. I sniffed as Jido diluted the ones he'd give to Eren, Cavil, and himself. My nose wasn't able to pick up the smell commonly associated with alcohol from the cup. Silenced emotion, 90%. My paranoia that had hidden away thanks to my much safer position came roaring back as I immediately thought this was an assassination attempt made by Jido as he figured out I'm a perfect homunculus. I was about to teleport out of the room with the subspace diver before my logical side slapped the paranoia away. Silenced emotion, 30%. I'm a perfect homunculus. I doubt any poison they have access to can work on me. Hey, that looks fun. I was about to drink before Arcuid suddenly sprung up and snatched the whole bottle. Then, she went bottoms up and drank the whole freaking bottle like it was water, and she was an athlete who had just finished running a marathon. Jido and Ko's jaws all dropped at what had just occurred. I would probably be more worried if she was a human, but Arcuid is a super vampire. Again, emphasis on the super. A pit opened up within my stomach as I saw Arcuid with an extremely mellow expression on her face once the bottle had been entirely emptied. Arcuid, are you alright? There was this dreamy smile on her face. Her body swayed and wobbled like one of those Noodleman mascots being blown up with wind you'd find on the front lawn of a car repair workshop. Arcuid's grip loosened, and the bottle fell. Catching the bottle before it could smash into the ground, I glimpsed at it and saw runes engraved upon the glass. Magic instantly recognizes it as runes that enchant the water inside the container to induce a mental effect identical to that of being drunk but without any alcohol. Eventually, Arcuid fell back into my lap again, actually legitimately purring as she hugged my waist. Everyone was silent. No one spoke a single word until I sighed. I can't really get mad at her, but that doesn't mean I can't be strict with her. As her guardian, it's my duty to both shelter her and covers for her. And so, Dormy, I reached in and took out a wallet. Please don't fault Arcuid. She's been through a lot. So how much was that wine? I'll pay for it. My fingers flipped through several Tempest dollar bills of the highest denomination like how one would flip through the paper within a filing cabinet. My mind meanwhile was going through the economics of adventure work to try and estimate with a large degree of accuracy just how expensive the false wine was. I'm thinking a few dozen silvers at most. But for goodwill, I'll pay more. I took out a few bills of hundreds. But Jido interrupted me, saying wait. There's no need for that. A look of confoundment passed over my face. I get that it's a social convention and polite to reject offered money, but those are for small expenses. Things like wrecked cars aren't small expenses, and so I should assume the same for this special wine Jido bought. Are you sure? I can pay for it. No, we're fine. Cavil confirmed and Iren nodded. Iren then spoke up, though. Why does she act like that? Looking down, I only then realized I'd started patting Arcuid's cat akin to how someone would pat an overly affectionate cat. Arcuid. She looked so vulnerable while laying there so peacefully on my lap. Really, one would never imagine she's a super vampire. She's been through a lot. It's her story to tell, so I'll leave it for her. Iren nodded in understanding, and then raised her glass up high, causing the other two to do the same. Well, at least we have these. So let's make our first and final toast a memorable one. The elf brought up her glass, causing others to do the same. This is for the defeat of Charybdis. To Scientia. To Scientia. The other two yelled out before they all clinked their glass with my own. I emptied mine, and the instant the cup hit the table, I felt the effect of drunkenness hit my mind like a runaway train that destroyed all logical thoughts. Then, half a minute later, that effect was entirely removed. I can think clearly once more. That wasn't half bad. It didn't burn my throat and instead was more like drunkenness in liquid form. It definitely lasted longer than anything chemistry was able to produce. I could feel the specialty cry out in anger and give me blueprints to make several different forms of alcohol that could very likely work on me. 2. Iren, Theta. I found everyone passed out on the table. A drop for a cup if you want to get wasted in one. I guess that shopkeeper was honest in saying that. I let out another exasperating sigh. Shiz. The servant opened the door and bowed. What is it that you wish, Lady Scientia? Get these people to their hotel. I watched as the servant used Doormaker to teleport several more of her bodies here. Gently, those bodies carefully carried Cavil, Iren, and Jido on their backs effortlessly before walking through another doorway, leaving me alone with only Arcuid and the original Shiz chassis. That was a fun excursion. Back to work. The sky was blindingly bright. There was absolute silence, as though the very concept of sound could no longer exist, which made sense given the current circumstances. I sat on a rocky protrusion on top of a large hill. All around me was the deathly silence of a world whose life has long been extinguished. About 24 hours ago, the von Neumann probe I sent out to explore the universe had entered into this star system and found a planet that would have supported life had its parent star been younger. A basic geological survey done by the von Neumann probe showed evidence of a tremendous variety of life, even more than Earth. But now that's no longer the case. It was such a shame too, as I was billions of years too late to witness what surely would have been a lush alien biosphere. Even if much of the fossil records of this planet had been destroyed, some of it still remains. Not enough to paint a full picture of this world, but enough to show that something was there. I looked upon the system's sun, which has entered into the last phase of its life, now covering over a third of the sky. It was a red giant. The eerie quietness does nothing to take away the spectacle of a star right before it goes supernova. To know that something is about to end, to see it right before it ends. There's just no feeling quite like it. In less than 10,000 years, this planet that once had the biodiversity that would put Earth to shame will be engulfed by its parent star, returning to its maker as the sky fills with fire one last time. While 10 millenniums is enormous for us mortals, it's a blink of an eye on galactic time scales. I tried to take a breath, yet failed as the atmosphere that once covered this world is long gone, blown away by stellar winds over a billion years ago. Gazing upon the blindly bright imposing star that's so close I feel like I could almost reach it if I simply stretch out my hands, I couldn't help but feel a sense of existential terror stir within me. And yet, within the depth of that terror, I recognize there's a certain poetic beauty in returning to the place that had once birthed you right before you die. The formation of planets was the result of leftover dust and gas not coalescing into the star. Those dust and gas then combine to form terrestrial planets if it's closer to the parent star, and gas giants if they are further. Meeting your maker for the last time, to be killed by its embrace. I placed my right hand on the rocky protrusion. Crimson lines blossomed from my naked chest and crept down my right arm. Using unlimited alchemy, I transmuted sections of the rock into oxygen until it entirely severed a small chunk from the protrusion, like a person cutting out a chunk of butter with a knife. When the planet is consumed by the star, this small chunk will be the last evidence of this world, the last proof that something was there, the last memory of its existence, the last touchstone to a planet that had once supported multicellular life. It is something very precious. I felt my eyes soften as I looked upon the rock. This world was the only other world other than the one I reincarnated on that held life, or at least, once did. Getting up, I raised my free hand and a black doorway with purple outlines appeared 3 meters away. Walking through the doorway, my body was greeted with cool air and utter darkness. The insides of the citadel are much darker than the surface of a planet about to be consumed by its parent star. Loud sounds filled my ears as hovering small octopod drones got to work cleaning my body with their blowers. Within mere seconds, any dust and debris were cleared off. The synthetic fiber-based clothing I had on when I entered that place burned away like paper in a raging fire from the heat of the local and was now replaced by a full-body nanite coating when I entered the Citadel's workshop. Thick, high-tech blast doors slid open to reveal the inside of a warehouse comparable to Berlin Airport. In truth, without my previous knowledge, one wouldn't know it was that big, but instead, appear to be endless as every direction was blocked by towering machines that rises from the metal floor like the skyscrapers in a city, preventing anyone from seeing the wall on the other side. Spatial compression, coincidence with dimensional physics, works miracles. I continued my walk unabated, and very soon the ground underneath my very feet rose up to reveal the fact that it was actually a hover pad using control over dark energy, a cosmological constant that has a positive density but negative pressure. Multiple holographic screens lit up all around me, displaying a dashboard of information pertaining to the von Neumann probes and what they discovered, as well as the construction of the fleet within the intergalactic void. The hoverpad flew over tall monolithic machines that served purposes no one besides me would understand, passed over an observation lens that can peer into the tiniest sections of reality itself, rushed over devices that can record events so short there's an argument for its non-existence. Their value would be incalculable to modern 21st century physicists, but for me, they've served their purpose in helping me understand the nature of the universe and have thus become obsolete. Now, the real purpose of my excursion into this workshop was for the imaginary space. Imaginary space appears as this massive black circular platform the size of a suburban house. The surface of imaginary space was featureless and polished so much one can see their reflection. There are 4 large protrusions that come out of the sides of the platform that curves inward, making imaginary space look like a claw that belonged to some unknowable creature. Exactly as it's named, imaginary space is the most sophisticated hologram projector I've ever created. With an incredibly powerful computer, imaginary space is built for the purposes of helping me project maths and display designs and blueprints. Chapter 26 Part 2 Imaginary space also has one of the most accurate physics engines ever, capable of simulating the behaviors of quantum uncertainty and a few undecillion atoms. Such a powerful and accurate physics engine permits me to test out Tinker-Tech constructs without actually spending any resources. Though to be honest, the last one isn't really an issue with me having an enforceable claim to a noticeable portion of the entire galaxy. As with colonizers of old, you can lay claim to an area of land, but you need to be able to back up that claim with force. Usually, this is done with the backing of the local government, but space is really a wild west out there. The hoverpad stopped right next to the platform. Stepping off, my hardened nanite shoes made metallic clanks with every step I took against the smooth surface of the imaginary space, creating echoes that reverberated all around me. I stopped around the edge of the platform, and some of the nanites on my shoes rearranged themselves and plugged into the smooth surface. Suddenly, a holographic heads-up display overlaid itself around my head, making it look as if I was wearing a pair of glasses. Very quickly more holograms followed that formed all over my body. It was as if I was wearing an entire set of holographic armor. Although not my most powerful creation, holograms are definitely some of the most useful ones, personally speaking. With a single swiping gesture, a large gray block the size of an SUV was projected into the center of the circular platform, floating a few centimeters off the ground. There were detailed engravings carved onto every bit of the block's surface. The hologram was so lifelike that anyone who first saw this would mistake it for something real. I leaned backward, and the nanites around my leg area instantly hardened to create a slanted wall that I could somewhat get comfortable with. With that dealt with, I turned my focus fully on the projected digital mass in front of me. Molecular engineering, recognize it as a type of computronium, a form of molecular electronics dedicated to the sole purpose of calculations. It's so advanced that I'm forced to create an entirely new coding system just for it. This means the computronium wouldn't even use binary, since that'll be like trying to play a cassette tape by inserting it into a smart TV. It's just too obsolete. I stretched out both of my hands and then moved them. Sensing them, the holographic computronium block followed my hand. Pulling both of my hands apart while making sure my fingers stayed the same, the computronium block pulled itself apart as though I had somehow telekinetically broken it. The inside is ungodly complex. I spun my hand around an invisible axle and the 2 pieces of computronium spun as well. Then I tapped a section of the holographic gauntlet formed around my right hand and a blob of the exotic matter was projected directly in front of me. A grin appeared on my face. Let's create another miracle. I was like a conductor. Every moment of my arms and the hologram changed. There weren't any wasted movements as acting and gymnastics aided me in perfecting the manipulation of the hologram in front of me. In mere minutes, I created a new type of computronium that is much more powerful than a conventional computer. It is something that approaches Bremerman's limit, the very peak of the maximum rate of computation that can be achieved within a self-contained system. Next on the agenda, I placed the remaining charges for today into the already lit, stellar engine, and, megastructures. Immediately, a wealth of information that once should have had me going into a fugue popped into my mind like a flower blooming at the beginning of spring. Yet it is but one in a field of other flowers, other specialties. A smile blossomed like the many flowers of inspired inventor. The power to challenge reality will soon be within my reach, and with it, a chance to free Veldora from his confinement and give the Jura Tempest Republic one more trump card in its arsenal. Hours later. What? My request. My ultimate request when I agreed to be in your service, Lady Scientia, is to help my old students. Shiz spoke in a tone that was filled to the brim with submission and respect. I was originally working on the blueprint for a section of the Matryoshka brain when Shiz would come knocking. My plan was to complete a small section and then copy and paste the section until it covered a star. Afterward, I'll have an AI look it over to see if there are any flaws or mistakes and correct them. However, hearing what Shiz had said caused my mind to do a mental equivalent of a crash and forced a restart. I had entirely forgotten about that. Remind me again, why does your old student need my help? I asked with confusion clear in my voice. The almost completed hypercomplex stellar shell of the Matryoshka brain started passively spinning around above imaginary space as it's programmed to do. A Matryoshka brain was a hypothetical megastructure of enormous computational capacity powered by a Dyson sphere. It is a type of stellar engine that uses the energy output of an entire star to power a computer. Physically speaking, it has the internal consistency of an onion. A Matryoshka brain is filled with layers, each layer filled with computers that collect and radiate heat outward into a new layer which turns it into energy for computing. This process is then repeated hundreds of times before there is no more heat to radiate to the next layer anymore. To give you a perspective on the power of a Matryoshka brain, with only conventional computers limited by the Carnot efficiency and the Landauer's limit, you can simulate a whole universe with just one Matryoshka brain. Yesterday night, right before I had entered that dead world, the von Neumann probes had found a system near the center of the galaxy perfect for the construction of such a computer that can challenge reality itself. If I could link it with Great Sage, I can speed up that unique skills calculation by a factor of hundreds of billions at the very least. If I'm really desperate for calculation, I can also order the creation of a fleet of Jupiter brains or a planet fully turned into a computer. If a single Matryoshka brain isn't enough, that should push it into trillions. Usually, if done conventionally, it'll take thousands of years to complete the Matryoshka brain. However, if I divert a large percentage of my existing and near-future industrial capacity as well as fully utilize the exponential growth of nanomachines, I can complete it in perhaps 2 to 3 months. I think I'm near Type 2 status on the Kardashev scale, my lady. These students are otherworlders. However, unlike yourself, they were summoned by the mages of this world. But, they were summoned wrong in the sense they're too young to properly contain the magical increase that comes with crossing between worlds. So most do not survive past the 5-year mark. My servant explained. Fascinating. The infusion of magicules to souls as they cross between worlds seems to suggest magicules itself originated from somewhere outside of real space. Although, I wonder what kind of spells people of this world use. I mean, I used a naked singularity to pierce the barrier between universes in the form of a wormhole, but I don't think anyone else other than me has access to a naked singularity. With the dimensional bore, I reeled in inanimate objects, and it was only with magic that I reeled in Arcuid. More things to investigate in the future. I placed that on the mental equivalent of a post-it note. These students are nearing that point. Please, help them. Shiz pleaded to me, lowering herself into what Rimuru apparently called a dojeza with desperation clear in her voice. I had originally come out of retirement and took the mission coming to Jura when Guildmaster Fuse had told me of a godlike knife that someone made without magic. I had thought that if they could save me, then perhaps they would be able to save these kids. I know that I attempted to cheat out of the lifelong contract by dying early, but please, at least allow me to comfort these kids in their final hour. enough." A simple phrase silenced everything. Shiz looked up at me from her prostrated form with desperation clear in her eyes. "Man, that synthetic face looks indistinguishable from the real thing." I crossed my arms. "That was still in the contract." "No, I did promise I would save them." "I'm not comfortable with someone so close to me showing submission," even as I felt a sense of pleasure course through my body. "You are my employee, take pride in that. Even if it's directed toward me, the boss. I want employees who can think for themselves. I want thinkers, not workers. If I wanted workers I'd build robots." Silenced emotion, 70%. Very quickly that guilty pleasure dissipated as I turned up there. Silenced emotion. I will not allow such mental vices to affect me, yet even with silenced emotion running so high, it does nothing from the sense of foreboding that my gut is feeling. According to Shiz, they were summoned with too much magical in their body, so the obvious solution dictated by Occam's razor: "Couldn't you just suck the magical out?" Those words left my mouth before I could properly process the content. Acting, fortunately, allowed my poker face to remain amidst the internal panic. Of course, such a logical approach definitely has been thought up before, and it clearly didn't work if they are still having such problems. Shiz respectfully lowered her head again in subservience. Directly taking magical would be tantamount to invading the soul. "I fear these children would not survive such an intense operation even if it is by your hands, my lady." So that option is out. Surgery is raging at the fact that Shiz was doubting its ability to create miracles. "You were an instructor." "Yes. Before I came into your service, I worked as an instructor for these childrens. Due to how recently busy you were, I thought it would be terribly rude of me to ask for you to answer that request." "Buta. Now that everything is cleared for the foreseeable future, you had only then asked for such a thing?" Shiz nodded. "I have the justification to refuse her request under the grounds of her attempting to cheat. But if I were to do that, I'll build resentment, and what better way to create disloyalty than to create resentment? Even if my gut is telling me to not let her go, there really is only one option available. However, to make sure this cheating type of behavior isn't encouraged in the future, caveats need to be listed." "Where did you say you taught?" "The Kingdom of Ingrassa, my lady." "Specifically, the Zwei Academy," she responded earnestly, since the servant knew that I'm definitely allowing her to go. "Although the Kingdom of Ingrassa, huh?" Ingrassa, Ingrassa, and Ingalesia, all these are words in different dialects, all refer to the same nation. Imaginary space pulled up a political map of the continent. "Ah. They are that large country between Rubierios and Falmouth that's the size of Brazil. They are perhaps one of the most developed places in the entire world. In fact, there is a saying about Ingrassa I heard among the merchants about how its capital is the most beautiful city in the world. Beauty like Lura, they would say. Beyond being beautiful, Ingrassa is the cultural center of the entire western side of the continent. The capital Lura is the place where the Freedom Association and the Council of the West all have their headquarters stationed. Despite being one of the preeminent geopolitical superpowers of the world, I haven't given them much thought. Instead, I'm more worried about the Eastern Empire, since they're literally right on our borders. Right, I should devise a plan on how to deal with them, shouldn't I? After all, like so many Western nations, they still haven't recognized the Jura Tempest Republic as a legitimate country. Though different from many feudal states that surround it, Ingrassa is one of the most progressive nations out there. I personally think their progressivism was due to the kingdom being a melting pot of different cultures. Being the most progressive nations, I think they can be allied. I would rather this not be another Thucydides trap, but the term is debatable since the Jura Tempest Republic already has more GDP than the estimated total of the entirety of the West combined. We're only trailing behind the Eastern Empire, and that's primarily due to the empire's ludicrously large population. Seriously, how the hell does the Eastern Empire have over 800 million people? The similarity between it and China is uncanny. My inner thoughts ceased when I realized that Shiz was still waiting for an answer. Turning to her, I scratched my head and thought of a response. Wait a minute. My mind recalled Shiz's backstory. How old were you when you were summoned? 6, my lady. Apparently, that wasn't an obvious enough hint. I won't help you. Shiz looked like she had died inside, But I will say this, there is definitely a way to save your students even without my help. The servant's face turned to confusion as she tilted her head to the side. Is that true? Of course, I confirmed and started waving my hand around as if to assure her of this fact. In fact, it's extremely obvious. You just need to look at history. Then I gave her a safety net. Now, you see, Rimuru has been wanting more nations to recognize the existence of Tempest after Bloom and officially established diplomatic relationships with us a week ago. We're even building an embassy in their capital. So here's what I'm going to do. I then pointed at her. I'm going to send you as the bodyguard of President Rimuru when he travels to Ingrassa for diplomatic talks. After you reach there, Rimuru is going to give you free time for as long as he stays there. You will spend your free time visiting that academy of yours and trying to find a cure for your students. If you truly couldn't figure it out by the time you return, I'll be terribly disappointed, but I give you the answer to saving the children's. Hope fills her eyes like an athlete filling their water bottle after a long day of training, her heart filling with joy at the thought of her students not dying. Thank you, my lady. I will forever remember this debt I owed you. She got up and bowed deeply. Bring your war chassis as you go. The part about better selling the image went unsaid. The shiz chassis in front of me quickly left. I let out a long tired sigh as I looked at the fleeting form of the made chassis, a headache coming online as I thought about the future. Eastern Empire, Velgrind, the 10 great demon lords, Milim, Velzard, my space ambitions, and finally the ever-elusive 4th True Dragon that I just can't get any information on for some odd reason. I know the True Dragon exists, but other than an offhand mention by Veldora and some records of how there were 4 True Dragons, I really cannot find any information about the 4th True Dragon. Veldora is easy since he's in Rimuru's stomach. Velgrind is Emperor Rudra's imperial consort and the fucking marshal of the Eastern Empire's military. As for Velzard, the last recorded sighting of the Ice Empress was during the last time a perfect homunculus had walked the earth. There were at least some legends about how Velzard was in the frozen continent up north, but I have absolutely nothing on the 4th. It's seriously making me question whether or not the True Dragon even existed or if it was a fanciful tale someone made up. The only possible explanation I could deduce was that this True Dragon went into space, but I've claimed every star within an approximately 70,000 light-year radius and I haven't discovered anything. My reach extends to over 300 billion stars, almost the entirety of the current galaxy I inhabit, and still, I couldn't find a single damn thing about this elusive 4th True Dragon. It's quite annoying. Hell, the closest thing I have to a possible answer was this one cave painting 300 kilometers south of Lake Shizu about some star dragon that could just as easily be a random god the humans of that period had worshipped. And it's exacerbated when radiocarbon dating puts the creation date of that painting before even the establishment of Mesopotamia over 6,000 years ago. Accuracy is, needless to say, highly doubtful. I saved the almost finished blueprint of the Matryoshka brain section and turned off imaginary space, making a sitting motion as the backside of the nanite suit instantly hardened to create a pseudo-chair immediately following my action. Sighing like someone who's tired of life, I moved on to plan for the future while, multitasking, created a separate room in my mind to plan for when to get a shot of the dopamine booster that is Arcuid Brunistud. Speaking of tires, a holographic display was projected in front of me showing a delicately designed circle, an experimental barrier that'll make it safer for humans to take up residency, where instead of being forced to eat a pill every day that acts as a spiritual laxative, they can walk freely without fear of being poisoned by the excess magicule in the air. The amount of magicule required to make something like that is enormous for a being like me. It'll likely knock me out for a few days. Fortunately, I figured out a way to use another source of magicule instead by using unlimited alchemy to transform matter into magicule, essentially a reverse of creation magic. This has resulted in me being able to unload a veritable thunderstorm's worth of magicule as compared with the tap water worth of me before, so long as I have access to enough matter. Considering how I'm using an entire planet's worth of mass every few seconds to construct my grand fleet in the intergalactic void, I think I can spare, oh I don't know, Maybe a few million of a percentage for my own personal use? Wait, that's way too much for this, a billionth is more than enough. Anyway, I think it's time for a small break, I mentally concluded as I pulled up my contract list and called Arcuid's residence phone. As the dial tone played on, I recall a particularly funny moment when Arcuid had first come into the workshop, about how she screamed in terror at the impossibility that is my technology, and afterward, she had done everything she could to avoid coming into this room, like how a cat would do everything to avoid water. Arcuid acts way more independently now. This means my subtly giving her more and more mature books about growing up definitely affects how she acts. Mentally speaking, I'd say Arcuid's now in her late tweens to early teens. Hearing the dial tone die and be replaced with a yellow, my mind instantly felt much better than before as I hear Arcuid's sliver bell-like voice. Hey, Arcuid, are you interested in perhaps having a talk about the... I trailed off when trying to remember the Japanese comics that Rimuru had created. Manga was it? Whatever those picture books you read from right to left. Rimuru gave you over a cup of tea? Afternoon tea should do wonders for relieving the stress of planning the future of a nation. Half of my mind started idly pondering how other world leaders cope with it. Underscoren, looks like being a perfect homunculus does not protect you from the problems of modernity and stress. If you guys are feeling the story slowing down, remember there is always a calm before the storm. And holy hell, the storm that is brewing on the horizon is a large one, that's for sure. Hurricane size guarantee. With such a large storm there are bound to be casualties. Chapter 27, 26th move. Light years. That was relaxing. That was very relaxing. That undeniable thought made its home inside my mind like an earworm after the afternoon tea with Arcuid. That, although took up a large amount of the daylight, was in my opinion well worth it. That was both relaxing and liberating. After finishing the afternoon tea and learning more than I really needed about the ecchi genre of Japanese comics, serious Rimuru, why the hell are you producing them? I'm now inside the Citadel's living section's kitchen. Milim hummed to herself and swung her legs like Big Ben on New Year's Eve. There was an anticipatory smile on the Dragonoid's lips as she waited patiently for her sweets, which I'm currently making. Rimuru also came. In fact, I was originally about to talk with him about Ingrassa before a satellite saw Milim traveling across the Jura forest towards the Citadel. Then, when Milim reached the Citadel, she knocked on the outer Siberium layer as a human would with the door. I should really get her something like a transmitter, that way we can avoid the whole knocking on an imposing cylinder thing. It's meant to replicate that feeling of foreboding like you're entering a forbidden temple. Casually knocking on it completely ruins the aesthetics. Flipping the batter on another size, the pseudo pancake was cooked to a golden crisp, a beautiful shade that'll cause anyone to salivate at the sight. Culinary arts really is a massive boon when it comes down to daily life. Using a spatula, I scooped up the golden pseudo pancake and placed it on a plate before drizzling some honey to add an extra bit of the sweetness that Milim craves so much. To be honest, culinary arts is suggesting I try to synthesize out a sugar syrup that's 500 times sweeter than even the sweetest honey. I didn't go with that since not only do I think that can be classified as a poison, but I think there's a point where something is too sweet even for Milim. Coming out of the kitchen, Milim acted like an overeager child who couldn't control themselves and leapt at the food in my hand like a great white diving at a sealer. Only to slam her face on the walls as I carefully moved the plate out of the way. There was an imprint of Milim's face on the wall. Thankfully, it was quickly repaired as the Citadel automatically diverts nanites from elsewhere in the facility to fill in the holes in a way similar to how a dentist would fill in a cavity. Now, sit down Milim, or you're not going to get your sweets. Milim pouted as she pushed herself up from her fallen form. Like a misbehaving child who feels sorry for getting caught instead of the act of stealing, the pink-haired demon lord ran back to her seat and fumed silently, glaring at me in what I assume was meant to be threatening. Please, after acting the way you did, you'd have to do something very extraordinary to make me see you as threatening. In response to her glare, I deliberately moved very slowly, causing a distraught look to dawn on Milim's face as she realizes what was happening while there was a smirk on mine. Scientia. Milim whinged. All right, here ya go. I said, and quickly trotted over to where Milim sat and placed the plate in front of her. The dragonoid then promptly dived in and devoured the large plates with reckless abandon. Taking my seat at the head of the table right next to where Rimou's sitting, very far away from the furthest that the crumbs from the pancakes can fly, I saw how the slime fidgeted around with his hair as he looked around nervously. I rarely get summoned by you, Sansha, so what's up? There's no need for you to be nervous. I just remembered you wanting more countries to recognize our existence, so I took a good look at the map and realized if we could get the Kingdom of Ingressa to recognize our nation, that would most likely lead to others doing the same. A doorway opened up behind me. From that doorway, Shizwin, her maid Chassis, walked through. In her hands was a tray containing a tea set for two. She then placed the tea down on a side cabinet sitting right beside the wall before pouring out the tea into 2 cups, one for me and another for Rimou. Her movements were sharp and efficient, with no wasted extra movements common in people who are unsure of what to do next. After filling the teacup a centimeter from touching the rim, Shiz carefully brought the teacups over. The china cups made a clinking sound as they were placed in front of me and Rimou. Inserting my finger through the space between the cup and the handle, I lifted it up to my mouth and took a sip. Immediately, my mind was whisked away to a particularly fond memory of my childhood. It was that time when I went to an amusement park, I think it was Disneyland, with my sister. Returning to the present, I sighed in both sadness and happiness. Such was nostalgia. To be happy that something happened, yet be sad that it won't happen again. I looked down at the brownish mixture of tea and milk. Excellent as always, Shiz. It seems nostalgia tea is a success. It was a momentary splurge of mine to create the nostalgia tea. It happened when I was a bit more homesick than usual about my old world. I had intended for it to be a one-time thing before I tasted and fell in love with the flavor, or to be able to remember fond memories of the past through triggering the long-term memory portion of the brain. A wondrous miracle indeed. Though now that I think about it, I wonder how does memory interact with the soul? Since by technicality, memories of my old life were made and stored in my previous body's brain. I turned my attention to Rimou, who shyly stayed quiet the whole time, like the first day of a student who had just entered a new school and didn't know anyone there. Now, Ingressa is the cultural capital of the West, like a certain middle kingdom for the East, or perhaps a more accurate metaphor would be those stars and stripes. I made sure to supplement the actual names for pseudonyms that only Rimou would know. If we manage to become friends with Thema, so long as we have a good relationship with Thema, we'll also get an extra benefit in earning the trust of other human nations. That's extremely profitable because it'll allow our influence to dig into a previously locked out box. Rimou nodded along as I spoke. Next, I gestured to Shizwa as she stepped forward. Now, Shiz here worked as an instructor for one of the city's academies, so I think it's best if she followed you when you do go there. She can act as a liaison of sorts, telling you their customs and among other things. The slime looked unsure of what I'm proposing. All right, but what about my Jutisa site? Rinitas and Rigid can take over your paperwork for the time you are at Ingressa. Besides, you have your ministers and other civil servants to manage the nation while you are meeting with the King of Ingressa. Moreover, if there's an emergency here in Tempest, you can just teleport back because you have Shiz next to you. To emphasize just how important this meeting was, I repeated myself, remember Rimou, getting Ingressa on our side is especially crucial, since I sincerely doubt there's a single nation in the world that hasn't heard of the death of both the Orc Lord and Charybdis were caused by us. Any doubt would get eliminated with Blumond backing us up. I pulled up a dashboard displaying the political map of the world. Hovering my left index finger above the western portion of the continent, I continued with an example. Put yourself in their shoes for a moment. You heard that a great threat in the form of the Orc Lord was brewing in the Jura forest. Knowing that you marshal your forces in preparation for the inevitable battle, previous experiences with Orc Lord outbreaks mean you would already know there will be terrible losses if a single nation were to take on the threat on their lonesome, so you join up with other members of the Council of the West in a coalition. The coalition reminded me of the massive imbalance or power during the First Iraq War. Then, just as you wait anxiously for the day to come when the Orc Lord is supposed to come, you suddenly learn that it had died. Then you learn that Charybdis had been reawakened. And now the slowly disassembling coalition army that was meant for the Orc Lord was now forced to reassemble once more, this time in even greater numbers since Charybdis is an even greater threat. And then, once again just like last time, you learned that it was dealt with. My voice then became louder. Never before has there ever been a precedence where two such threats were dealt with by an unknown party. And you should know by now precedence is everything in politics, both internal and international. We, the Jura Tempest Republic, came in explosively onto the world stage. With our technology against these backwater kingdoms, we represent an unknown element, an outside context problem that I doubt anyone saw coming. Rimuru cupped his chin as he mentally chewed on my words. So in short, we're basically an unknown, and the Western nations don't know how to deal with us? I snapped my fingers and pointed at the humanoid slime. Indeed, we're the Europeans and they're the Native Americans. But by having a friendly relationship with Ingrassa, a nation closer to the Western states than Dworgen, other nations won't see us as an unknown anymore. Rimuru appeared to be in deep thought while I waited by taking more of the tea and thinking back fondly to my past. You know, I never really grieved for perhaps being unable to return. Never truly grieved. All right, Rimuru conceded to my point. I'll send a message to the King of Ingrassa and ask for a meeting. Although this is just a heads up, I don't know if you know this, but Ryrina established the officer corps of the Grand Military of the Republic. I finished the tea before looking at him in confusion. Then with a single downward swipe of my hand, a holographic display materialized in front of me showing a log of everything that happened the last time I was here. Using superior smart filters combined with AI algorithms, I thinned the herd of millions of logs until there were little over half a dozen left. It seems this was a quick development that was approved by Congress in less than a day. I assume there's going to be a ceremony signaling the start of this. I don't have a problem with Ryrina taking initiative, since in my experience as a part of the top management of a company you get others to work for you instead of you having to do everything on your lonesome. Though I'd wish Ryrina would have at least told me of this prior to her actually doing it. Yes. When is the ceremony? I pulled up a mental calendar for next month, pretty much filled constantly with forging Milim's weapon. Blacksmith, crackling in glee as it gave off vibes that seem more in line with an addict about to get their first dose in a very long time. A week from now. Alrighty, a week from now it is. I'll void some time spent building Milim's weapon to make time for that. Got it. You'll send Ingrassa a message about a visit that will occur a bit after the ceremony. Do you think that's doable? He nodded. Very well. In the meantime, I'll ask Ryrina for her officer uniform designs and give her some suggestions. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, within a grand cathedral on top of a mountain, the winds howled and the snow blew, yet nonetheless, none of the cold white powder ever stuck on the roof of the cathedral even when logic dedicates it should have. The cathedral was a beauty to behold. It was a breathtaking grandeur of a building, with elements of symmetry, columns, arches, and pediments clearly reflected in the architecture. Inside, marbled floors polished so well a person can use them to do makeup, enormous rooms that one can hear the echoes of their voices in, long hallways that seem to tread towards infinity, colored glass illustrating heroes and demons, and creative sculptures depicting the duel between a masked heroine and a beast in the shape of a perfected human in various angles. There was not a single place or surface in the cathedral that wasn't decorated. The building wouldn't have looked out of place as the center of worship for a globe-spanning religion. Yet it is placed on top of a forbidden mountain that none of its worshippers can properly enjoy. In fact, more than devoid of any worshippers, the cathedral sat mostly empty. Yet if one brushed their finger across the surface of the attic of this cathedral they wouldn't find any dust. One would expect such a beautiful cathedral to be loud, filled with the noise of congregations and priests talking or preaching a sermon. But it was silent. The place was eerily quiet and devoid of any sound other than those coming from the outside. At least, that's how it's supposed to be. Is it correct? Has it returned? A young girl with silver hair asked. She lay there on a couch, her legs stretching and filling it completely until they reached the other armrest. Yes, it has, my lady. An old man wearing a luxurious white priest robe replied, his posture suggesting subservience. Upon hearing that, the girl seemingly froze in fear. Then she pursed her lips as if she refuses to believe that information. It seems that Cronoa is correct. Relentless has returned. Ah. Are you sure, my lady? It could be false. It could. The girl raised a hand, and the old man stopped. Yes, I am sure. The great hero of time warned me of relentless return centuries ago, yet I had never believed it myself. However, now with it being confirmed, it seems she is right on both measures. Contact one of our loyal believers nearest to the site of its return. I want to see just how powerful it is before we fully reveal it to the public and rally everyone against the perfect homunculus. Yes, my lady. Meanwhile, prepare our army for war. The Eastern Empire surely knows of relentless return if I already knew about it. The old man left the massive room, while the girl stewed in deep worry about the future. The power of exponential growth can never be underestimated. The story of the chessboard and the grain of rice, or simply the wheat and chessboard problem, is a classic tale in mathematics and economics that involves exponential growth. There are many variations of the story, but in general, it goes along the line of the following. A king asks a wise man what he wishes to be rewarded with for accomplishing a great deed. The wise man asks for 1 grain of rice on the first square of a chessboard, and then double the amount of rice on the next and again on the one after, and so on. Obviously, 263 of the last square results in approximately 9.22 by 1018 grains of rice alone. The total amount of rice on the board by the end results in a grand total of 18.4 quintillion grains of rice. Similarly, a Grey Goose scenario describes a global catastrophe involving uncontrolled self-replicating machines that would go out of control and subsequently subsume all of the Earth's biosphere under tides of grayness. The same applies also to von Neumann probes. Within less than half a year, my furthest von Neumann probe reached a radius of 1.4 billion light-years and was still growing. By now all 400 billion stars within this galaxy that the planet I call home resided in are completely within my domain. The nearby galaxies are also being quickly subsumed as well. Whenever a von Neumann probe enters a star system, it parks itself next to a large asteroid or a rocky moon and drops a packet of a colony of self-replicating nanites before going to the next closest. It usually takes less than a week for a von Neumann probe factory to fully set up with production facilities, mines, refinery, forges, telescopes, railguns, and a solar energy collector to then churn out more von Neumann probes or transport more colonies of nanites to other celestial objects with the star system by shooting them out of the railgun. This process is repeated until an entire galaxy then becomes a factory that then churns out trillions upon trillions of self-replicating probes every day that'll then infect more and more galaxies. In fact, the only limiting factor within this exponential growth, or the X in XY, is the speed at which those von Neumann probes can travel. With 4 charges in superluminal travel, I was able to give the von Neumann probes a slingshot drive type of faster-than-light option. The slingshot drive works off the exact principle of the subspace diver. It turns the particles of the von Neumann probe into their supersymmetric counterpart and then returns them back to normal, except now in a different place. Effectively, the slingshot drive is like a jump drive in most science fiction that teleports, flings, the von Neumann probe across a distance of many dozen light-years per dive, or jump. Although much slower compared to what I currently have, it's sufficient enough that it's not really worth the time it'll take to change the tens of trillions of von Neumann probe currently active. Like, a person who bought iPhone X wouldn't buy an iPhone 11 when the X is perfectly viable. I'm pretty sure Apple came out with more versions after I died, but that's beyond the preview of my knowledge of my old world. I stood in a space station orbiting above a massive red planet that dominated the view of the mirrors, pressing my left hand covered in a black nanosuit against the glass that separates the inside of the station from the outside. I could see a bit of my reflection against the backdrop of space, a reflection of perfection that still causes me to be a bit put off. So instead of focusing on that, I turned my gaze fully onto the planet. For any normal human it would have been a breathtaking view, but having been in space so many times I found the scene entirely boring. Due to the enormous gravity wells of planets, the von Neumann probes usually avoid them unless they're the only concentration of mass left in the star system other than the local star itself. With a single sideways swipe of my right hand, numerous holographic panels projected from my clothing. It was a dashboard connected to the intranet displaying all kinds of information. The von Neumann probes are all connected to each other in a massive intranet to avoid two von Neumann probes entering the same star system. However, even if more than one is entered, it doesn't really matter since both can either choose a different planet or go to the next star system over. The amount of planets that contain enough magicules capable of being detected is within the quadruple digits, an insanely small percentage if you consider how there are trillions of planets within a single galaxy. What's more, if the world I reincarnated on is an ocean in terms of magicule richness, the richest outer planet that I have found is a single droplet. Even so, that wasn't the thing that really worries me. Instead, what really keeps me up at night is the lack of civilization. The number of planets that have complex multicellular life is few enough that I can count on one hand. The number that can theoretically support water is in the tens of thousands. Again, a ridiculously small percentage, even rarer than the magicule planets, considering this is the result of a survey of the local group, the small cluster of galaxies that my home galaxy is a part of. Either intelligent life is extremely rare, or this is the work of a great filter. Great filters were a suggested answer to the Fermi paradox of the apparent contradiction between the number of stars in the universe and the lack of intelligent alien life. Imagine, if you will, that the development of life is a flight of stairs. The first step of the stairs is for complex molecules to arrange themselves in such a way that it becomes autocatalytic, or self-replicating, and the last step is the birth of an interstellar civilization. Living beings must climb the stairs if it is to advance, yet each step is harder to reach than the last. A great filter is a challenge, a barrier of sorts on that stairway where every species that has encountered it dies. From observation alone, it seems there is a great filter on the first step of life, the creation of stable, self-replicable chemistry patterns that is the basis of life itself. The reasoning for this hypothesis was that there are many planets I've found that are suitable for life, yet almost none have performed abiogenesis. I personally believe in the theory of panspermia, or life originating from asteroids, since tests done by some von Neumann probes showed a startling number of asteroids possessing organic molecules required for life. Another potential candidate for a great filter is on the step right before intelligence. The only reason I'm not sure is due to how small of a sample size I have. A small section of my mind then reminded me about the Great Tenma War and that maybe aliens also experience something similar to it. A frown marred my face as I couldn't help but scoff at that idea. I really do not believe in the Great Tenma Wars. It's like saying that there are ancient super-advanced civilizations back on Earth that have wiped themselves out, or maybe something straight out of Ancient Aliens. The potential explanations are all highly disturbing. I cleared my mind of such disturbing thoughts and instead turned my focus onto the planet underneath me. A wispy white outer layer that was a very thin atmosphere covered the red planet. Scanners indicated this planet was the most magical rich out of all of those that I explored. Deep within the crust lies scattered nuggets of scarletite or crimson steel, a metal of legends that was thought to exist only in myths, not real life. With a specialized equation I created using mathematics, magicule, and material science, I determined it'll take a few billion years for the small concentration of magicules to mutate normal metallic substances into scarletite, compared to the thousands of years in my home world. Colossal threads of dark metal covered the world's medium planetary orbit in the form of a web, making it seem like it was the captured prey of a truly gigantic spider. The web was a planetary strip mining array, a machine designed to harvest planets smaller than Neptune. Even when my current industrial output puts most fictional civilizations to shame, I'm still going to need more resources for the building of the Matryoshka brain. I'm going to need more planetary strip mining arrays and starlifters. This is the scale at which I operate. the level at which in the Type 2 civilization operates, where whole planets will need to be used to fuel the fires of my industry. You may fire when ready, I said. It was a verbal command for the AI that runs the array. The only evidence that something was happening after minutes or seemingly no activity was how cracks large enough to be visible from space appeared on the ground right underneath the webs. Very quickly, those cracks began to glow as magma from the mantle surfaced through the space between those cracks. Extreme volcanic and seismic activities were happening all over the planet thanks to tidal forces generated from two different invisible gravitational wave currents. The red surface transformed into something that looked more like a representation of Earth during its infancy period 4 billion years ago prior to my death. The whole planet buckled under the force of a sized-up gravity drill and was being pulled apart. Ghostly white wisps of gases came up from the planet and were sucked into certain sections of the array. Micro-black holes embedded within the various threads of the colossal metal web that covers the planet were millions of femtometer-wide micro-black holes, all contained using anti-gravity generated with a sophisticated manipulation of space and dark energy. Once the planet is loosened enough by the tidal forces generated through opposing unseen gravitational wave currents, the web will close in on the wounded world as a pack of hyenas would with a wounded water buffalo. Then, a portion of the dark energy field will peel back to reveal a window that will allow the micro-black hole's gravity to take effect and start sucking in mass. Usually, femtometer-wide black holes aren't sustainable since they'll radiate away their mass faster than they can eat. However, with the anti-gravity funnel in place, the black hole is pretty much being force-fed mass. Once a certain amount has been taken, the black hole is then switched for a new smaller one that'll then continue the process while the old mini black hole is then shipped off towards the star where I'll build the Matryoshka brain. Looking over to my side, I found about 1.6 billion tons of carbon dioxide and other gases had been harvested from the planet and were now being stored inside the numerous black holes. A smile appeared on my face as I returned to look at the slowly shrinking planet. It's slow for sure, but there's just something so awe-inspiring about seeing a whole world get destroyed that's almost as effective at removing stress as an afternoon tea with Arcuid. I've read plenty of science fiction in my past life. Planets there were seen as immovable objects akin to mountains for a medieval kingdom, yet here I am, casually strip mining a planet as if it's a Thursday. If being with Arcuid is normal happiness, then this feeling I get from watching a planet be torn apart is like obeying a natural instinct, akin to the happiness one feels when they drink water after a long workout, or perhaps the happiness a conqueror feels when they enter the annexed capital city of their enemies. Beep! Another new holographic screen suddenly popped into existence next to me. Sadly, as with all things, it must come to an end, and so too must my observation of the planetary strip mining array in action. The screen was displaying a call from Shiz. Tapping on the controlled light, the screen transformed into a full-sized Shiz in all her maid chassis glory, standing about 2 meters away to the right of me. My lady, please forgive me for the interruption, but the ceremony for the officer corps is in 2 hours. I tried to look everywhere in the Citadel but I can't find you. So I made a decision to call you through the number you gave me. I held up a hand to stop the worrying. Have no fear, I shall print my uniform. Yes, my lady. She once again bowed before ending the call. Now, what would be a good ceremonial uniform for the commander of the Grand Military of the Republic? Chapter 27 Part 2 A hologram of a human mannequin my size appeared in front of me. The mannequin was dressed in an officer's uniform since it was a copy of the template I sent over to Ryrina concerning how I imagine an officer corps ceremonial uniform should look. Of course, it's purely for ceremonial purposes and looks nothing like their combat uniforms. With my hands guided by clothing, I started designing a uniform that would reflect the ideals of the Jura Tempest Republic's military. It took a few minutes, but once everything was done, I pressed the actualization button underneath the holographic mannequin. The nanosuit that I'm wearing shifts and turned into something appearing like a liquid before reforming and solidifying into my proper ceremonial military uniform. The uniform was composed of a white collared shirt with a red tie inside a sleek black coat with golden epaulets that draped equally golden short chains. An enormous black cloak containing 2 sleeves appeared around my back, and one golden circular pin for each side formed on the area between my breast and 2 shoulders, connected with each other using golden chains. The same golden chain wrapped itself around my left upper arm into the pins on the back. As for my lower half, it was clad in long black pants and a pair of polished boots. Finally, an officer cap appeared in my ready hands. Slowly, I lowered the cap from above onto my head to finish off on how to truly look like someone who's worthy of respect. Again, I repeat, this uniform, while looking badass as hell, should be nowhere on a battlefield given how gaudy it looked, but I think it's good enough for ceremonial purposes. Me, walking through the pitch-black upright standing rectangle that was a doorway, I appeared in the middle of a massive courtyard flanked by buildings with utilitarian design in mind mixed with elements of neo-modernism. The whole building lacked any visible evidence of separation, making it look like it was carved from a single massive block of construction material. I looked down at where I'm standing and found myself directly in the middle of an elaborately decorated eagle with its wings spread out in front of a shield surrounded by 6 words. It was the symbol of the Tempest Officer Corps, and the 6 words stand as the 6 tenets of an ideal military officer, the virtues that'll be drilled into every individual that passes through this place. This officer academy. Noticing how there were audible voices in a certain direction, I turned my head towards it to find a crowd gathering beyond the main gate of the academy. They were about 50 meters away, and with my new physiology, I could see with the naked eye every detail of the lizardmen, orcs, and hobgoblins who were all gathered. I could spot half a dozen journalists with their pencils and paper out. I could spot over a dozen young hobgoblin males who seemed to be eager to join. With biology and psychology, I could even tell from a single glance which one of the adults was here just to check things out. Scientia. I whipped my head toward the source and found Rimuru standing beside a podium waving at me. The podium was above a stage. In front of the stage lay rows upon rows of chairs lined up, all prepared for their occupants. Seeing how excited Rimuru was at seeing me again made me instinctively wave back. Irina sat on one of the chairs right beside the podium. Her gaze swept across the area in front of the stage and found a sea of thousands of hobgoblins, orcs, lizardmen, and some humans below, each wearing clothes that would have been impossible to make just 4 months ago. The field marshal then raised her head to look at the towering steel structures in the distance. Arcologies, Irina mentally reminded herself. That was the name Commander Scientia had given them. As the highest-ranking military officer beside President Rimuru and Commander Scientia, Irina could afford one of the higher housing units within those arcologies based on her salary. As such, the purple-haired hobgoblin could enjoy the breathtaking views of what a bird would see. Irina tugged the collar of her uniform as discreetly and gently as possible. Discreetly because there were now thousands of pairs of eyes on her given how close she sat to where the podium was, being the one who spearheaded this officer corps after all. Gently because the uniform was a gift from the commander herself, supposedly made from threads of ultra-strong fiber capable of stabilizing an arcology. Her uniform was dark green instead of the black of the commander's. Overall, it looked less fancy, which made sense now that Irina thought about it. She was a field marshal, the supreme commander of the Grand Army of the Republic, not the entire military as a whole. Irina could still vividly remember as if it happened yesterday her first few weeks as the chief of security for Proto-Metropolis when it was still a run-down village instead of the gleaming city it was today. And now, 4 months later, Irina had gone from a normal, albeit poor village girl who had a crush on one of the stronger boys, into being in command of one of the branches of the Jura Tempest Republic's military. Hardened by the sight of the slaughter of both the Orc Lord and Charybdis, Irina recognized just how naive she was back then, when the biggest concern of her everyday life was only whether or not the now-named Ugad liked her. She was in her own tiny world, detached from bigger things like military doctrines and weapons of mass destruction. When the commander had placed her in the position of being in command of the entire army, Irina was not ashamed to say she was afraid. She was afraid of failing the commander who had saved her village. Even if other ungrateful people who say some nasty things about the commander behind her back, about how she is a witch that practices fleshcraft, Commander Sansha was still someone who had rescued them in their darkest moments right before the attack by the dire wolves. The field marshal remembered vividly that night when the commander had taken to the field herself. She was armed with only a knife, and the moonlight shining on her petite frame gave it an ethereal look, almost as if the commander was a ghost. The commander had effortlessly, fearlessly, and most of all, elegantly dispatched the leader of the dire wolves with a single move or a single cut. Irina wanted to be as strong as the commander. Even if the commander is worlds away, even if it's a futile endeavor, Irina wants to be at least somewhat on equal footing to the one who had given the hobgoblin everything she has right now. And perhaps then, and only then, whenever Irina had thoughts of quitting because it was too hard, or when her subordinates became disobedient, Irina's mind would often be drawn to what would the commander do in that situation and act accordingly. It is what got her here. The hobgoblin then cast a dismissive gaze as President Rimuru started his speech. The speech was about how important it is to be inclusive to all races, and about how the purpose of weapons is to defend ourselves and not to intentionally attack others. Irina could not help but silently scoff at that last point. The commander would never say such things. Instead, she would say that weapons are tools, and it's the users themselves who decide what to use the tools for. The speech of President Rimuru lasted for another minute. In all perfect honesty, Irina wasn't too impressed with Rimuru as a president. Instead, she saw him as more of a figurehead, and Sansha being the real power. In truth, Irina was really confused about the concept of democracy. She's never even heard of an idea as radical as that. Yet if the commander had instilled the protection of freedom as one of the core tenets of the officer corps, then who was she to question the wisdom of a being that had somehow turned what was once a dirt shack village into a shining city the world would envy over if they knew of its existence beyond simple word of mouth? A better name for the commander would be Miracle Maker. Irina turned her head when she saw that Commander Sansha stood up and walked towards the podium, ready to give her speech. She should pay attention to Commander Sansha's speech, shouldn't she? Irina thought before giving a dirty look at the person sitting next to her. Rubido wasn't paying attention. Rimuru isn't sure what to think of Sansha, the slime thought as he sat down on his seat, while the perfect homunculus got up and walked to the podium which he had previously used, and began her own speech as the commander of the Republic's military. The two initially bonded due to the fact that they were both reincarnators. Both were alone and only had each other in an entirely alien new world. Only now did it occur to Rimuru how that sounded like the premise for a romance novel. Two people lost in a new world that only had each other. That sounded like the premise for a generic romance novel you'd find a dozen of in a library's romance section. Nevertheless, Rimuru's time with her at that cabin was perhaps the closest he's ever been with Sansha. But after starting their own nation, the two rarely had much time to hang out. Rimuru thought that the state of affairs was a temporary one, but it has only gotten worse since between presidential duties and the establishment of Rimuru City near the mouth of the Amild and a new port city on the coast between Sarian and Fulbrosia, the slime's only contact with Sansha is pretty much only whenever the latter had summoned him. In Rimuru's own experience with Sansha, he notices how there's always this wall of sorts, a barrier that surrounds Sansha that seems to protect her true self and feelings. This barrier prevents anyone from getting really close to her. Chapter 28, 27th Move. In science and rationality we trust. I walked right behind the podium. Thousands of pairs of eyes were all on me, and I felt a sense of déjà vu. So similar was the current situation to the opening of the Metropolitan Academy of Higher Thought and Learning. There was only silence as I grabbed the edge of the podium's countertop in front of me and looked down, finding numerous pieces of white paper that served as cue cards from which Rimuru read aloud and performed his speech. The silence dragged on. No one dared to speak. All waited for my next move like a gazelle staring at a pack of lions even when they were hundreds of meters away. While the tension was palpable, I acted entirely nonchalant. Orator was passively combing through the prepared speech I had in my mind to make any last-minute patchwork. Then, without warning or giving any hint of change, I started. In science and rationality, we trust. My voice contained the same eerily perfected smoothness as always. These words define the motto of the only beacon of liberty in this world. We know that progress and prosperity can only come through reason and innovation. But, as we all know, these ideas are not universally embraced. The world we live in can be a hostile place, where those in power seek to suppress ideas that threaten their authority. I took a brief pause. The thousands of pairs of eyes on me never left. Next, I looked down, as if intentionally avoiding eye contact. Our world is filled with challenges and obstacles. In it, there are powerful individuals who will crush ideas and inventions that could lift the masses from poverty and hardship. Here, beyond our borders, if you are not born into the right family, you are automatically relegated to the bottom of society. Here, beyond our borders, it is a world where birthright, not merit, determines one's future. Here, beyond our borders, if one wishes to achieve greatness, one must overcome society itself holding them back. I then held my head up high. But, those are only beyond our borders. Within the Jura Tempest Republic, we have created a society previously unseen in the world. We champion freedoms of expression, speech, and press, but we must remain vigilant, for there exists those who would use our liberty to manipulate us. I paused again and started once more, my gaze softened. I am a dreamer. Being given, inspired inventor, was arguably the best thing that's ever happened to me. Through technology, I was able to achieve things I've only dreamed of. I dream of a world where oppression no longer exists. I dream of a world where all are equal. I dream of a world where no one goes to bed hungry. I dream of a world where death no longer exists. I dream of a world where rationality reigns supreme. I dream of a world where the measure of someone is through their character and merit, not by their physical abilities. I dream of a utopia. But dreams aren't enough. We must combine our dreams with willpower, steadfast commitment, and most importantly, action. I raised a hand. My palm faced the blue sky above me. It looked as if I was offering others something. We gather here today, to mark the beginning of a new chapter within the grand military of the Jura Tempest Republic. The opening of the Officer Academy. This institution will stand as a monument to the beginning of a new chapter in the lives of those who come here to learn. Then I swung my raised hand down as if I was making a slash with a sword. We are here to celebrate the dedication, bravery, and commitment of those who will join us and be trained into the leaders of our armed forces. The individuals who will walk through this building will be the ones who will be called upon to defend our nation, uphold our values, and protect our citizens. As those of you within the crowd join to become an officer, you will be trained in the art of war, but also in the principles of freedom, honor, duty, mercy, efficiency, and people. Freedom, the very thing that differentiates our nation from the others, and something which we must defend at all cost. I repeatedly tapped the countertop of the podium as I uttered the first tenet to place great emphasis on that information. Honor, the principle that guides us to do the right thing, even when it is difficult. I didn't tap the countertop. Duty, the commitment to serve our country and our people, and to always put their needs first. Mercy, the compassion to realize that our enemies are also similar to us, and deserve respect and dignity. Efficiency, you will be trained to be efficient in your actions, to be able to make quick decisions, and to be able to improvise and adapt to rapidly changing situations. And finally, people. Our military exists to protect our people first. It shall not be used as a tool of oppression wielded by the leader to destroy dissent. That is why the military is completely insulated from all matters of politics. History was a subject I loved back in grade school. Thus for a 6th grade history presentation, I decided to choose the Cold War, specifically, the CIA's coups. It was from that presentation onward that I think I developed a bit of a fear of the military. considering how easily the CIA convinced generals to turn on the people's elected leader and turn the whole nation into a brutal despotic state. As those who choose to join he graduate from this academy, you will be tasked to serve your country with pride and distinction. You will proudly wear the uniform of our armed forces, and we, the General Staff, will be proud to have you as a member of the Officer Corps. Now I shall allow the one who spearheaded the creation of the Officer Corps to fully announce the opening. I then gestured to Irina, who quickly stood up and walked over as I stepped down from the podium. The female hobgoblin gave me a quick salute before taking center stage. Greetings everyone. I am Field Marshal Irina and it is my honor to welcome you to the Metropolitan Military Officer Academy. For those of you joining, I wish you all the best of luck, and I hope you remember that you are not alone. When you join us, you are joining a family, with your brothers or sisters in arms. You will march on and attain glory for both yourself and your country. We stand on guard for thee. That last one was the motto of the Officer Corps. 2 drones each shaped as a flying 4-pointed star with a blue glowing core in the middle came up from behind the stage. The drones were connected to each other via a red ribbon. They were autonomous security drones. Each is piloted by a simple narrow artificial intelligence but connected to a near general level AI that serves as the centralized brain behind the new police force of the capital. Each security drone was armed with none of the lethal weapons you'd find on the military version, instead replaced with containment foam sprayers, and either a temporal curator or spatial isolator. The former of which creates a bubble of stasis around the target while the latter isolates the target inside a pocket dimension. Irina next opened the cabinet within the podium and took out a golden scissor. Using it, she cut the raised red ribbon in two, signaling the start of the Jura Tempest Republic Military Officer Corps, or to shorten it, the MOC. Fiish boom. Multiple flares of fireworks rose up from behind the building and exploded several dozens of meters in the air. The firework made everything darker as its explosive sound temporarily eclipsed that of the loud clapping from the crowd below before it then rendered mute. And so, it's done. The edge of my mouth tilted upward in a calm smile. It seems the ceremony was a great success. Getting up, I walked over and tapped on Irina's shoulder. Commander? The hobgoblin looked confused when she turned around to face me. As she does, her back straightened and her head raised up high. I'll need to talk with you and Rubido after the ceremony. I leaned in and whispered, I'll be in my office inside the building. With that, I left them to the mass of people who were here either to join or journalists who wished to document this historic moment. It is my wish that in the far, far future, when the last light within the universe has died out, when it has finally entered into the black hole epoch, the stories of the officers of Tempest will still be shared until life itself has been extinguished. As I walked inside the main administrative building, everyone inside it stopped and saluted with the commander when I passed by before continuing on to their destination. It's a wonder how Irina managed to instill so much discipline into her subordinates so quickly. I walked for several more minutes and up 3 flights of stairs before turning a corner and finding my office at the end of a hallway. Pushing in the door, I was greeted with the silence and privacy of a large windowless room containing a set of couches, a table with an office chair, a desktop, and an empty bookshelf. On the bookshelf were detailed models of the AAA in various configurations. Sitting in the chair, I turned my focus onto the desktop. The monitor itself is thin, about a few millimeters across. The time it took the computer to power on was less than 1/4 of a minute. Signing in once the computer was fully powered on, I was met with a wallpaper depicting Metropolis through the inside of the donut arcology. I, of course, don't really need to use the desktop given how I can use holograms, but I figure I'll use it at least once for old time's sake. Everything was arranged almost exactly like my office in my previous life after all. In fact, if I were to ignore how I appear shorter, I could almost pretend I never left my old life. Opening my email, I found the weekly logistic report made by Rubido. It was an Excel sheet depicting what the military currently has in stock and what is recommended. Mathematics helped me briefly scan over the whole document and found no discrepancy from the one from last week. I clicked off the document and signed into the Blueprint Auction House. The Tinkertech Blueprint Auction House is currently a website, but it's only for now as I plan to expand it into a physical location. Here, every week or so I'll auction some Tinker-Tech blueprints that a corporation or individuals can bid on. Due to the fact that whatever products I produce are many times better than anyone else can think up, there exists next to no private R&D. After the blueprint is sold, the buyer will have a 1-year exclusivity deal for that product before it's going up for free. Of course, to prevent the creation of a monopoly or oligopoly, I would also either personally fund some competitors or have the Ministry of Economy break up the corporation. I'm not going to have a robber baron situation on my hands. If I do, capitalism becomes flawed capitalism with the lack of competition. Clicking on an auction closest to completion, I'm greeted with the sight of $20,500,600 Tempest dollars for the blueprint of a Tinker-Tech pillow that allows its user to gain better rest. The current top bidder is a company by the name of Bedroom and Beyond. I scratched my chin. This is one of my largest official revenue streams. Just as I was about to open another auction about an alternative fuel source, the door to my office room clicked open. Looking up, I saw a sergeant rank orc carrying a large number of files. When he fully came into the door, he saluted, "Commander," before placing the files onto the table and leaving. The files collectively were as thick as entire textbooks. I was happy that so many people applied to join the officer corps, but seeing how thick it was, I fear Irina may need more instructors. Taking the file, I saw that on the sides were tabs that arranged the files alphabetically. Flipping it to a random page, I looked at the picture that displayed those who wanted to join. Goblins, orcs, and lizardmen made up a majority of those who wanted to join, with 1 or 2 humans mixed in. All of them looked relatively unassuming from a glance, and wouldn't look out of place if you encounter them on the sidewalk. They aren't ready, but that's not really a problem. The Academy will whip them into shape. However, as I was flipping through the pages, I found a particular candidate that gave me pause. Ian Elwood. The space between my eyebrows shortened at the sight of the name. My head shifted to the side to stare at the wall as I tried to imagine another human having the same first and last name, only to come up blank. I then peeked at her photo to confirm that it was who I thought it was. Ian's joining? She's... What? I thought the girl left after the guide master had gone back to Bloomond. My internal alarms were going off. Now she wants to join the military? She's a runaway nobly. The potential fallout of the truth being revealed would put us in a tough spot, especially since Sarian could accuse us of using ERN to gain secret information. The ramification of this spills over into international politics and was a time bomb just waiting to blow with an unknown timer. I can almost imagine this event blowing up at the worst time possible. Maybe that was just me reading too many works of fiction where a companion of a character betrays at the worst time for said character. I took out her file and placed it to the side, deciding to deal with it later while returning my attention back to the other candidates. I was almost through all the candidates of the files before the door to my office opened again and Rubido alongside Irina quietly walked in, both having serious expressions on their faces. Uniform-wise, Irina is wearing a much less extravagant version of her ceremonial outfit. The one she currently wore is dark green with red accents covering the seams, making it look like something out of a Wii film. Rubido on the other hand is wearing something similar to Irina, except he has a Tinker-Tech sheathed saber on his side. The Kaijin said it was apparently a cultural thing. Of course, I granted him that request since it would be not advantageous to start an employer's contract with a bad impression. The saber I gave him is a worthless one made from magisteel and contains a single monomolecular edge on one side of the blade. Due to it being for use by others, I carved a microscopic rune of self-repair and another of self-maintenance to ensure it would never dull or break as long as Rubido continues to supply it with magicule. I think it's really something that I consider a monomolecular blade, what is considered exceptional in many works of science fiction, to be worthless. Looking up, "You're all here." "Good." "Sit." I waited until the two settled before pressing a button underneath the desk. While this may look like an ordinary desk, like many of my creations, it is far from it. This desk is made out of material that is chemically almost identical to wood, yet is as hard as magisteel. More than its hardness, The desk also contains a pocket dimension generator. Once activated, the generator will deposit this office into its own private pocket dimension, allowing for absolute privacy and ensuring nothing would escape the confines of this room. It is a bit disorienting for those unused to being in a subspace bubble, as clearly shown by the fact that Rubido clutched the armrest of the couch harshly and the barely concealed nauseousness of Ryrina. Now that privacy is guaranteed, we can start. A port on the desk opened up and a map of the world manifested itself in the middle of the room. It is both a geographical and a political map of this world, large enough that it took up a majority of my office's floor space. The map was extremely detailed and showing all the settlements in the world. Within the borders of their republic, there were 2 additional dots to the star that represented our capital, which resides north of the Kashur mountain range. I'm sure you already know, but let's recap anyway. Our official municipal cities expanded from 1 to 3 now with the establishment of the port city of Trantor in the Bay of Ashtapa between Fulbrosia and Sarian, and the city of Rimau at the mouth of the Amild River going from Lake Shizut, with both having a population of 8,000 and 10,000 respectively. Both of them nodded at the information before I continued. Now, I plan on transforming Trantor into a partial military port. Rubido looked surprised while Ryrina had a neutral, yet intense look on her face to show that she's been paying attention even if she likely already knew this information. But, Rubido interjected, we don't have a blue water navy. Who do you think you're talking to? Ryrina interrupted with a tone of annoyance that a person would use when they've run out of patience. A blue water navy refers to a navy that is capable of operating across the oceans. An excellent example of a blue water navy is the United States Navy with its 11 carriers. Now, Rimau City has been getting trade from Eurasania while Trantor has already been receiving products from the various western states, El Dorado, Sarian, and Algrazia. Nigedo thinks Trantor can become one of the centers of commerce of the south, right up the next to Metropolis. As I spoke, I opened the cabinet built into the desk and took out a bottle of water before finally pausing and taking a sip. Then I placed the bottle onto the side of my desk and crossed my fingers together as if I was some kind of supervillain in the process of masterminding the hero's defeat. He has also petitioned Congress for the creation of an additional hyperloop beyond the highway we have already built 2 weeks ago. I raised my right hand to point at seemingly nothing. I want that to be delayed. The hyperloop is a sign of friendship. It serves no purpose beyond maybe being an extremely fast form of transportation that just isn't cost-effective enough until more countries recognize our existence. Ryrina nodded her head with a determined look on her face. In contrast, Rubido looked a bit disgusted with the edge of his mouth veering downward in a grimace. Nigedo has waited hours under the hot sun to get that petition into Congress, and you would seek to delay him through undemocratic means? He said with a bit of rage in his voice. I began to rub my forehead as I am once again reminded of the rather strained relationship between the two of us despite me being the one who gave him his name. I'm not removing his petition, I firmly stated. I'll admit, having a hyperloop would be great for travel between cities, but it's not economically feasible until there's more of a demand for such things. Hell, maybe besides a potential one to Bloomond, but the hyperloop to Dworgen is running at a $200,000 loss every month. That seems to calm him down a bit, but the red Kaijin's face is still twisted in discomfort at what psychology deemed he saw as the undemocratic nature of what I'm asking. Next, I maneuvered to reassure him. My raised right hand was pointed at seemingly nothing, flattened itself until it was parallel with the floor. It looked as if I was a tour guide and was gesturing toward a specific section of a monument. Besides, it's not undemocratic. I'm just going to give a bill about Albedo's proposal for integration of magic into daily life for Congress to chew on until after Rimau's visit to Ingrassa. Persuade them that it's more important and put the Hyperloop project on hold. Waiting a few moments to let that sink in, I then moved to why they're really here, for there has been an enormous amount of escaped slaves from Gistav, Eurasania, Fulbrosia, and the other western nations, especially Falmouth. I saw Ryrina's hands tighten, her face still passive, but I saw the twitch in her left eye, with Rubido gritting his teeth in anger. Silenced emotion, 40%. Oh boy. It seems slavery is as emotionally charged of a topic here as it is in my old world, which is strange considering this is a Tolkien-esque fantasy world and slavery is everywhere. Now, I have no problem with them coming into the Republic and seeking a better life. We could always use more manpower. Both blinked at the last part, seemingly unprepared for that cold statement. For such an issue, cold logic is needed. What I am concerned about are the slave hunters that effortlessly cross the borders and the trafficking rings established within the Jura forest. I firmly said with authority clear in my voice, the real purpose I've asked you all to come here is to ask you guys how would you guys solve this issue. It was also a secret test. Ryrina raised her hand like a student waiting to be called by a teacher. What? Ryrina, just speak. This is a meeting, not a classroom. There's no need for you to raise your hand. Ryrina had this small blush on her face before clearing her throat. Zooming into the Jistav Republic border, I propose we set up some military bases 50 kilometers outside of the border. That way we can send out drones that monitors the area which will accidentally ignore the escaped slaves and instead focus on the hunters, maybe even creating a capture on-site order for any illegal border crossers. Due to our relatively lax visa requirements, we can let them stay for 5 years. More than long enough for them to become a Tempest citizen. Rubido looked at Ryrina in a new light, one of respect and admiration if the agape mouth is anything to go by. I had a smile on my face. Good idea, Ryrina. Ryrina preened under the compliment. Now Rubido, what do you think? How do we combat this issue? Rubido had an intense look in his eyes. His lips thinned as his fist tightened almost like he was about to throw a punch. Psychology thinks he must have had a bad encounter with Slavers in his past given how emotional he's getting. The Kaijin then turned to face a part of the wall where both I and Ryrina won't be in his line of sight. I say we kill those hunters. We can create a new directorate for the Office Corp, which perhaps every 3 months of a year, many officer and trainings get real-world experience in leading a small bridge of soldiers and autonomous military drones in combating the problem. Get them used to blood if you will. I snapped my fingers. That's an interesting proposal, but not good enough. Rubido instantly turned to me, his eyes wide and full of disbelief. His answer is just so thoughtless. Such thoughtless treatment of symptoms is what caused the war on drugs. You're treating a symptom, not the actual disease. What are you talking about? Rubido was appalled. That we shouldn't kill them? Those who violate one of our freedoms within the Constitution? Rubido. That came from Ryrina. I didn't reply. Instead, I waited until he calmed down. I leaned on my left hand as if it was a scaffolding and I was a tower. Why does slavery exist? Why? Tell me honestly. Why do you think the institution of slavery exists? Rubido, tell me why slavery exists. I stared unflinchingly into Rubido's eyes. 2. Rubido seems to be struggling to find an answer, so I turned to Ryrina. Ryrina, why does slavery exists? To oppress people? To show that one species is better than the other? In truth, slavery exists primarily to serve one purpose. I held up one finger. Cheap labor. I could tell that it was slowly dawning on Ryrina, that Rubido seemed to need some extra catching up to do, so I elaborated. I personally believe economics is the main driving force of history. Why did the Bolsheviks rise to power in Tsar Russia? Poor economic conditions. Why did Spain conquer the Mesoamericans? For God, glory, and gold. Why did so many Chinese emperors get overthrown by their people? Because they trashed the nation's economy. Unlike us, those pre-industrial civilizations need slaves to fulfill the niche of cheap labor. Unlike us, who have machines and vocational educations that can make an individual 100 times more productive than your average peasant, for them, the world is a zero-sum game. I then simplify it. The world is a cake, and in order to have a larger slice, you must take it from others. Thus, to be more productive, you must take from other people, whether it's resources or people. Such are the thoughts of mercantilism, where it was believed that one nation can only get richer if another nation became poorer. We of the Jura Tempest Republic have the ability to create more cakes thanks to the effect of technologies. Our economy is growing at such a rapid pace that in less than half a year, we'll make up 50% of the global economy, more than the East and West combined. Here, in our republic, our technology makes slavery uneconomical and unprofitable. With our technology, we have created a proper middle class. This doesn't happen elsewhere outside of our borders. There is a reason why the number of pre-industrial great civilizations that don't have any form of slavery can be counted on one hand. The founding fathers of America wrote in all men are equal because slavery was already unprofitable and on its way out. It was solely due to the creation of Eli Whitney's cotton gin that made farming cotton actually profitable, since instead of picking out enough cotton to weigh 1 pound, a single slave with the cotton gin can make 50. In fact, a year into the American Civil War, Lincoln even wrote that he would do whatever it takes to preserve the Union, even if it meant not freeing any of the slaves. While many may think the abolitionist movements ended slavery, I personally believe it was industrialization that ended slavery. It gave power to the workers and made slavery unprofitable. One just needs to look at how badly Tsarist Russia did against Germany during WWI to see how much the Industrial Revolution changed things. Economics is the prime driving force of history. If slavery was still profitable, I know for a fact that it would still exist. Abolitionism be damned. So what do you recommend that we do, huh? Rubido asked bitterly, like a person who knows he's been defeated. Why, we reduce the demand, of course, I said simply, with an undertone of joyfulness. Being the main driving force behind history, we'll use economics to solve our problems. The law of supply and demand dictates that so long as there is a demand, there will be supply. Instead of attacking this supplely like what Rubido suggests, I think we'll focus on the demand side of things. I then lay out my grand plan. Obviously, to reduce demand, we'll need to expand. We'll need to expand our influence and spread our technologies. While the march of progress for us has continued, it isn't for others. So we'll need to drag other nations of this whole world kicking and screaming into the future. That shall be my foreign policy, and also the unofficial foreign policy of this nation. The true purpose of why the Republic interacts on the geopolitical stage. Rimuru, my eyes partially softened, wouldn't understand. He's too gentle and idealistic to perform the necessary evil of being the president of the only beacon of liberty in this world. Rubido crossed his arms. And what about resistance and retaliation to our influence? I highly doubt people like Emperor Rudra would allow us to give his people ideals of freedom. A smirk appeared on my face. If soft power won't work, then it comes down to the military's hard power. Oh, that's easy. I have the Endbringer Initiative to serve as our shield and sword to use against people like Rudra. And what is the Endbringer Initiative? I blinked once, twice, before it dawned on me that these people aren't Shizu nor Arcuid. Chuckling morbidly at the fact that I talk more with machines and aliens from other worlds than native beings, I silently made a note to talk more with Arcuid and Rimuru right before he goes to Ingressa. I'll give you the files. A holographic screen projected replaced the world map. It was 3 files under the Endbringer Initiative labeled as Thormeal. This is the Endbringer Initiative. The image of 3 beasts appeared as the file opened, revealing directive-level secret data for my 2 topmost military officers whom I trust. The only reason I'm not telling Rimuru this information was the fact that I'm afraid of his reaction to it. Needless to say, it's beyond executive level. These war machines are designed to fight against multiple S-ranked threats at a time. Potentially even an S+ like Milim if all 3 gathered. They are the ultimate planetary invasion troops. It took multiple charges into material science, dimensional physics, quantum physics, power creation, sensor, space-time engineering, exotic biology, and over a dozen other specialties to create these monstrosities. These superpowered monstrosities. Rubido and Ryrina looked on in awe at the projected 3D blueprints of these weapons. Project Behemoth, a massive vaguely humanoid-like thing seemingly made out of black jagged rocks with a single eye. It has dynakinesis, otherwise known as energy manipulation. For the Army. Chapter 28 Part 2, Project Leviathan. a top-heavy lizard that seems to jump straight out of a Godzilla film. Macro-hydrokinesis or large-scale water manipulation grants the weapon the ability to sink entire coastlines underneath a biblical wave of water. For the Navy, Project Simurgh, the hardest one to build. This weapon has the appearance of an angel with multiple wings. In reality, it uses precise manipulation of gravity to give the appearance of telekinesis. Its precision with gravity manipulation is great enough that the angel can gently move the organs inside a person's ears to simulate sound and give information that only said person can hear, creating a type of telepathy. In fact, the Simurgh had such precision with its gravity manipulation that the weapon can perform brain surgery without the host realizing it. Being linked to the Doormaker network, the Simurgh also has plant-wide post and precognition through observation of light from the past and calculations of predictions of the future. The Simurgh is also capable of enacting repairs on itself and the other two weapons of the Endbringer initiative. For the Air Force, this initiative is my final trump card until I deemed the Grand Fleet is completed. They should be able to keep the likes of Valgrind busy. A conservative estimation gives it 3 weeks before these 3 Endbringers conquer my old world. The biggest roadblock for these beasts isn't nuclear weapons or any army, it's the distance they have to travel that'll slow them down the most. The Simurgh can pacify a city the size of New York in 30 minutes by giving millions of people a lobotomy, up to an entire state if the angel doesn't care about whether the victims survive or not. Leviathan can sink the island of Kyushu or Newfoundland with tsunamis the likes you will only see in disaster movies. Behemoth can control energy and can cause dormant volcanoes like Yellowstone to erupt prematurely. My attention zeroed in on my subordinates, waiting patiently for them to finish taking in the Endbringer initiative while I gauge their response by their facial features. Arguably, the Endbringer initiative is the equivalent of the Manhattan Project of my old world, or rather, is DLI 501 since the Eastern Empire already has Valgrind. It will protect the Republic even more than Polaris or the AAA against threats that would seek to harm it. The back of my mind made a comparison of the Republic to North Korea before I ignored it. This. Rubido trailed off, his face pale. This. I thought Congress had banned you from making any more weapons of mass destruction without approval. I quickly cut him off, with a swipe of my wrist. These haven't been built yet obviously. They are merely blueprints for weapons that can raise the Eastern Empire into the ground if we ignore Valgrind. Is what he feeling right now akin to what Major Charles Sweeney felt when he piloted the plane that carried Fat Man? I idly wondered when looking at Rubido, that unsettling feeling of knowing you are a collaborator to the death of thousands, or in this case it would be millions in the future. Rubido looked uneased. More so after the mention of the True Dragon. He looked down at the ground as if trying to decide on something before looking at me right into my eyes. I had signed the contract and swore an oath to be your subordinate, so this may be seen as treasonous, but I must ask, how much is too much? Is the death of millions, even billions, worth it? How many weapons of mass destruction will you build until you are satisfied? Will you only stop once the world itself is destroyed? Silenced emotion. 70%, my shoulders slacked, my head draped as if my neck no longer had any strength and a shadow covered my eyes. My lips thinned as I processed what he had said. That question enraged me immensely before I quashed it down, my poker face almost breaking when I heard what he had said. What does he know about being a perfect homunculus? What does he know about the sleepless nights of me worrying about the potential leaking of my real self? Of having to put on a mask all the time just so the entire world wouldn't kill you? I'm like a Jew in Nazi Germany in 1941, where my only advantage is that I look like an Aryan and no one knows of my parents. How dare he? Rubido. Ryrina jumped off the couch and looked downright murderous at the treasonous words of her second-in-command, before turning around and bowing to me apologetically. Please forgive my second-in-command. I shall reprimand him immensely afterward. Have no fear, even if they are built, they would only be used in an event of total war, I assured him with confidence clear in my voice, suppressing my anger at being doubted and completely ignoring his question. Turning to Ryrina, well, what do you think? Ryrina looked at the blueprint before replying. Commander, I would think if we have these then no nation in the world would dare attack us. The hobgoblin declared with a grin, trying very hard to forget Rubido's pseudo-treason had ever happened. I slowly clenched my right hand before unclenching them in a rhythmic fashion. I had added a clause allowing my employees to speak freely, but goddamn did Rubido make me want to remove that clause. With the support of Ryrena and the reluctance of Rubido, now I only need the President's executive support and I can go ahead with the construction of the Endbringers. The fact that the Endbringer initiative renders us immune to any attacks from other nations should be enough of a reason to build them. Underscoren, I wasn't able to find a name for the bay between Fulbrosia and Sarian, so I decided to make my own. How I imagine if Scientia was in Melty Blood, type Lumina. After downloading the game, I realized how mistaken this is. So instead, I'm going for a full overhaul. Arcdrive, Scientia summons the secret intergalactic fleet they've built before teleporting out using Doormaker. The skies darken as thousands, millions, billions of doors are made. The sun itself is blotted out due to the sheer number of voidcrafts present, and then they all collectively fire all their weapons at the target, frying the entire continent as they do. Last arcs. Scientia wears the block form singularity mathematics, opens a door behind the opponent, and body slam them through. The door transported the opponent next to a colossal structure of an unimaginable size, a nickel Dyson beam. The Dyson sphere then powers itself on as energy is condensed around the firing lens, before a beam the size of a planet is shot forth and hits the opponent still floating aimlessly in space. Chapter 29, 28th move. Matryoshka Brain. I called Rimuru into the Citadel 2 days before his diplomatic visit to Ingrassa. We were inside a lounge that wouldn't look out of place in a really fancy restaurant, what with the floor covered in black and brown pattern carpet, walls of polished dark wood, black ceiling, and multiple different lights that were placed near the edge of the room. There were 2 sofas that sat parallel to each other, and between them was a table with a full teacup and a glass of water on it. The whole place was designed to make the person who resides within it feel comfy, though I think all it made Rimuru feel was that everything was too gaudy. I had explained to the slime who sat on the opposite sofa of the room exactly what the Endbringer initiative is and its purpose. Rimuru had this indecipherable look on his face, then he asked, "Are you going to build any more?" That sentence halted my thoughts as I looked into the eyes of Rimuru's human form. Rimuru had received words that Ingrassa has accepted his offer of a diplomatic visit, and apparently was ready whenever we were, so long as we give them a 6-hour heads up. I decided to ask right now partially because I know he's also busy preparing for his own visit to Ingrassa, so he'll be forced to make a decision really quickly without fully thinking it through. Realistically, I don't doubt I could build it in secret, but that would undermine the authority that the government and the people have. Such an act would erode institutions, and institutions serve as an important pillar of democracy and rules of law. Only in a dictatorship is the leader above the law. On the surface level, I'm very similar to Area 51. Research and Development is a semi-independent entity outside of the jurisdiction of the legislative power of Congress but falls under the command of the executive branch of government. Effectively, I'm beholden only to the authority of the president, and even then Rimuru mostly let me do whatever I want. There does exist a national agency called the Ministry of Inspection dedicated to making sure there's no corruption or fraud, but that's mostly for auditing all levels of government instead of mine, since even if every single Tempest citizen were to become a part of the Ministry of Inspection, they wouldn't even be able to go through a fraction of the log of my activities even after a century of non-stop inspection. No, my reply was sharp. Those are the only ones I have plans for as of right this instant. My fingers went through the handle to pick up the teacup and I took a sip of the warm, sweet drink. I stared at the cup after finishing the sip. Too sweet. Note to self, don't put so much sugar into the drink. The sofa quietly groaned as Rimuru leaned backward and sighed. The slime then placed his head onto his left hand for support as though it was too heavy for the neck alone. Scientia, something's clearly up. I've known you for the longest time, ever since you reincarnated in this world, but just please tell me what's wrong. Why are you so Why do you put me at arm's length, huh? My face changed into one that screamed, what are you talking about? This confused look continued for several seconds before Rimuru got the hint and further explained his point. I know we haven't been close ever since I took the role of the president of a budding nation, but please, you can trust me on whatever is bothering you. What? My mouth was hanging slightly open at what he was implying. Is he serious? I really don't know what you mean, Scientia. There was an unusual sense of seriousness in his voice. You're my friend. I know when something is up. Well, I guess, great sage, knows. My unique skill said that it was due to past trauma, so I think it's due to reincarnation. I should know myself just how hard reincarnation is. Silenced emotion, 70%. Rimuru trailed off and waited for a response. It took several moments for him to realize that I'm still not talking and drop this line of questioning. A look of sadness appeared on his face, like a friend who was sad at how far they and another have drifted apart. Alright, just know that my door is always open should you need someone to talk to. Let me help alleviate some of your burdens. What the hell is he talking about? I ignore Psychology's reply. I get that I may get a bit homesick at times, but is it really that bad? Even looking back, it wasn't that bad, was it? I don't think it's that bad that Rimuru's become concerned over it. A light bulb lit up inside my mind. Of course, if it wasn't that bad, then it must mean something else. Did you think that all the time I isolated myself from everyone else was due to me feeling sad over the whole reincarnation thing? I asked incredulously. What gave him that idea? You not? This time it was for Rimuru to be confused. I have the slightest gut feeling that maybe even now, we're still both thinking of different things that merely overlap by a slight bit. Of course not. This is me you're talking about. I was merely visiting dead planets and other alien worlds during those times. Perhaps I should have told him about my ambitions in space, shouldn't I? Realizing I've stopped talking, I cleared my throat before continuing. When I was out of reach, I was paying attention to building my technology and visiting other worlds out there in space. Other worlds? The slime's eyes suddenly lit up like a child who realized they've just got an Xbox for Christmas. Wait, you mean you traveled to other planets? Of course. Rimuru suddenly launched himself at me. His body outstretched, the slime grabbed my shoulder while I merely reactively bundled my hands together in front of me as if they were sticks and leaned into the couch. His sudden movement caused my tea and his water to get knocked over and spilled. Needless to say, Rimuru's action surprised me greatly. There was an awkward smile on my face. Rimuru, you went into space without telling me? He started off low before increasing his voice. The slime's tone had an edge of rightful accusation. My awkward smile dropped alongside my jaw. I mean, yes. I blinked several times. I felt Rimuru's hands tighten, not enough that it hurts but enough that it starts to become uncomfortable. Then it suddenly loosened. The slime's attention was on the spilled liquid. I'll clean this up. Rimuru's hand transformed into its slime form and ate the spill. Afterward, if one didn't see the tipped-over cup and glass, one would have never realized anything was wrong. I'll authorize it. Authorize what? The Endbringer Initiative. Rimuru repeated, then added, we can always use more defenses against other less friendly demon lords. Though the name is a bit on the edge. I let out a breath and all the tenseness from my shoulders were released as they slacked. So I was worried about nothing. There was a grateful smile on my face as I shrugged. The name is meant to be foreboding. Our very military doctrine demands such foreboding names as a psychological weapon. Do you think the Soviets would have been as scared of the nuclear bomb if America named their first test something ridiculous like Barbie did in Oopsie? Rimuru let out a few chuckles at my joke. My eyes sharpened as even without any specialties of inspired inventor, I could tell he wanted something. After years of being in the corporate world, my intuition is refined to a point that I can tell a person wants something more with almost 100% accuracy. Psychology is telling me he wants to go to space as well, but fears actually asking me would be seen as him being rude. The specialty gave me a clear pathway toward an opportunity to reassure him and bond over the experience. Unlike last time, I decided to listen to that specialty. Hey, Rimuru, After you return from Ingrassa, do you want to go to space? His eyes lit up like a kid who's just been given the Lego Death Star for Christmas. Rimuru's mouth turned into a bright radiant smile that just makes you want to instinctively protect it. I could almost swear his eyes were sparkling like stars. MMH. Rimuru nodded rapidly like a kid who's been asked whether or not they wanted a bag of chips, causing me to chuckle at his childlike behavior. Then a sudden realization hit me. Man, how much did I, for the lack of a better word, mellow out thanks to my position finally being secured. If this was me when I just decided to start leading the goblins, I was sure I would be much more paranoid and less trusting. I clapped my hands together. All right, so it's been decided. We'll go after your return from Ingrassa. Oh, that seems to temper his glee at the prospect of visiting other worlds. Seeing how quickly he's changed from happiness and sadness caused me to try and change the conversation. Hi Rimuru, how soon can Veldora be freed? There was a brief pause before the humanoid slime answered, presumably to consult. Great Sage. Around 99 years left. Why do you ask? He said in an innocent tone, like one that a person would use to answer a question asked out of the blue. I did some quick math. 99 years translates to 36,135 days, which then is divided further into 867,240 hours, 52,034,400 minutes, and a bit over 3 billion seconds. With a single swiping gesture, I pulled up information concerning the capacity of the Matryoshka brain in construction around a Class A main sequence star thousands of lights away, in what's known as this world's Velda constellation. Around a tenth of the surface area of the first shell nearest to the surface of the star is completed in the first week. Colossal moon-sized conversion facilities dot the surface of the shell, all of them collectively converting a quarter of an Earth's worth of mass every minute by feeding off of the intense Hawking radiation of millions of micro-black holes and turning those energies back into matter. The main bottleneck right now that's throttling the Matryoshka brain's construction speed isn't actually how long it takes to extract the mass from those micro-black holes as one might imagine. Instead, it's just how slow the nanites move. Even with titanic highways that crisscross the entire star, capturing it like the web of a spider, it's still taking a while for the proper nanite to get into place before the next one is slotted in. So how do I make it even quicker? Spatial transportation, megastructure, and interlocking design suggest a prefab solution. Set up facilities in the orbit of the star that's specialized in the creation of prefabricated sections of the stellar megastructure. Then, once a prefabricated section is done, those can be teleported in with a subspace diver. In essence, I've turned the construction of the Matryoshka brain into a fucking star-sized Lego set. What has this world come to? What is that? Still, even if the Matryoshka brain isn't anywhere near complete, I don't doubt it'll speed up the freeing of Veldora by a factor of many millions at the very least. This is the stats for a supercomputer that I made to help your Great Sage to free Veldora. I confidently explained while closing my eyes with a waiting smile on my face. I waited for the applause and compliment. Are you sure that this computer of yours is better than Great Sage? My bravado evaporated as I flinched as if an anvil had crashed loudly into the ground next to me. I was met with doubts instead of the expected acceptance. Clearing my throat again, of course. This is me you're talking about. Have you heard what they're calling me on the internet? I'm the miracle maker. I make miracles like how a person makes a sandwich. Rimuru continued to look at me with an eye of skepticism, still doubting my words but knowing I would never lie about my abilities. As mythicized by the internet as they were. Social engineering then suggested to me that Rimuru is not doubting my ability, merely whether or not I have something that can even interface with Great Sage. If you're wondering how I'm going to connect with your ability, it's easy. I'll just have you devour a biomechanical scanner that'll have a two-way data transmitter whicher he's lost, isn't he? I stopped once I saw how Rimuru didn't understand what I was talking about. Sorry, I have a tendency to explain my technology to people. Psychology was about to speak up before I squished it. I don't need to know why I do that. Rimuru did a placating gesture with his hands as if telling me it's okay before I extended my arm to the sides and reached into my pocket dimension. I pulled out an orb about the size of my palm. Now, although the supercomputer is a star-sized, I stilled, my eyes blinking several times before it hit me that I really haven't explained the supercomputer I'm talking about. In hindsight, Rimuru must have thought that the supercomputer I talked about was just those run-of-the-mill supercomputers you'd find in my old world, not a stellar megastructure dedicated to the sole purpose of calculations. The supercomputer I'm referring to is a stellar megastructure known as a Matryoshka brain. Imagine a Russian Matryoshka doll, or rather, an onion. I chose another one since I don't know if Rimuru knew what a Matryoshka doll is. The slime nodded while I placed the orb on the table. Tapping on my clothes, a gray sphere materialized into reality in front of me. A miniature version of a Matryoshka brain. Normally, having a hard shell is impossible since not even neutronium, a stabilized version of nuclear pasta, the strongest matter possible under conventional physics, can support such a large structure. Hence, instead of being a Dyson sphere, it's often referred to in more academic areas as a Dyson swarm. The diagram of a new element appeared next to me. It was completely unlike any model of a Boer-Rutherford diagram. There was a large grin on my face, and pride seeped in my very being. But I don't need to play by conventional physics. My technology is advanced enough that the very manipulation of universal constants related to the atom is possible. Allow me to introduce you to atomium, created by changing the value of the electromagnetic force, and the two nuclear forces thanks to a certain forge. This matter will serve as the branches and trunks of my Matryoshka brain, supporting the whole stellar structure as the foundation of a fixed shell. Though, I'm currently only limited to constants that are related to the atom. Control over space-time constants that are independent like the speed of light is beyond me. I plucked out a small section of the Matryoshka brain before throwing the rest away. Next, I enlarged the thing with the slime watching in awe. The Matryoshka brain uses computronium, molecular electronics dedicated to the sole purpose of computing, and uses the output of an entire star to do so. This is something that approaches the Bremerman limit. But wouldn't that overheat it? Like, I get that you're using some super material, but the surface of a star is thousands of degrees. With 2 fingers, I zoomed in on that thin shell of the Matryoshka brain until you could see that it's actually composed of several individual layers, like the layers of a Matryoshka doll or an onion. In reality, these would be colossal fillets of computronium that serve as a single layer that's connected to other layers via almost innumerable titanic pillars which are responsible for transmitting data. These pillars combined with active support aid with atomium to ensure the shell of the Matryoshka brain won't collapse due to the gravitational pull of the star. It would be an almost unimaginable sight, being in the space between 2 computronium fillets. The ground and sky above you are all like the circuit board of a computer, while in the distance there are incredible pillars that stretch from the ground to the sky, holding everything together like how Atlas holds up the world. There will be drones that fly about in the space between fillets, fulfilling their purpose of performing maintenance on the computronium. It would be unlike anything anyone's ever seen before. Yes, it would be quite hot, but remember, heat is energy, and I'm a master at manipulating energy. The lowest layer of the Matryoshka brain uses the heat from the star to perform some computations. It then radiates away an enormous amount of waste heat toward the layer above it, which would then use those waste heat to perform more calculations. I saw Rimuru's eyes widen as he realized the brilliance of my megastructure. This process of calculation using waste heat will continue until there is next to no energy left. What you're left with is a region of space that's about as cold as the baseline temperature of outer space. I then gestured to him, "Come on, play with it." Play with the hologram. Immediately, Rimuru started playing around and looking at the hologram of the Matryoshka brain. His manipulation of the hologram wasn't as smooth and efficient as mine, since he clearly was copying my movements from before, like how a person learns by looking at how other people do. The slime was currently inspecting layer 12,339, 12,340, and 12,341. Where did you get the material to make this? Rimuru wondered in a quiet tone one would use when they saw something amazing. As if talking about where I got the parts for carving a statue, I answered, obviously from stars and uninhabitable planets. Those are simply collections of mass just waiting to be harvested. Rimuru's gaze shifted to me before sighing in defeat, muttering, only you could say using planets as resources so casually. Hey, there was a sheepish smile on my face as I scratched the back of my head, knowing full well that I have no rebuttal for his statement. The sheepish smile quickly turned into a passive one. So what do you say? I dismissed the hologram and picked up the orb. To be frank, this is soul interfacer attached to a hyperspace link. Souls are truly the most difficult thing to interact with, arguably even more than dark matter, since whatever makes up the soul, whatever is responsible for it becoming quantifiable, only interacts with photons and gravitons. According to spiritual engineering, it should be possible to interact with skills if one touches the soul. But I haven't got a clue since it's never been tested before. Eat this, and have, great sage, temporarily integrate with it to gain access to the Matryoshka brain. Rimuru looked apprehensive, before sighing and agreeing with my proposal. Fine, but we should free Veldora in a safer place here. PFFT. There is no safer place in the universe than where we are right now. Other than perhaps deep space. The material that made up the outside is called Siberium, and it's a hole in reality, capable of blocking any attack. I waved off his concern before turning to the side. Dormy. A black doorway with a purple outline appeared near the entrance to this lounge. Let's go. Rimuru held up a hand. Wait. Shouldn't we tell Citrinitas and Shizwa about where we're going? The slime gazed at the actual door to the outside before turning to me with an expectant look. I thought about it for a moment before coming to a decision. We're not going off-world, merely into a safer room. I placed a hand on his shoulder. As a president, Rimuru usually wore a three-piece suit and a name tag on his left breast, but since he's not acting as a president right this instance, the slime wore a casual t-shirt and shorts, which is somewhat out of place given how it's in autumn now. Rimuru, you wanna free Veldora or not? Though I put a front of wanting to free Veldora, I was also entirely fine with him remaining sealed. After all, the appearance of the storm dragon would surely attract the attention of the entire world. That's not what I'm worried about. What I am really worried about is attracting the attention of the elusive Velzard and maybe even that fourth true dragon. Fine. Rimuru relented to my wishes and got up. Let's go. Doormaker transported us into the middle of a massive testing room. The walls were made out of dull metal walls that smoothly connected with the ceiling and floor instead of anything sharp. The atmosphere was completely different from the lounge. Whereas the lounge may feel gaudy, here it's like an attic that hasn't been intruded upon for years. Emptiness is all there is. This was the room where I tested interdimensional phenomena, or the place where I summoned Darkuid. This room remained inactive after I shut down any testing involved with other worlds and recycled the advanced electronics and machines for other uses. Placing the orb down on the ground while walking toward the edge of the room. Sansha, where are you going? I spoke once I'm at the edge of the room. Consume the orb. A holographic panel appeared next to me, showing the status of the orb. Returning my focus back to the slime, I saw how he had a deadpan look on his face. Why are you so far away? I return his deadpan look with one of my own as if he's asking about something that's extremely obvious. Rimuru, I don't know if you realize this, but Veldora is gigantic, and unlike you, I can't be safely squished. Fair point. Predator. Rimuru's right arm changed into something that resembled a vortex before said vortex collapsed onto the orb and consumed it. I waited for a few more seconds before Rimuru jumped in surprise when he heard the digitalized female voice coming from my nanite clothing. I smirked at his reaction and at the result. Fascinating. I wonder what other skills could Rimuru get if he consumed other technologies? Why hellos there, great sage. Finally I hear you talk with another medium, I said. How does it feel to talk to someone else for a change? The unique skill replied passively as if speaking to someone else wasn't an amazing achievement. It annoyed me more than I could have thought, causing my eyelids to twitch at the dismissal. Again, I cleared my throat and soldiered on. Well, either way, Rimuru, get ready because I'm going to open the metaphorical floodgate and activate the Matryoshka brain. There was anticipation in my voice. After all, who wouldn't? A completed Matryoshka brain would be the dream of any civilization since it signals their entrance into a Type 2 civilization, and with it comes unparalleled energy collection capability. Rimuru nodded and entered the proverbial keys to freedom. I tapped on the surface of a newly materialized hologram, sending an on signal at superluminal speeds towards outer space. 30,000 light-years away, the Velda constellation, the star known as Great Horn. A bright, bluish, Class A star burned silently in the void of space. The ball of nuclear fusion plasma radiated away incredible amounts of light while spewing forth stellar winds that sometimes heat its surroundings to upwards of 4 million kelvins. At least, that's how it's supposed to go. Those stellar winds are immediately intercepted and stopped in place by powerful magnetic fields created to protect a titanic black webbing that is slowly covering, ensnaring, entangling, or trapping the star, akin to some spider of God that had just found its new prey. By now, little over a tenth of the surface area of the star has been blocked out, thanks to the leaves that spread out from the branches of the web. Due to how bright the enraptured star is, an observer wouldn't notice how the barely completed Matryoshka brain began its operation. However, if sound could be transmitted across space, one would hear the terrible rumbling of computers that dwarfed entire planets roaring to life, utilizing the star held within as the source of power. In the first microsecond of that connection, Rimuru instantly collapsed into his slime form. The strain of suddenly connecting to a vast sea of raw unfiltered information was almost too much. What is happening? Rimuru asked, to no one in particular. Yet an answer came from the void, from that connection with that vast sea of pure calculation. Rimuru felt weird, like he had just drunk 5 bottles of beer back in his old world and then immediately became sober. Instinctually, he knew that this Matryoshka brain can solve any problem he asks. Rimuru heard something from Sansha, but the slime was too distracted to pay any attention to the perfect homunculus. Chapter 29 Part 2 The slime silently cursed his past self of Satoru Mikami for not being more of a hardcore sci-fi fan. If Satoru was, then Rimuru was sure he would be at least familiar with what Sansha's talking about, her passion for the stars. Using that avenue, Rimuru could have then bonded together with the perfect homunculus. Due to the effect of a fully powered thought acceleration, what should have been only 1 minute will be 1,000 minutes for him. So Rimuru eases off on the skill, and time returns to normal. Did it work? It took a bit for Rimuru to fully catch up. Once he did, however, the slime nodded and affirmed Sansha's notion. Yes, it'll be another minute before Veldora's freed. The edge of Sansha's mouth tilted downward ever so slightly in an expression of displeasure. It would have been unnoticeable had Rimuru remained a human. I calculated it to be at least 100 million. But I guess the slowdown can be attributed to the distance between here and there. This time, it was the slime who sighed exasperatedly. In his mind, he thought that only Sansha could think 50 million was a small number. Listen, Sansha. 50 million is a lot, and frankly, the fact that you managed to build a star-sized computer is just insane to me. And it really is. What little tidbit of science fiction knowledge the slime does know about mostly came from watching Star Wars and Gundam, and those mostly dealt with things at the planetary level. Stuff like planet busters are super weapons, and stars are unmovable background objects like the sea or an island that the characters must maneuver around. The perfect homunculus chuckled a little bit at Rimuru's words, realizing that there was a gigantic difference in perspective between the two. The door to the reinforced testing chamber was suddenly thrown open. In one swift motion, Sansha turned towards the door and a portal opened up right next to her, while the clothing the perfect homunculus had worn changed and seemed to almost harden given how it gained a reflective sheen. From that portal next to her came the handle of a gun, which Sansha pulled out and was just about to level the sci-fi looking at the door before realizing exactly who had opened it. Cue it. Sansha lowered her gun until it was pointed at the floor. What are you doing here? Since Sansha was turned away from Rimuru, the slime couldn't see her reaction. However, He could easily imagine how shocked and dumbfounded she must have been given how Arcuid came out of nowhere. As always, there was a bright and innocent smile on the true ancestor's face. The smile was one that wouldn't look out of place on that of a bright-eyed child untouched by the real world. I was bored. I just finished my latest series of detective novels, so I thought, why don't I check to see what you're doing? And it turns out you are doing something really interesting. Arcuid then pointed at Rimuru. I sense a connection going way out into space that originated from within him. What's that about anyway? Finally, when it seems like Sansha has collected herself, Arcuid, I'll play with you later, but right now, I'm busy. The way Sansha spoke to Arcuid reminds Rimuru of how a parent would speak to a rebellious teenager. In truth, Rimuru has always found Arcuid interesting. Needless to say, this fascination is mostly due to how the super vampire, as Sansha would say, emphasis on the super, came from a world that uses an entirely different system of magic, although Rimuru was less than happy when he learned of just how inhuman the mages were. If possible, Rimuru would like to go to her world and introduce technologies that would render their system of magic inert, since apparently if humanity discovers more about the world, the weaker magic becomes. Arcuid pouted as she crossed her arms. The true ancestor glared at Sansha as if she expected the latter to apologize the next second. A calculating look flashed across Sansha's uncannily perfect face, like a spoiled princess. Rimuru noted when he saw the exchange. Hey, great sage, how soon can Veldora be freed? The glare that Arcuid had trained on Sansha was strong enough that the latter's shoulder slumped in defeat. Before turning to give Rimuru one last look, I'll deal with Arcuid. This room should insulate any magical leakage. Try not die when dealing with a true dragon, alright? It was only then that Rimuru realized that the calculating look from before was her making the decision to leave him to deal with one of the most powerful beings in this world alone. Damn you, Sansha! Rimuru screamed at her through their rarely used soul corridor. In response, Sansha gave him an apologetic grin before taking Arcuid's hands and leading her out of the chamber, abandoning Rimuru to his fate. Seeing no other options, Rimuru mentally selected yes. A feeling of immense nausea descended upon his body as if he were still human and had just eaten something that was way past its expiry date. He felt something come up to his throat. Something from his stomach. You erg. Rimuru vomited out enough magicule that spots began to form in his vision. He felt his reserve almost dip below the threshold of keeping him conscious. Once the slime recovered, Rimuru saw a sight he hasn't seen in 4 months. There, standing directly above him, was a towering dragon with scales of obsidian black and a lighter toned stomach. The enormous dragon was large enough that it was forced to keep its wings close to its body lest it touches the wall of the chamber. The dragon blotted out all light in the room like the moon during a solar eclipse. He has been freed. Veldora has returned. Underscoren, Sansha has stopped questioning how Arcuid was able to just come in. Chapter 30, 29th move. Hicksunt Draken's silence heralded Veldora's return. Rimuru didn't move a single bit. It was as if he saw Medusa and was turned into a statue. He couldn't move, lest he attracted the attention of a top predator. Every one of his senses was screaming at him to run, yet his conscious mind knew Veldora wouldn't hurt him since they were friends, and what's more, he was bestowed a name by the true dragon. This dichotomy, this dissonance, this paradox was causing Rimuru to undergo the slime equivalent of a divide by zero error commonly found in calculators. Ha 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 ha! I have returned. Veldora finally declared boisterously, as if he was a king declaring victory over his enemies. The storm dragon spread out its wings, slamming into the walls and ceiling and causing loud metallic groans. The storm dragon Veldora Tempest has returned. All who stand against me shall be defeated with extreme prejudice. Veldora started going off on a physical tangent, acting like an overpowered anime protagonist as he started to throw punches and kicks that caused great stress upon the room itself. Had Veldora done his tangent anywhere else, that whole place would have collapsed. It was only due to this room being able to contain explosions equivalent to several tons of TNT that Veldora doesn't just fall through the floor. Ha 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 ha! Veldora then let out a stormy breath quickly dispelled before they reached more than a few meters. acting more like a blowtorch. Feeling rather vindictive, Rimuru sent one more curse through their soul corridor. Damn you Scientia for leaving me to deal with Veldora alone. He received no response, just like last time. Scientia's always preferred technology over magic, even skills to a lesser degree, to the point that Rimuru thinks it's safe to call it a prejudice. The amount of time Scientia has used Soul Corridor can be counted on two hands. Of course, from Rimuru's perspective, he just chalked it up to eccentricities. The slime's attention returned to the dragon that was standing above him. Buddy? How good it is to see you, Rimuru. Veldora's long neck twisted to look at the relatively tiny slime who sat right underneath the true dragon. Then, Veldora looked around at his environment, finding no one other than the slime. So, where's Scientia? Veldora then placed his hands on his hips, giving his posture an appearance of expecting something. Normally it wouldn't look out of place if a human do it, but a large dragon? It was like looking at a Godzilla who was getting impatient. Scientia was just here before leaving UHMPH. Veldora crossed his arms over his chest while swinging his head to the side, acting extremely uncharacteristic of your stereotypical proud, treasuring hoarding dragon. I thought my return would generate more hype. Where's the music? Where's the cheering crowd? Where's the food? Rimuru purposefully shifted into his human form just so he could give Veldora the most deadpanned look he could muster. Seeing how his question was received, Veldora cleared his throat. I must say, I really hadn't expected to be freed so soon. I mean seriously, it has only been 4 months since the last time we met and I'm already out here. You geese are really embarrassing me by freeing me so quickly, you know. To do something in 4 months that a true dragon like him wasn't able to do in 300 years really made him feel worthless. Veldora is a true dragon, for crying out loud. The highest ranking being in existence. He was supposed to be a nigh invulnerable and nigh unstoppable avatar of nature that served as one of the supporting pillars of existence. While the storm dragon was happy to be freed, having been stuck with no one to talk to for 300 years. His ego and pride as one of the 4 true dragons were seriously bruised. The humanoid slime's expression turned into one of exacerbation. Seeing how Rimuru still hasn't replied, Veldora got a bit worried. He wasn't too rude, was he? No, the holy text Veldora read when he was inside Rimuru's stomach showed this is how a proper powerful introduction should go. Perhaps he was too boisterous? Then it's time to rein it in a bit. Veldora lowered his head. But I will accept this apology in the form of quick freedom. Rimuru, you and Scientia have earned my eternal respect. The true dragon then pointed at the slime with his left hand closed into a fist. Oh, it took a bit for Rimuru to realize it was meant to be a fist bump. As the humanoid slime moved to return the gesture, he couldn't help but notice how different Veldora is compared to before his entrance into the slime's stomach. Veldora became so much more human-like, what with his body language easily mistakable for a human in a really good dragon costume. But seriously, where is Scientia? Veldora suddenly questioned in a flat tone completely different from before. The change was so sudden that it almost gave Rimuru a whiplash. Oh, her? Scientia's what? Shaza. Rimuru realized he'll need to think of a way to introduce the companion of Scientia, Arcuid Brunistud, who, apparently, is an alien not from this world. Damn you Scientia. Damn you Scientia. Hey, a chuckle came out of my lips as I heard Rimuru cursing my name through their soul corridor. In all honesty, it was a bit of a jerk move on my part to leave him to deal with the walking calamity that is Veldora. But then again, compared to the day that Arcuid was summoned, I think Rimuru could use some experience in dealing with crises like Veldora. I figured since Arcuid was bored from reading all the time, I'd introduce her to the arcade and the magic of the crane box. Basically, I'll entertain her with those big metal and glass boxes you'll find in malls where you can pick up small, inexpensive toys with a claw. Walking through a doorway and appearing in the middle of the topmost floor of a mall inside of Metropolis, I turned to face Arcuid as she looked around at the concrete and glass structure. The mall was a 3-storied one in the shape of an L, with the ceiling being composed primarily of mirrors that let rays of sunlight come through. Overall, It looked just like a mall from my old world, if now populated with races from a fantasy novel. Despite what it may look like, I had no influence in the creation of this mall. Thus, I personally think the design of this mall being so similar to that of my old world is a result of convergent evolution, or maybe the architect was inspired by the arcologies. Let's go, I'll show you something fun. Everyone is staring at me. That realization came when I intended to search for those claw machines and saw every person who was present in at least a 50-meter radius staring at me, with some of them whipping out their cellular devices to record us, or more specifically, me. Is this what movie stars feel like every time they go out into public? Where is said movie stars' every move monitored? While it may feel nice at the start, it must get really tiring after a while since you're forced to put up a mask. Thinking quickly, Dormy, I grabbed Arcuid's hands and walked through the newly generated doorway, and appeared in the middle of the living section of the citadel. Half a dozen shiz chassis stopped what they were doing and bowed, Lady Scientia, Lady Brunistud, ignoring them since those shiz chassis were on autopilot, meaning that shiz wasn't in control. I turned around to face the White Princess and realized I was still holding her hand. Letting that go, I stared at the true ancestor's face. There were some sprinkles of extra redness on Arcuid's face, otherwise, she looked entirely unperturbed, while I imagined all the internet gossip that must have sprouted from seeing me with someone as pretty as the true ancestor. What? Arcuid asked, her unperturbed features turning into confusion at the sudden attention. Aesthetically, I can say Arcuid's prettier than anyone I've ever seen. The second place really doesn't even approach Arcuid. What's more, her prettiness is really enhanced by how she's oftentimes dressed really plainly. I'm going to need to teach her about clothing and its effect on others, don't I? I took a deep breath and let it out in a sigh. Turning around, I spoke as I slowly approached the stairs. All right, Arcuid. According to Shiz, you seem to have this ability to conjure up clothes from seemingly nowhere. I'm going to teach you the effect of clothing on others. I stopped at the base of the stairs. Let's be real here, you are a really pretty woman. Arcuid nodded at that, accepting the statement not as a compliment, but as a fact. That means other people will be attracted to you. One way to ward off unwanted attraction is by wearing more pieces of clothing. I see, Arcuid replied as I continued up the stairs, the wood making thumps as I step on them. Equally, if you want to attract attention, one way to do it is through less clothing. Though do know that by having less clothing, you're effectively becoming a beacon for everyone. Thus, if you want it to be effective for one person, do it somewhere private. Personally, I don't have a problem with what anyone else wears. So long as they're contributing to the company and doing their work, they can wear nothing for all I care. Scientia, I already know this. Your books are the books that you gave me already told me these things. Arcuid smiled. It was a bright smile that was reminiscent of Rimmeru's, full of innocence and a time long gone. Reaching the second floor, I walked over to an easily overlooked door and pushed it open, revealing a featureless room with a single mirror that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. Because of how the mirror was situated, I could clearly see the door frame held within the reflection. To avoid attention, we'll need different clothing. A series of holographic dolls, each wearing different styles and kinds of clothing, materialized in front of me. Pinching them, the hologram moved with my hands as I turned to face Arcuid, who stood by the doorway, about to ask which one she would like here. She's already changed. From her original plain clothing consisting of a short blue skirt, black tights, and a white sweater, she now wore something entirely different, more along the line of a rich teen. Arcuid now had a white jacket, with a large white fluffy scarf hung around her neck, tied in place by a large black bow situated in the center of her chest, and finally a pair of black boots that reaches the midpoint of her thigh, leaving the area on the bottom of her jacket skirt to the top of the boots bare. Arcuid's even more noticeable despite technically wearing more. Placing her hands behind her back, the true ancestor leaned forward with an expectant look on my face, unsubtly asking me, how does it look? If this were in my past life, I think I would have tried everything to charm Arcuid. I mean, for crying out loud, Right now she wouldn't look out of place at a fashion show. "How is it that you change so quickly?" I asked as I closed in to examine her new clothing. That must have not been what the blonde vampire was imagining, since she faltered a bit before catching herself. A smirk that oozed smugness bubbled onto the surface of Arcuid's face. She looked like someone in jeopardy that was asked a question that she knew but the others didn't. "Well, that's just a secret to Urk." The two odd strands of hair on her head jutted out and froze like water when exposed to liquid nitrogen when I pinched her new jacket. From a cursory glance and touch, it seems her clothing is made from wool clothing. Recognize the quality of the material is top-notch and can really only be found in high-end stores. How does she do it? I narrowed my eyes down at the fabric. It doesn't seem to be any form of teleportation, since I would have sensed some disturbance in the air. So did Arcuid just suddenly make it appear out of nowhere? "Okay Arcuid, how do you do it?" Arcuid suddenly blitzed away from me into the hallway and struck a certain pose I recognize from one of those Japanese comics Rimuru created, the one where she had her right hand cover most of her face while tilting the chest to the side like a half-fallen domino. That's a secret ability of mine. When did she become this dramatic? Was it all the works of fiction I gave her? Maybe I should have given you some non-fiction to read. I sighed at the lack of answers, content to accept it as an ability of the whimsical true ancestor. Pinching the hologram of different styles of clothing to my side, I turned around and went through many clothing. The clothing I wear are mostly consisting of a skin-tight black bodysuit under a white lab coat disassembled itself. The whole thing was literally unmade, like an icy sculpture melting underneath the heat of a summer sun. Streams of nanites flowed down my body until I'm entirely nude, standing in the center of a black pool that seems to reflect almost no light. My pale skin that was devoid of any flaws or discolorings was once again exposed to the self-contained world of the Citadel. I stared at the naked body in front of me. There was a sense of dissociation, a sense of foreignness of the body in the mirror. Even after 4 months, I still haven't gotten used to everything about this new body of mine. I guess me mostly covering myself head to toe was also to blame. Never really got a chance to acclimate to the body of a perfect homunculus, unlike the voice. My self-introspection was interrupted when I heard that embarrassed sound coming from Arcuid. Turning to her, I'm met with the puzzling sight of Arcuid covering her face but still peeking through the space between her fingers. "Is she? You've seen me naked multiple times already, why are you now embarrassed?" I asked her in befuddlement, my arms off to the side as if I was about to hug someone. The hot spring incident springs immediately to mind. Her face was so red they remind me of a tomato. Yeah, but that's because I didn't know it was improper before. I had no idea that looking at other people was indecent. So she's read books where it's inappropriate to view others without clothing, and now she's applied such logic to her identity. It's oddly human-like to be influenced by literature, like a person in their teenage years. Arcuid's on her own journey of self-discovery where she'll really explore what she likes and dislikes, her boundaries, and the forging of her identity. A blank canvas that is being painted on. Chuckling at her antics, I moved next to the human-like vampire and gently removed the arms off her face, a blush almost as red as her eyes still present on her cheeks. In a somber tone, one filled with nothing but acceptance of the situation, I started, "Do you see anything down there? Do you see any genitalia between my legs? Even if the area is extra sensitive, there's nothing down there. I'm like a doll. Strictly speaking, I have no gender. So technically, seeing me without any clothes on is like seeing a naked mannequin. Do you avert your eyes from looking at them?" It was a rhetorical question that has Arcuid shaking her head from side to side. So the things depicted in the books aren't always correct? The way Arcuid meekly asked was so unlike the image I have of her that I couldn't find myself face-palming while laughing. Ha. Only you could take fiction as literal, Arcuid. Fictions are a mere distorted reflection of reality, not a crystal reflection. The true ancestor then pouted like an embarrassed kid who asked how babies are made but are denied and told they'll learn after they're older. A single tap of which caused my left index finger to move through one of the many holographic dolls, and sludges of pitch blackness immediately came down from the ceiling. Even after being here for so long, Arcuid was alarmed at the sudden appearance of the black sludge and only didn't spring into action only because of how calm I am. I looked down at the swirling mass that was crawling up my leg. Admittedly, it is rather scary if a person who sees it doesn't know its purpose, like an infection from a zombie game. Once the mass has fully consumed my body and only my head remained clear, it solidified while changing its color to match that of a set of plain clothing. A simple long-sleeved blouse and leggings with a pair of running shoes and gloves to top it all off. That should blend in. Dormy. Next I reached into a doorway that formed right beside me and took out a seemingly simple necklace with a large blue sapphire-like gem at the center. The sapphire alone makes this necklace worth thousands in my old world, and let's not even get to the technology held within. Lowering it down to my neck, I fiddled and played with the large sapphire, as if it was a gift from a lover and I had just heard worrying news about them. Dropping my hands to the side, I turned to find Arcuid that was looking especially nervous, like a schoolgirl about to be on her first date. I don't understand why she's so nervous. She's an individual I accidentally brought into this world. Psychology, raise the possibility of attraction, like Arcuid just now a few seconds ago realizing what's about to happen as a date. I silently scoffed. What a ridiculous notion. She's got to be on another level of Stockholm Syndrome to be having any attraction to me. Plus, even if she does, I can't really return her feelings since I'm her guardian. Even with what little ethics I have, I knew that to be improper. Finally, I pressed the gem with a small amount of force and in the next moment, my face glitched before changing completely. A hologram overlaid my entire head, creating a mask filled with flaws that made me look normal instead of that freakish alien perfection. Whoa. Arcuid stared at me in awe, her gaze focused completely on my new face as if it was an alien. The digital mask, not really useful in areas of low lighting since my head would literally be glowing. Hey, I cracked a smile at the generated mental image. Dormy, to a place that'll generate lots of fun. The doorway appeared next to me, and with it, both I and Arcuid appeared inside an alleyway south of Congress. Oh, what is that? Arcuid immediately exclaimed, running toward a casino of all things. Fuck. Those look fun. Arcuid marveled at the inside of the casino with her mouth opened wide in a massive grin. The flashing lights, the large metal slot machines, the numerous tables containing gambling games that only existed in this world. These entertainment devices were situated in rows after rows that filled the always warehouse-like indoors. There's only really a small handful of people playing with the slot machines since right now, most people who would be here are working. It was completely different from any casino I've been to, being more bare bones than the richly decorated places of entertainment. I guess that's also because it's very new. Should Arcuid even be here? I wondered internally as I stared at one of the slot machines. She wanted to visit this since she's only read it in books, never in real life. Still, there's a reason why only adults are allowed inside a casino, and while Arcuid may be 800 years old, psychology places her mental age around that of a teen with a 90% certainty. Hey, Arcuid. I know of a better place here. As I spoke I turned my head to where Arcuid stood only to see nothing but empty space. I stared at where the true ancestor should have stood mere moments ago. There was only one thought on my mind. Oh shit. I panicked. Akin to a parent who just lost their child after taking their eyes off them for a few seconds, I felt a sense of incredible terror at the idea of Arcuid suddenly disappearing into a foreign place. Frantically whipping my head to scour everywhere around me like a hawk scouring a desert landscape to find prey, there was a brief flash of blonde before they disappeared into the rows upon rows of slot machines. Running towards it, everywhere on the peripherals of my vision turned into a blur as I blitzed past the machines, quickly reaching the middle of a cross-intersection with 3 different paths that Arcuid could have gone. Damn it, this is pointless. Silenced emotion, 50%, near instantly, I calmed down from my panicky high. Standing still and without any movements, I reminded myself that there's such a thing as cameras within all hotels, an excessive number of surveillance cameras since most hotels have them to prevent acts of cheating. I looked around me and yup, I had found one of the cameras attached to a pillar holding up the ceiling almost 5 meters high. I was about to hack those cameras before I spotted the single wire running out of those white metal boxes and into the pillar. I can't hack those cameras since there's nothing to hack. Those surveillance cameras transmit their information using wires, not through anything wireless like radio waves that I can intercept. I could climb the pillars and physically access the wires, but that'll be vandalism and destruction to property, not to mention I wanted to be discreet. It seems it's proper channels then. I turned on a dime and ran towards this casino's reception desk, internally promising to give Arcuid a phone next time so communication would be easier. On the other side of the casino, the technological advancements of this world were simply astounding. Though Arcuid never once really paid attention to the outside world even during her hunts for Ro, especially since her memory was wiped from her mind after every hunt, the princess of the true ancestors still remembers her last hunt for Ro before she was transported to this world. While yes, in her old world, there are skyscrapers, there's none quite like those pillars of metal and glass that almost seem to hold up the sky. Those were more befitting of something built by the gods, not something with science. What's more, those machines held within the workshop, those that allow the user to look deep into the microcosm of the world, to discover when quantum uncertainty becomes noticeable. Those almost scared her just like how a human would be scared of the unknown. What's more, to be able to manufacture those greater devourers on an industrial scale, things that can only exist out there in the depth of space, whose birth signaled the end of a star, and use them as storage units. Scientia. In the beginning, when she was first dragged here, she had genuinely thought that she was in a trap set by that annoying serpent of Akasha just as she had finally killed him for the last and final time with the aid of a certain sword of her father. When the vampire first came to, she discovered that she was inside a bubble of distorted space that's dramatically similar to a reality marble, and was less than pleased as a result. But discovering that she was standing on her cousin made that displeasure disappear. Arcuid's attention was then drawn to the only observer watching her. It was a hole. The being that Arcuid would later come to learn as Scientia Tempest was a literal void in reality, an endless abyss with cracks spreading around her on a metaphysical level, infecting everything everywhere she had gone. The world itself seems to almost fear the hole as if its very existence was a representation of everything wrong in the world, akin to those foreigners Arcuid had once heard her grandpa speak about. But personally, Arcuid thinks Scientia is like science personified, a being that chases away mystery. And it's this property of the perfect homunculus that would undoubtedly cause Gaia to treat her as possibly the greatest threat to its existence. The same with Allah as well. Both would team up to do everything they can to slay that void, lest the mystery which makes up the will of the planet and the will of humanity be turned into fairy tales like dragons of old. Thus, knowing the threat and following her most basic programming of slaying threats to Gaia, Arcuid moved to eliminate that hole in reality, charging at it like a rhino. Though she never said it, Arcuid was happy that she was stopped. During that time as a disembodied soul, all of Arcuid's programming was deleted. She broke. She was shattered. The only thing that was on her mind was her killer, that perfect void in reality. And when she could finally think of something else again, Arcuid was still feeling the phantom pain from being hit with multiple topological defects. But at the same time, the vampire, ever since her inception, had finally begun to think more than just her mission. Finally reforming her body with marble phantasm, Arcuid found herself high up in the clouds, standing on the top of one of the colossal pillars of metal and glass. Seeing down at the edge with her feet dangling off the ledge, Arcuid thought about everything. On her mind was this new world, that strange voice, the lack of Gaia, those titanic pillars of scientific progress, and at the center of it all, the void in reality which killed her. Being without a history, Arcuid jumped down from the top of those buildings and started wandering the streets like a person lost and without any destination, only stopping when she saw a rapidly changing picture attached to a smaller building. The picture displayed scenes from a motion picture and was apparently one of the first of its kind. The focal point of that picture was about a cheerful and whimsical female green human-like thing in love. The blonde tilted her head as she stared at the rapidly changing picture even when it no longer displayed the motion picture. The female goblin was shown in the rapidly changing picture for approximately 42 seconds, and inside her mind, Arcuid continuously replayed that 42 seconds again and again. Due to her inhuman physiology, the true ancestor remembers just about everything. It was only when the sun was at its zenith did one of the goblins in uniform approach her and ask her what was wrong. Chapter 30 Part 2 Mimicking that cheerful female goblin from the motion picture, Arcuid smiled brightly and said nothing much, before taking off to find that void again, only for that void to run away after immediately spotting her. But in the end, she still caught up and everything was well. How terrific. Arcuid did a little jump. Walking with her hands held behind her back, Arcuid neared one of the many. Roulette was it? There was a pattern of red and black squares combined together on the table alongside a single spinning thing at one end. In addition, there was a single human wearing a sharp suit who stood by the table, looking at her with a disarming smile on his face. Good afternoon, miss. Fancy your chance at winning? The human held up a black coin-like chip. Arcuid cupped her chin, before smiling brightly and nodding, okay. The dealer explained how roulette is supposed to be played and asked her for the money. In response, Arcuid pulled out a $10 bill from seemingly nowhere, causing the dealer to raise an eyebrow before passing the bill under a neutrino scanner. All Tempest dollar bills possess a thin line of trachyte, that is, metamaterial capable of more easily reflecting neutrinos than your average baryonic matter. This trachyte is what's preventing people from just duplicating the bill with magic. Seeing how it passed through the scanner, the dealer just shrugged and gave Arcuid a blue chip of the second smallest denomination and explained how the game was supposed to work. I'll recommend you place them on. I'll place it on 0. What? The dealer was stumped. Newbies typically go for the safer options of either odd or even numbers, not directly go for the one least likely to lose. Are you sure? Yep. In his training, the dealer's main priority was to get the players hooked. So even if the player doesn't win, he's allowed to call in some guest services like free drinks to entice the player to spend more. So reaching underneath the table, the dealer preemptively pressed the button that would bring guest services here. Very well, the dealer spun the roulette wheel and it landed in 0. The dealer stared at the ball before reaching over and giving Arcuid 5 black chips representing the highest denominations. Very well. As I said before, the payout for any single number is 35 to 1, but with a 0, it's 50 to 1. Congratulations, miss, you just earned $500. Would you like to continue to play or would you cash out? The vampire pondered for a brief few moments before remembering her main goal here. To bankrupt a casino that's surely used to launder money, just like the protagonist of one of the books that she'd read did. Typically, the chance of her winning is in the single-digit percentage. But as a true ancestor who crossed that barrier of entropy and had her marble phantasm turned into a unique skill, if that odd voice was any indication, Arcuid's marble phantasm can now affect man-made objects just as easily as with nature. I waited patiently as the orc manager, who actually isn't that obese like the other orcs, awkwardly sifted through the many cameras that were situated all over the casino. His movements were filled with mistakes and second guesses made his inexperience with technology all the more obvious, where I can instantly tell without the use of inspired Inventor. Due to my insistence on keeping up the facade, I couldn't just ask them to let me do it myself. Moreover, psychology said how the manager is a person with a huge ego and wouldn't take too kindly to others doing better than himself. Though interestingly, for a brief moment before the camera record switched, I saw a kaijin with a Shinto shrine maiden outfit standing by one of the tables in the VIP blackjack section. What was Albedo doing here? I couldn't help but ponder as my eyes narrowed. She was an individual that was particularly against the creation of a casino. But when she realized that it was going to be legalized, the kaijin pushed heavily for tight regulations. Putting that aside, The door to the monitor room suddenly burst open as a goblin wearing a waiter uniform came in. "Sir, there's a situation in the roulette section concerning the potential use of a skill for cheating." "Skill used for cheating?" The manager's eyes widened before turning to me. "I apologize for this, Miss Tia, but cheating with a skill demands my attention. I hope you'd forgive me for that." "No, it's all right." I rolled my tongue inside my mouth as I tried to determine the likelihood that it was Arcuid who was responsible for this. "Can I also come?" "It's preferable that you do not come, Miss Tia." I turned to the waiter goblin. "Does the situation involve a female human with blonde hair and red eyes?" Yes." I snapped my finger at that before turning to face the manager with an expectant look. "Very well. But you do know the penalty of using a possible unregistered skill, yes?" "It was only with acting that I don't just say that." "Of course I know. I'm the person who wrote those damn laws." Instead of a rebuke, there was only a calm smile on my face. "Of course I know." "You know what I think?" the manager said as we started hurriedly jaunting over to the roulette tables. "I think this is a conspiracy. You and this blonde woman are obviously in collusion to scam our casino out of money, but now you've been caught. You're trying to do damage control by appearing cooperative. Now that I think about it, from the manager's perspective, I really do look suspicious." "Even so, don't be absurd. I have no need to scam your casino out of any money. I literally own the source of wealth for this nation, not to mention my endeavors in space provided me with an inexhaustible amount of raw material." The manager didn't reply. "Psychology," said how he was put off by my nonchalant attitude. We finally reached a small crowd of people, and just as I thought, Arcuid stood in the middle of that crowd right beside a roulette table with an exorbitant pile of colorful chips, glaring defiantly against a large orc with her hands posed for a killing slash. If ignoring the situation, the number of chips on the table almost made it look like a set from one of those TV shows where the protagonist is a mathematical genius who started a company, and the only way to fund said company is through casinos. The manager then spoke into his wrist and asked for additional reinforcement for a potentially violent situation. Using movements I learned from stealth, I quietly snaked undetected through the crowd until I'm right beside the super vampire. Lightly tapping her shoulder, Arcuid continued to stare down at the security guard with both of her hands out, protecting her pile of chips like a dragon protecting its hoard. "Arcuid," I tapped harder, this time eliciting a response in the form of a head turn before immediately returning to a few seconds ago, only her form changed where instead of purely wanting to kill the orc in front of her, the vampire now has her left claw stretched out in a stance that seems to almost separate me from any harm, like as if Arcuid was including me in that horde. I snarled, muttering, "God damn it!" Feeling my options get closed off with each passing second, what with the tension becoming higher and higher, even an idiot can see something bad was going to happen unless something drastic was done to prevent it. So I did something I'm not particularly proud of. I drew my hand back before striking the back of Arcuid's head around the base in a barber slap that I know full well won't do any actual harm, but goddamn it, I'll make it painful. I lectured Arcuid with negative reinforcement. "Yow!" Arcuid yelped suspiciously like that cat from Tom and Jerry before recoiling and whipping around to look at me. The edge of her eyes had sparkles of light to signal bits of tears, while the part of her lips she wasn't biting down on quivered. I could see my own reflection in her eyes. My posture and form stated stanch unimpressed. The true ancestor continued to rub the back of her head before yelling, "Sansha, why did you hit me? I was only trying to impress you by bankrupting a corrupt casino." "Oh fuck." "Sansha, as in Director Sansha?" "That can't be right." She looked nothing like Commander Sansha. The people around me all muttered and murmured in surprise. Silenced emotion, 70%, an even further application of silenced emotion, destroyed the mounting panic that was quickly building deep inside me. I looked around at the people gathered before focusing on the manager, who quickly got the message and told the newly arrived security team to disperse the crowd. Is this what it's like to be the parent of a teenager whose rebellious streak had gotten them into major trouble? You know, I really dislike the fact that they display the original paragraph of a comment as deleted when you edit the thing. Why is there a magic tag but no science tag? What's with this double standard? 100k words, woo. Due to the fact that the lane is translated only to 12, I will substitute what the lane lacks with the WN, things like Leon's ultimate skill, Metatron, Lord of Purity, is something he's always had. I'm using the Versus Battle wiki for things that the wiki or the lane doesn't contain as well. However, if it's something that lane said is intentionally different from WN, namely Yuki, the lane will take precedence. Anything else I'm going to take some creative liberty as this is a no spoiler beyond this point. I need to make this change especially since the Great Tenma Wars doesn't start until Volume 18 according to the people on Tensura Discord. Chapter 31, 30th Move, Crawling Chaos. 1 minute later, both I and Arcuid were gently escorted by terrified security guards into an empty office room. After the crowd had dispersed, I disabled my digital mask, revealing my perfection once more to the world and causing one of the younger security guards to pass out as if he had just seen the most terrifying thing in the world. With my new physiology, I clearly hear how the manager panically talked into his radio despite being close to 10 meters away. He asked for the owner himself to come since, I quote, "the fucking director is here." Arcuid sulked like a kid who had just been called to the office for doing something regrettable and was now anxiously waiting for the said office to call their parents. While Arcuid deliberated on what was coming next, I merely observed the empty room. The room had colorful Turkish-like tiled flooring, with all of the pieces of furniture being made from wood that's lighter in color compared to my own preferred mahogany. It was only past the 5-minute mark when the door to the office burst open again as a human wearing a t-shirt and shorts came in. The man had brown hair and blue eyes and looked a lot like your typical dad in their 40s. However, the human was obviously exhausted from running. He leaned on the door frame for support before bringing up his other hand that held a water bottle and drank it as if he hadn't had water for over a day. Phew, the man then cleared his throat after finishing the water. Woo. Good afternoon, Director Scientia. His voice was cheerful, and his form was one of welcoming. Ridley, ex-merchant now full-time casino owner, at your service. The man reached out with his free left hand. I returned the gesture and we shook hands. Scientia Tempest, Director of Research and Development. Then I gestured to Arcuid. Arcuid Brunistad, a companion of mine. Calling her my ward invokes images of underaged when in fact she's older than me and would raise far more questions. Strolling towards the rotating office chair, Ridley started talking. Sorry you had to wait so long. I was working out before I got the call from Ran about the mythical Director of Research and Development herself coming to my casino. After hearing that, well, I don't think there's not a single business owner in all of Metropolis that wouldn't drop whatever they were doing to come and greet it. Then the man dropped into the office chair and clasped the armrest. So, how can I help research and development? If you're wondering about what just happened, well, I guess nothing happened other than your companions being able to win against an inexperienced dealer, and I guess I can even reimburse Miss Brunistad's winning by a factor of 10 for how utterly rude my security guard acted. He hides it well. Acting compliments this Ridley's to suppress any visible indication of his fear. The man wants me gone as soon as possible. Nothing much, I said, licking my dry lips. We don't need Arcuid's winning. The true ancestor seemed to want to interject, but a harsh stare from me silenced any opposition. Arcuid soon returned to her sulking. Ridley looked surprised for a brief moment before nodding along. Okay. He clasped his hands together, every finger interlocking save for both index fingers. I see you. So, can I know what just happened or is that a secret? I'm fine with not knowing. I would much prefer if we can all just ignore what just happened. My companion here came from a faraway place and was curious about casinos since she's never seen them before. Ridley nodded again. I see. Then there was a familiar smile on his lips. Of course, nothing happened. The events of today were all but a dream. So he's like me then? A businessman to the core. That realization caused me to smile in return, making Ridley flinch a bit before he recovered. After everything was said and done, the casino owner sent us on our merry way, Both I and Arcuid appeared in the middle of a dark alleyway through a doorway. As though she was a kid who had just been suspended from school and realized their mistake, Arcuid fidgeted around with her hands and her clothes. I took a deep breath and thought about how I'm going to go about doing this. Listen, Sansha, what made you think that casino owner was corrupt? I asked, my head facing away from Arcuid. But aren't all casino owners corrupt? Arcuid stated as if it was a fact, her face colored with confusion. In the detective series, Casino Traveler was the primary destination for criminals to launder money. So I thought I could bankrupt them using Marble Phantasm. I thumbed the bridge of my nose while squeezing my eyes shut. Even without psychology, I could tell Arcuid was about to start crying, something I desperately wanted to avoid since I can't stand crying, especially in someone that's close to me. Silenced emotion, 50%. I silently cursed the other true ancestors. Arcuid, what you read is called fiction. Fictions are not real, they are a distorted reflection of reality. The Metropolitan Gaming Commission has a stranglehold on anything related to the regulation of casinos. Just getting the proper license to open a casino is already difficult enough, and with how strict the standards and how heavily the penalties are enforced regarding gambling, all casinos within the city of Metropolis operate by a set of even stricter internal standards just so that there's breathing room. I turned to face the true ancestor while pointing in the general direction of that casino. That man, Ridley, was terrified of us. He probably thought that we were part of some elaborate plot to inspect his casino for any violation and thus wanted to get rid of us as soon as possible. Arcuid's mouth was hung open. It happened so often in those books, Sir Arcuid. Not everything you read about in books is an accurate reflection of reality. Damn, my relying on fiction to help her grow and experience stuff sure as all hell backfired on me. Those books must have filled the true ancestor's mind with incorrect ideas and preconceptions about real life, especially the idea that tropes must be real. Arcuid recoiled when I yelled at her, causing a tinge of guilt to echo through my mind. But what about tax evasion and bribery, or corruption? Silenced emotion, 70%, I replied in a much calmer, gentler tone. The Ministry of Interior's Tempest Revenue Agency monitors all transactions of every citizen in the entirety of this city. Tax evasion is now impossible since the main tax that all Tempest residents must pay is the property tax, allowing for unprecedented streamlining in tax calculation and collection. Bribery and corruption are pretty much impossible since to be a politician or any civil servant, you would have to give up much of your privacy, like allowing your bank account to be inspected by anyone. Dormy. Reaching into a small doorway that opened right beside me, I pulled out a synthetic leather wallet. Opening the wallet, I then took a single bill to emphasize my next point. To avoid counterfeit bills, the Mint laces legitimate bills with a strip of trachyte while dousing them in specialized chemicals. I pointed at the odd-colored strip at one end of the bill. Beyond these detective methods, civil servants and politicians are also paid extraordinarily well, further preventing them from accepting bribes and corruption. Oh. So the problems I read of within those books were never an issue for you? Arcuid meekly said before bringing her index finger together. I wanted to scream yes before I crushed that feeling. A part of my mind wondered why I was so accommodating before the other parts replied how I'm Arcuid's guardian and that I technically kidnapped her. Rubbing my forehead, I now have an immense sense of respect for all the parents out there, especially my own. Such a thought made me realize again how I won't ever see them again. The homesickness I usually repressed successfully came oozing back and threatened to overflow and consume all of my other thoughts. Looking down at my finger, I couldn't recognize it as my own, as if it was less real, as neuroscience, paired up with psychology, said how I'm feeling a case of depersonalization, otherwise known as out-of-body. Clearing my throat to anchor myself back to reality. Yes, Arcuid. I'm going to introduce more non-fiction books for you too. I trailed off when I realized Arcuid was staring at something somewhere further into the alleyway. Turning to face where Arcuid's looking, I'm greeted by the sight of several humans in rather rough clothing, looking more like bandits. What the hell are they doing? Well, Would you look at that? Seems like that mage contact of yours was correct, Bien. One of the thugs said, we have here two pretties in a dark alleyway where there's no possible way for any of those pesky guards around. Is this actually happening right now? I rubbed my eyes and those humans remained. Are you guys robbing us? There was a look of disbelief on my face, which must have been seen as a scared disbelief because the same human continued, it might have taken a while, but seeing how successful this monster city is, I think it's only fair you distribute some wealth to us humans. No. The human brought up a sword. Magic. Recognizes it instantly as an enchanted sword that should be way out of reach for a person who robs stuff for a living. I raised an eyebrow, curious. You're robbing me? You're robbing me of all people? Don't you know who I am? The human then pointed the sword at me. No idea, but with a face as beautiful as yours, I think I'll gladly get to know you more. I thumbed the bridge of my nose once more. You morons. You foreign morons. It'll be almost adorable how these are trying to rob me of all people. I raised my right hand, deciding to enact the right to self-defense, and promptly used unlimited alchemy to transmute the oxygen inside every human's lungs into a superchloroform created by chemistry. Only nothing happened. What? I stared at the palm of my right hand again before shooting out, this time exerting more magicules and only to receive some red lines that slithered down my arm. My range has been reduced. Oh? You're trying to cast some magic? The human leader smiled. That's not gonna work, and neither is calling for help since our pal Bien here has set up an artifact that blocks all forms of magical communication, so why don't you all just give us the goods, huh? Okay, even without inspired inventor, I can tell these people are way too well armed for some robbers. Before you rob me, can I ask you guys where you got these things and how did you get in here, huh? That's a first, the leader commented, before smiling. Well, Bien here has a lot of contacts with mages, and he managed to get us these powerful artifacts that I ignored the rest of his spiel and pulled up a holographic panel. Using the panel, I marked Bien as a high-value target for information and sent the message to the Metropolis Overwatch security system. Using his contacts with someone from Falmouth, we managed to sneak in. I'm going to stop you right there. I raised a hand before pointing at them. Now, you clearly have backers, and those backers must have thought that we use magic like every other nation. There was a soft humming sound that temporarily caught their focus before it was then turned back to me. But here's the thing, we don't use magical communication here at Tempest. I explained, we use science, and even if you somehow manage to fully block scientific communication, I alone can probably take all of you guys down. Very quickly, 3 autonomous security drones descended with their iconic humming sound and sprayed out a white soapy toothpaste-like substance that hardened quickly after coming into contact with the thugs, filling a large portion of the alleyway in a way similar to water turning into ice inside its container. Class C criminal apprehended, successfully. Prepare for transport. One of the ASDs announced and readied to open its pocket dimension. That was anticlimactic. Usually, that was where the protagonist would display their power to the readers. Arcuid noted with a hint of sadness in her voice. Silenced emotion, 10%. I facepalmed again as a large chunk of the hardened containment foam encompassing those thugs suddenly disappeared. Exasperately, God damn it, Arcuid. Lowering my hand, I stared tiredly at the true ancestor, pleading, the world doesn't run on tropes. We're not living inside a book. And whenever you do go out, could you please keep it on the down low? I don't want to wake up one morning to see you blowing up on social media because you did something drastic. One Arcuid then stuck out a tongue at me playfully, turning on a dime and seemingly forgetting my previous scolding. Then, the super vampire, emphasis on the super, took my left hand and started dragging me with her. Since her strength vastly outpaces mine, I was hauled along like an unwilling dog on a leash. Arcuid, where are you taking me? Turning her head to face me, I saw that there was a look of smug superiority on her face. You wanted me to stay low, don't you? So let's go and watch a theater play or a movie. That way I can be entertained and you can be the next to me to correct any wrongs I may commit. Again, I gave her an unimpressed look before sighing for God knows how many times today. Okay, I'll come, you don't need to drag me. Psychology did say how being next to Arcuid lowers my stress levels. As Arcuid refuses to let go and continues to drag me along, my mind started to wander again. I couldn't help but imagine my old self when I just reincarnated, refusing Arcuid, wanting to watch a theater play and instead focusing on tinkering to make sure I'll be more unassailable. I definitely have mellowed out significantly. Guess Arcuid's also having an effect on me just as I am having some on her. Putting on the digital mask once more, I and Arcuid watched a theater play made by a traveling band of actors who settled down in Metropolis. The play itself was nothing spectacular. After all, I spotted multiple places where the writers took inspiration from literature from the National Library, but with how it had Arcuid howling in laughter, I decided to keep my true opinion to myself. I contended to mostly enjoy Arcuid's presence, her keeping me company. With how the light from the stage illuminated her face, I couldn't help but again notice how pretty she looked. According to her, she was considered the princess of the race, designed to be the strongest true ancestor. I can't see that, I thought after recalling my interactions with the princess. I've always imagined royalties must be above mere commoners like myself, similar to how a human is above an ant. They must be refined and full of dignity, and yet Arcuid is the complete opposite of my bias about royalty. Ha 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 ha. His face after it go to ha 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 ha. Despite being a child soldier, Arcuid could still smile so freely. Not only that, the blonde was still able to retain that childlike innocence even more than Rimuru. That should be impossible. A normal soldier has a difficult time adjusting back into civilian life after their deployment is finished. A child soldier has an even more difficult time and may never be able to adjust, and yet, despite some hiccups, Arcuid is just like your average teenager, carefree, adventurous, and a bit rebellious. The play ended, and Arcuid went toward the National Library while I just stood there, my hands freezing in the middle of waving goodbye. How was Arcuid able to smile so freely, yet I can't when I've only gone through a fraction of what she's been through? She's like a piece of blank paper being thrown into the sea yet remaining dry. Psychology says I'm jealous of those who still retain their innocence even after being touched by the world's dirt, but I reject that explanation outright. I've grown up. I'm an adult, not a kid who misses what could have been. Leaving that question hanging, I returned back to my vault, went through the whole sterilization process, and was ready to tinker once more, this time more to keep my mind off of my previous thoughts. Clunk. That was the plan until I heard a clunking sound somewhere very far away and froze. Is it one of my cleaning robots? Shaped like a ball, the cleaning robots are meant to ensure this place stays as sterile as possible, including trying to cause as little of a disturbance as possible. Narrowing my eyes in suspicion, I pulled out a log of the past few hours. The holographic display showed no intrusions upon the Siberium shell nor any unexpected curvatures in the local space-time. So what could have caused it? An idea crossed my mind. Scrolling up on the log, I found that Rimuru and Veldora never left the Citadel. I smacked my forehead once I realized that sound was probably the duo trying to mess with me. I shook my head at their antics. It would have worked had this been anywhere other than my own workshop vault, where I tinker and keep all of my most important machines. Dormy. A small doorway opened up right next to me. Its size is no more than your typical A4 paper. I no longer need to say where I'm going, since my new physiology actively purges any foreign bodies. Instead of sending nanites into my brain, the nanosuit I'm wearing uses multiple external instruments to read the electric signals and patterns in my brain to predict what I'm thinking to a high degree of accuracy. This ability to read my thoughts paired up with a complex predictive AI algorithm allows me to pretty much never need to actually say where I want to go. Reaching into that small doorway, I took out a pair of seemingly ordinary fancy sunglasses. Putting them on, a single line of nanomachines crawled up my neck and connected to the sunglasses. The inner panel of the sunglasses powered on and displayed hundreds of point-of-view shots of many cameras that are situated all over my workshop before dismissing most of them until it stopped at camera 2391. displaying a tanned man crouching behind a machine that I used to record virtual particles in an attempt to harness vacuum energy, in other words, energy from empty space. I was about to use the strings implant within my hands before halting. There was this feeling of familiarity within my mind, like seeing a long-lost sibling or parent, an instinctual part of you that ensures you can recognize each other even after years apart. Is that Veldora? I mean, given how Velgrand has a human body, it makes sense that Veldora too has a human body. Carefully, using stealth to guide my movements, I crept up behind Veldora to give him a bit of a fright. Rimuru, I think your plan has failed, Veldora said, and I immediately froze, even to the point of stilling my breath. A blue slime popped out from within Veldora's gape. Shhhhh. It can't have failed. We'll teach Scientia why you shouldn't be ignorant. She's right behind us. I sensed her with my universal sense. Two eye-like circular protrusions came out of Rimuru in his slime form. What? Chapter 31 Part 2, Veldora then got up and gestured towards me. See, she's right there. Foo. I contained my laughter as much as I could. Clutching my stomach, ha 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 ha. I failed. The sound of laughter filled the room as I found the situation unbelievably funny. It was strange, I thought as I continued to laugh, that I'm finding such a thing funny. Once I settled down, I realized there was a carefree smile on my face. Ha 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 ha. Veldora laughed boisterously, akin to if he were an actor in a screenplay, and let out a toothy grin as well, completely unbothered as a normal person would during the first few times of encountering my unnatural perfection. Great to finally see you again, Scientia. I looked up and down the muscular body of Veldora. Are you going to go on your infamous rampage again? The bravado that Veldora once held was dashed when I asked him that. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, the true dragon chuckled nervously. Psychology suggests he had thought about it and was dissuaded from perusing such a path. No, Rimuru introduced me to the sacred texts, showed me the error of my ways, and why I was in the wrong, he said with a hint of nostalgia, like an old man speaking about the good old days. That mental image of an old man was instantly dissolved when Veldora jumped up, floated there, and started firing off lasers like some kind of anime protagonist showing off. But of course, should there be anyone who dares threaten you two, I wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them all. My jaw dropped, alarmed at the fact that goddamn lasers are being fired off in such a delicate and precious workplace here. The cheapest machine here will cost billions in my old world, and you got yourself a receipt for untold disaster. Hey. Jumping up and down to catch his attention, I was also simultaneously waving at him to calm down and stop whatever he was doing. Confusion colored the storm dragon's features as he dropped to the ground, probably wondering why I had stopped his performance. The confusion turned into pain when I reached up and gripped hard on his shoulder. Even in spite of the height difference between the two of us, there was a large tick mark on my forehead. Veldora, who said you could just fire lasers indiscriminately inside my workshop? Veldora took a few steps back, trying to get out of my grip, and succeeded before his mouth formed into an awkward smile, like one you'd find on a friend who knew they messed up and are now trying to calm you down. I fired off a bunch of lasers when I returned, and Rimuru didn't object. You traitor! You were both I and Rimuru both screamed out before I took a deep breath and cut myself off mid-sentence. That's fair. That chamber was meant to survive the ground zero of a nuclear explosion, so it can definitely take it, but that's beside the point. Veldora, you are a true dragon, one of the strongest beings in this world. Therefore, you have a lot of responsibility to properly use these powers of yours. I scolded him and he just pouted. My brain was forced to do the mental equivalent of a system reboot when I saw how the humanoid true dragon fucking pout like a damn child who's just been denied what they want. HMPH, and here I thought you would be glad that I would protect you from anyone who dares to harm you, Veldora said with a bit of faux hurt in his voice, turning his back on me. I rubbed my forehead and took another deep breath before speaking up again. Right, apologies. You just returned and I shouldn't have scolded you for something you didn't know. Looking up and right into his golden eyes that look very similar to Rimuru's, I offered him a hand. Let's restart this then. Welcome back, Veldora. to the land of the free. I guess we should plan how to introduce you to the nation, huh? He then turned around with a massive smile on his face, completely ignoring my attempts at a handshake. Indeed. Veldora then grabbed the slime beside him, who was struggling to get out of the grab. Rimmer, you already told me of what you've done, introducing this democracy and technologies and science previously unseen. It seems the saying that perfect homunculus is the herald of change is indeed true. I tilted my head at the mention of herald of change, a title that was previously mentioned by Milim. What do you mean by that? By what? Veldora dropped a struggling Rimmer. The herald of change? Seeing my nod, the storm dragon elaborated on my title. Well, before the birth of Relentless 400 years ago, the world was relatively stable. Even in my domain within the Jura forest, I noticed the lack of large deaths for half a century. According to this one otherworlder I met, the world was consolidated into several massive kingdoms and empires, with the most prominent ones being Nitro's, the Eastern Empire, and the Thelium Kingdom. I cupped my chin. The way Veldora is describing the pre-relentless world sounds a lot like Europe right before the First World War. Apparently, there was a three-way Cold War between the nation of Nitro's, Rudra and his empire, and the Thelium Kingdom. Relentless destroyed the Thelium Kingdom so thoroughly that it shattered into the hundreds of western states that rest between Rubiarios and Sarian. It took the combined might of all the demon lords, heroes like Kranoa, my sisters, and all the human and monster nations combined to stop Relentless. Crikey. I knew from reading some history books that my predecessor was powerful enough to destroy whole nations, but to hear it from someone who lived through such a volatile period, it's like listening to a wee veteran talks about the battle he fought in. Once the first perfect homunculus was stopped, I remember Kranoa called it the death of the old world. Both I and Rimuru had no words to respond with. The silence continued for a few moments before the sound of Veldora's laughter pierced the curtain of silence. Don't worry, Scientia, I'm sure you would never do anything like that. Despite never really joining the final battle against Relentless, the monster still intruded upon my domain, and from what I remember, that perfect homunculus was dead set on the destruction of everything. He then gestured at all the machines around him. You are someone that creates, Scientia, and as far as I'm aware, that makes you as far from Relentless as the day is to the night, Veldora declared, surprisingly insightfully. Oh, I could feel my cheeks heating up at his words. Magic, said that due to Veldora being my namer, his compliments are seen to me as if it was said by a dear friend. Silenced emotion, 50%, that heat was instantly gone as I clear my throat. Right. What happened to you? You're not what I had in mind of a proud dragon. Ha 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 ha. It's all because of the sacred texts that Rimuru gave me to read during my stay inside his stomach. I slowly turned to look at Rimuru. And what would those sacred texts be? Those picture books that you read from right to left, of course. Manga essentially. I see. My hands twitched at the mention of those Japanese comics and using them to teach someone. And how did Veldora exactly gain a human body? I know that it's definitely a skill of the true dragons to be able to appear human, but the history books never said that Veldora was capable of such a thing. Oh, that. After Veldora returned, he wanted to go out to explore and experience his freedom. I realized very quickly that a giant dragon is no way to stay discreet, so I gave him a new body which he possessed. From your skills? Yeah, Rimuru nodded. Okay, so one of the most pressing issues has been solved. Next up, where's he going to sleep? The slime looked a bit sheepish. I was hoping you have an extra room in your citadel, since his return is an extremely delicate situation. I gave Rimuru an unimpressed look before heeding his logic. The citadel is the most secure place in the world. You're right, I said with a sense of acceptance in my voice. Veldora's return is an extremely delicate situation that if not handled properly can result in a civil war. Although the Jura Tempest Republic is a secular state, the Veldora faith in general still held enormous sway within the Jura forest itself. Unlike the Western Holy Church, the Veldora faith is splintered among many different interpretations, just like the many religions in my old world. And due to this splintering, Many of the more conservative and fanatical interpretations would undoubtedly call for the overriding of democracy in favor of turning Veldora into their god king. Yeah, with the goal of making Veldora into their sole ruler. Rimuru looked uncomfortable, prompting Veldora to ask, "Are you alright, Rimuru?" "You don't need to worry, I'm not interested in ruling. Your sacred text taught me just how tedious ruling is." The storm dragon raised a thumbs up head with a massive smile. "I'm fine, it's just I'm reminded of something from my old world, that party." The slime looked like he wanted to say more before stopping. I clapped my hands to kill the incoming silence. "Alright, so it's decided. Veldora, you'll live with me inside the citadel." A doorway opened up right behind me, and from it, a Shiz chassis walked out. "Oh, a maid?" Veldora remarked in a weird tone, "and a portal with no magic?" All three of us paused at that before I soldiered on. "Anyway, Shiz, please show Veldora to one of the many spare rooms within the living sections of the citadel." After Veldora and Shiz walked through a newly created doorway, Rimuru said his goodbyes before returning to prepare for his visit to Ingrassa. I stood alone once more within my workshop, back to tinkering. Looking around me, the many specialties of Inspired Inventor got to work and started coming up with ways to repurpose these obsolete machines. Pulling up a holographic panel, I tapped away and started transporting some of these machines to be scrapped. To ensure the Matryoshka brain is completed even quicker, I'll need to start building those colossal fabricators that teleport whatever they built into the correct place. Since the specialties involved in making this didn't give me a name, I think I'll call it Subspace Entropic Nanoapplication Fabricator, or simply the fabricators. These fabricators take in an incredible amount of energy from the Hawking radiation of micro-black holes and convert them into pure hydrogen thanks to a more advanced version of that entropy rifle. Afterward, it sends that hydrogen to several fusion furnaces and fuses them into the desired heavier elements, creating raw resources. With the raw resources in place, pools of advanced nanites will get to work converting those raw resources into more complex components for the computronium, which after assembling together, will get slotted into the appropriate place thanks to a subspace diver transitioning the computronium's particles into their supersymmetric counterpart and back again, only this time in the orbit of that star. To properly calculate the space-time coordinate and velocity of several 100 trillion components of sizes varying from the microscopic to the planetary requires an ungodly level of coordination and managerial ability, which is why the first thing I'm doing is transporting a partially completed planetary computer into the orbit of the Matryoshka brain. Walking through a newly manifested doorway, I appeared inside a spinning wheel-like space station around 30 light minutes away from the star. Immediately, I'm forced to avert my eyes as a bright burst of electromagnetic and gravitational radiation erupted out of a planet that suddenly came out of hyperspace a little under a light second away. Under the glow of the distant class A star, the planet looked like it had large oceans of silvery metal and land masses of brownish red, the parts that haven't been covered by the computational shell. Around the planet, there was a thin halo, signaling that there was a thin atmosphere. Using several holographic command consoles, I instructed the planetary computer to start orbiting the star while awaiting connection with the fabricators. Next, I halted around 1% of all production facilities on the Matryoshka brain surface, diverting the mass that would have gone towards them into instead building a single Pluto-sized subspace entropic nanoapplication fabricators. It should take me maybe a day or two. Kingdom of Blumand, capital city of Rondo, Jura Tempest Republic Embassy. The Tempest Embassy in Blumand is the second one that the Jura Tempest Republic had opened after the one in Dworgen. Aesthetically, it is just as technologically advanced as its predecessor, with plenty of bells and whistles like a floating monument and holograms showing the shining capital of the Republic. Officially, it is a consulate general. Taking up a space of several football fields, the main building of the embassy reflects that of the congressional pyramid but mixes in a sense of optimistic futurism, as if that's what the buildings in a bright and hopeful future would look like with color palettes of white, blue, and green. Ever since it first opened up, The gate to the embassy is filled with those less fortunate individuals waiting in line to get a work visa, or for those who are fortunate like merchants, to apply for passports. And just like every day, today is no different. Man, I gotta say this again. This job is amazing, Tilda, Yum said with a drink in his hand as he, inside his cushy office that overlooked the courtyard of the embassy, swept his gaze over the city of Rondo. I just need to make some public appearance, meet with members of royalty, attend charities, and that's all. I can just laze about during my off hour. Is this the life of those singers? Yum wondered out loud as he gulped his drink. His office is shaped like a cube, with one side of the wall filled with slanted windows that reach from the ceiling to the floor. Its size is easily comparable to an average living room inside an art college. Similar to the outside, Yum's office was also decorated with sleek, white furniture punctuated by potted plants, holograms, and advanced, never-seen-before technologies. It was the epitome of cleanliness and futurism, of what's possible with science. The alcohol in his hand caused Yum to ponder about what had happened to him over the past few weeks. From being a criminal to attending a place with the highest education possible, all the way to being given a job that pays a six-figure salary which needs him to do pretty much nothing. He's been through a lot, hasn't he? With how much I've been through, I should probably write a biography about me. Future generations will definitely have to study Yum, the legendary diplomat, who managed to turn from rags to riches better than any merchants could. Ring. Just then, the phone on his desk rang, and Yum instantly grew alarmed. Quickly, he placed the half-finished glass of whiskey back into a drawer built into the table. Policy dictates that he wasn't supposed to drink on the job, and if the one who called is his real boss, then the penalties would definitely be even worse. Clapping his cheeks, Yum tried to get the drowsiness from alcohol out of his system before answering the call, and the voice of his secretary came out, making the man breathe out a sigh of relief. What is it, Assie? You have someone here waiting in the lobby wanting to work for security, specifically, your security, ambassador. Yum's face contorted into confusion. We have plenty of people wanting to work for the embassy every day. What makes them so different? Ambassador Yum, they have shown the capacity to display an impressive amount of magic. Yum stopped whatever he was thinking when he heard that information. How much magic? At least A rank, Mr. Ambassador. Their name? Mjaran, no last name. Yum shifted his jaw from side to side in deep thought. His boss always had an interest in those who could display an impressive amount of magical abilities. Send her in. Minutes later, the door to his office opened to reveal a woman with green hair that reaches the base of her head, wearing the stereotypical clothing that one expects a maid to wear. Still, that wasn't what first caught Yum's attention. Mjaran's rather beautiful face caused blood to instantly start rushing toward the ambassador's lower parts. Both of Yum's eyebrows raised high as he drank in the form of this Mjaran. With his fingers crossed together on the table, he spoke with intrigue clear in his tone. So you're the one who's wanting to be employed? You have a better chance than most due to your high magical ranking, but personally, I doubt one such as yourself is capable of defending against threats. If she had asked for any other job, Yum would have hired the eye candy on the spot. But the thing is, his security detail is overseen by Director Scientia herself, and well, if there's one person he doesn't want more attention than necessary, it's the individual who created those weapons of mass destruction. Yum really doesn't want to attract the director's attention by hiring someone incompetent. HMPH, Mjaran scoffed. Give me a target and I'll defeat them handily. Yum's left eyebrow rose even higher. You have heard of the fact that the local mafia tried to storm us only for the security drones to annihilate them completely? Yes, it was the talk of the month. The embassy was given a threatening message from the local mafia, and since the Republic takes all threats to its citizens seriously, Yum managed to get the approval of the King of Blumen to liquidate the local criminal population. General Rubido was the one who led the operation and displayed the reason why it is best to have Tempest as an ally while affirming Blumen's reason to stay loyal. A playful look overcame Mjaran's features. She gave Yum a grin. Why yes, I've heard of the local stories of how bravely Mjaran began to walk towards the sitting Yum, swinging her hips as she does, strong, and powerful Mjaran voice turned husky before stopping and sitting on one of Yum's legs. The pacification force was. Mjaran's back was facing Yum as the woman sat on the ambassador's leg. Leaning back, Mjaran was about to give Yum a full look down into her blouse before an alarm was triggered and multiple laser emitters came out of the ceilings, all aimed at Mjaran. Surprised at what had just happened, Mjaran jumped up and froze like a deer in the headlights of a car at night. Yum quickly pressed a button underneath his desk before calling his phone. "Sorry, false alarm. Message received, Mr. Ambassador, we are returning to our post." He read the message loud and clear. It was a secret code, only the ambassador and his security detail captain know about it. Have a nice day. Chapter 31 Part 3, If Yum had responded with anything other than have a nice day, the captain would knows that he has been taken hostage and will proceed to act accordingly. Namely, alert Metropolis as to what has happened and possibly bring the full force of the director down onto his position. The laser turrets return to the ceiling. Sorry about that. How about this? You get one chance. Yum raised an index finger to emphasize that point. Fight against an autonomous security drone. Impress me and you get the job. Mjaran gave him a playful smile. Just impress and not defeat? Lady, if you can defeat it, then it means something's wrong with the ASD. Nothing short of someone from the A+ rank even having a chance to scratch the drone, much less defeat it. Farmouth, capital Maris, royal castle. The kingdom of Farmouth is a nation that resided upon the border between Ingrassa and Dworgen. With a population of 30 million citizens, it is considered a great power on the international scene and a major contributor to the Council of the West. However, trouble was brewing. Within the city of Maris, the capital of Farmouth, its king and his most trusted advisors have come and met to discuss the new power that's risen in the region. We newly confirmed reports of the Jura Tempest Republic attempting to establish diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Ingrassa. In fact, our spies within the city have reported their leader visiting Lura. An archduke wearing a white wig said, through a teleportation method of transport. Teleportation? Of course they have teleportation. Do we have any hope of just competing with that nation? The old king of Farmouth asked his small council, those moving pictures that were sold by merchants from that monster republic. The way they slew the Orc Lord and Charybdis. Raisin, do we stand a chance militarily? The aged-old wizard closed his eyes in deep thought before opening them. Unfortunately, we do not have the power to subjugate the monster republic. I doubt even the entirety of the council could possibly conquer the republic. Cause massive amount of deaths maybe, but it would still inevitably be their Pyrrhic victory and our extinction. Many balked at the harshness of Raisin's words. Surely, another duke spoke up, Raisin, surely you jest? This is a nation that hasn't even reached 1 year old. Do you think me stupid? Raisin interrupted sharply. This republic of monsters has shown themselves perfectly capable and willing to use technology that results in S-rank magic against perceived threats. The best we could hope for is perhaps sabotage or acts of terror as the otherworlders call it, but from what I gather based on testing of their cities using thugs, any attempt at disrupting the public order will be met with very fierce and extremely quick resistance from their flying metal magic-less golems. The nobles and king all flinched at the mention of S-rank, the super weapons of this world. Raisin then sighed in defeat. What's even more worrying is the fact that their miracles do not use magic and use instead science as they call it. What about any weak points we can abuse? The one in knight's armor spoke up with a sad acceptance. We cannot hope to compete. They clearly let those videos out as an attempt to warn any potential invaders, which means they probably have more in secret. Besides, with the creation of the defensive pact from Dworgen and Blumund, we would be fools to attempt to attack this trinational alliance. The king slammed his fist onto the table, yelling, I gathered you all here to tell me what can we do against this unprecedented, unbeatable threat. Not repeat to me how fucked we are if we go against Tempest militarily. The silence in the room was almost unbearable for the king. It really hammered in how out of context this threat was that even the wisest men he knew had no answers. I may have a solution to our problem. That was when the leader of the Merchants Guild of Farmouth spoke up. However, the solution may be seen as blasphemy. If it will save the kingdom, then just say it. I'll pardon you for any crimes that come afterward. The Merchant Guild's leader took a deep breath in before speaking. Instead of being in the way of an unstoppable force, I say we use the force to our advantage. In other words, we open our nation up to the Jura Tempest Republic. The other people in the room gasped in shock at what the merchant was proposing. The Archbishop of Falmouth, Rehiam, looked like he was about to excommunicate the merchant right then and there before the king once again slammed his fist on the table, preventing such acts. Enough. I already said I'll pardon his crimes, the king said before, looking around at the table before turning to face the merchant. Why do you propose such a solution? The merchant cleared his throat before continuing. That republic is a true oddity. Unlike the Algrasians, who are very closed off, Tempest has an open door policy. That is, they welcome everyone, no matter what species they are. Humans in particular are offered pills that allow them to live in high magical areas. In particular, all the merchants who've returned call that place the land of opportunities because of just how easy it is to make money there, buying their wares, raw ores, etc., and selling them back to the kingdoms at a higher price. The merchant stopped, gauging their interested reactions before continuing. In fact, it's so easy. All of my colleagues' wealth has increased drastically after their visit to the Republic weeks ago. What's more, to become a citizen of that country, all one has to do is to live there for a number of years. Blasphemous. How dare you all even think of dealing with monsters? Rehiam suddenly got up and yelled. Sit down, Archbishop Rehiam, the king proclaimed once more. You are here to discuss how to save this kingdom, not to preach about the evils of monsters. Archbishop stormed out of the room in response. It spoke volumes of how much influence the Western Holy Church has when it allowed the Archbishop to freely show disrespect to the king of a great power without any consequences. Now, the merchant continued after Rehiam had left, Tempest has signed free trade agreements with Bleemond, Dworgen, and Eurasania, meaning that any merchants who are under the flag of Tempest can trade completely tax-free in any of those kingdoms, though it may matter less in Dworgen. What's also interesting are these corporations. I and my colleagues think of them as something similar to guilds, except they are their own entities. When these corporations open up shops in a foreign city, they tend to upgrade the local roads and make the area around them noticeably richer, cleaner, and overall better in what's apparently known as foreign direct investments. Hell, if allowed by the government, those corporations from Tempest will even deal with the criminal underbelly with their own security forces. The leader of the Merchants Guild paused and looked around, seeing recognition in the eyes of Folgen, the Knight Leader of Falmouth, and more importantly, a summoned otherworlder. If we open trade to this nation, we can invite these corporations over and have them invest in the local areas and set up favorable tax laws that would incentivize more to come. This is how we'll ride upon the unstoppable force, and how we'll still stay on top after the rearrangement of the old order into the new. Are you saying that Tempest will be like relentless? This time, it was the leader of Falmouth's secret intelligence who said that. Yes, that is what I'm saying. We are nearing the final days of the current world order, the merchant said solemnly. The Jura Tempest Republic is unlike any other monster nation where the strong can do whatever they want. Their primary weapons aren't the leader of the nation. Instead, it's magicless machines that anyone can use. Many nations that currently exist will probably not in the coming years. They wouldn't survive the storm. If we are to survive, it is best if we try and be as accommodating as possible. The grave warning chased away all sounds from the room. What more could there to say, after the huge revelation that they are most likely living in the final days of a time of relative stability? How would we justify it to the Western Holy Church? The king finally spoke up, breaking the silence. This time, it was another duke who spoke up. Well, I have received reports saying that these magicless technologies are made by a single person, named Scientia Tempest, a human, most likely either a summoned or a reincarnator was responsible for everything. If we say that we aren't opening up to monsters, but human-controlled monsters, most people will probably accept that. There was a tiny glimmer of hope in the king's eyes, and finally, a smile on his face. Yes, We shall do exactly that. Open our doors to these foreign direct investments. He then quietly added as the tenseness was released from his shoulders, we can still save this kingdom. That hope was gone when the Archbishop returned with a confident smirk on his face. Archbishop Reham, why have you returned? The king asked, partially disturbed at the smile on the face of the Archbishop. In a tone that one would use to gloat over their fallen enemy, Reham replied, I have just received words that the Western Holy Church will be sending a total of 100,000 knights including the captain herself, Hinata Sakaguchi, and all members of the clerics of the seven luminaries against this nation of monsters. They are telling us that if we do not call our bannermen and rally at least 50,000 troops, then they shall see this nation as one of the infidels and will thus be excommunicated from the grace of God Luminous. I suggest you do not do whatever that greedy man is telling you, King Edmaries. What? How dare you buzzer enough? The king bellowed before gritting his teeth in frustration. Reham gave him an ultimatum. Either follow the will of the church and send 50,000 sons of Farmouth to die pointlessly against this new nation, or suffer the wrath of the Western Holy Church, including God's right hand herself. If he goes against the Western Holy Church, and in the very likely event that Farmouth is defeated, his head will roll and they'll dismantle the whole kingdom and turn it into a theocracy with Reham as the regional leader that answers to the Pope. Either sacrifice 50,000 souls now or the potential destruction of far more in the future. With a heavy heart, the king turned to Fulgen and opened his mouth. There was a brief hesitant pause before speaking. I call the banners. We shall assemble the required troops in a month. Excellent choice, King Edmaries. I shall relay the information to Cardinal Nicholas of the result immediately. The Archbishop then left the room. Fulgen opened his eyes in shock. A month? Are you sure, my king? It takes a yes, and I hope their parents forgive us all for damning their sons to the embrace of death. I'll think of something, Raisin said after the Archbishop had left the room. An extra long chapter for the 31st one, almost 9,000 words. Multiple Chekhov's guns have been primed and are ready to fire. I wonder if you caught them all? I think I'll take a small break after this, a few days no worries. We really got to see the OA. You know, having read the 1984 Jump Tensura, I was left extremely terrified at the prospect of the final option. If you want a picture of the future. That left me terrified on an existential level since I consider 1984 as the worst possible dystopia out there, and the ever-present despair and hopelessness, compounded by the fact that the party now has superpowered police that they will use to enforce their will. George Orwell gave us a light at the end of the tunnel when he said that totalitarian governments will fall in the end. But I don't think that'll happen, especially considering the superpowered people of fiction as their enforcers. There will be a side story, a what-if of Scientia being dragged into the world of 1984 through a dimensional accident with inspired Inventor and Guide to Victory disabled. However, what's not disabled is the specialties that Scientia has already invested in, as well as their intrinsic skills and magic. It's not pretty. Chapter 32, 31st Move. Static alien. Over the next 2 months after Rimmer left for his diplomatic visit to Ingrassa, the weather have gotten colder, but inversely, my relationship with Veldora and Darkhuid has gotten a lot warmer, with the former being now addicted to the books I wrote and the latter I'm spending almost all of my free time with. With the combined effort of the planetary strip mining arrays, starlifters, and subspace entropic nanoapplication fabricators, the Matryoshka brain was finally complete. I personally placed the final piece. Just as it came straight out of the fabricator, I attached hundreds of fusion torches to the Jupiter-sized piece and slowly, over the course of an hour, slotted it in with my hands in the driver's seat. I also attained a new unique skill for finishing construction on that stellar engine. Technopathy is a skill that would have been unparalleled in its usefulness in my old world of connectivity. However, here, anywhere else other than Metropolis, and it's next to useless. Activating the Matryoshka brain, I choked when I saw just how much computation power I have. In total, if I fully utilize the entirety of the Matryoshka brain, or rather, the star computer, I can simulate the behavior of every single atom in the observable universe 3,000 times over, with 20,000 layers of computronium fillets that make up the star computer. I can simulate 3,000 different observable universes. This is what's possible with a computer that approaches Bremerman's limit, the maximum limit of computation that can be achieved in the universe. To put that 3,000 universes into perspective, a billion atoms create a lump smaller than an E. coli bacteria, and there are give or take 1082 atoms within the observable universe alone. With the star computer, I can simulate upwards of 3 by 1085 atoms, or just choosing a single star. That is an absolutely astronomical, literally, level of computational abilities. It's so much, and yet, my inspired inventor can do better. Whatever the computer can come up with, my unique skill is a step ahead, ready to give me a better one. It's like a worker that puts in extra hours and works extra hard now that their job is being threatened by something else. Of course, I still have other uses for the star computer, namely, having it coordinate and manage my von Neumann probes, but that takes a near infinitesimal fraction of the star computer's abilities that the rest of it is just gone to waste. So I'm kind of stuck at a standstill of what to do with this much extra computational power. Of course, I could have it just try and solve some really difficult mathematical questions like whether or not n equals np, but that seems like a waste. This is my most expensive project. I took apart whole star systems for this, and now it's just sitting there in space with nothing to do. It's a bit underwhelming, especially after the feeling of newness died down. If this were a piece of literature, I feel like the star computer would be something like a lesson of sorts about something like the need to be not greedy, but I couldn't care less. So for a time, I decided to use the star computer as my own personal laptop before coming to the realization that since each project of the Endbringer initiative requires an ungodly amount of computational abilities, I should just stop building each their own private Jupiter brain and instead link them and their Hesher core are the thing that grants them superpowers with the Matryoshka brain. 2. After the linkage was done, I saw that the 3 Endbringers only needed 2% of the total computational power. I was stumped at what to do with the remaining 98%. It was almost funny. As I was debating on what to do with this oversized computer other than just turn it into a monument to my abilities, I received the notification that the weapon for Milim that I started building as a fun side project had just been completed. All I need is to give it to the Dragonoid, and I think my position is completely safe and secure, with no chance of anyone else overpowering a combined defense of both Milim and Veldora. During the 2-month period that Rimuru was off in Ingrassa, Ambassador Yum proved his value when he was able to talk the King of Blumend into becoming a client state, more specifically a dominion, of the Jura Tempest Republic after their economy exploded by 1,200% a week after the Hyperloop was completed. Since the president was still off in Ingrassa, Vice President Rigard was present to officially legitimize the political transaction. Another thing that happened was Shiz finally found a way to save her students by getting them possessed by spirits, though that had been less than successful. Especially with that thing. 2 months ago, deep interstellar space, a colossal tetrahedron structure floated there in space. Brief sparkles of light illuminated the inside of the structure, giving light to the dozens of broken planets and shattered worlds that surround them and made shape. PJT Behemoth, Consciousness, Administrator, Data, PJT Behemoth, Purpose, Administrator, Correction, PJT Behemoth, Acceptance, Administrator, Hibernation. The half-awake Project Behemoth held within the tetrahedron went back to sleep. At the same time as Project Behemoth's awakening, Ingrassa, the capital city of Lura. "Are you really Miss Shiz?" a girl with long black hair softly asked as she raised her hand. Chloe, Shiz's memories told her. The servant was currently in one of the many classrooms of Freedom Academy, the school where the other worlders who were summoned too young had stayed at. Shiz quickly looked back at everything. With Tempest in place, it truly hit home how much of an oddity Ingrassa was. Here, in the cultural capital of the West, upward mobility actually exists, and the title and rank of nobility can be something that's earned or bought for an absurd amount of money. 3 days ago was when Rimuru entered Ingrassa via a doorway. The humanoid slime alongside Shiz was greeted by the sight of a long procession, playing in pursuit of the ever-distant future, the national anthem of the Jura Tempest Republic as a form of greeting before then playing the royal anthem of the Kingdom of Ingrassa, For Honor and Glory. It was a bit uncomfortable for post-human since For Honor and Glory was written and composed because of how most Ingrassians felt proud they were one of the main contributors to the downfall of Relentless, the first perfect homunculus. Being technically a diplomat by virtue of being President Rimuru's bodyguard, she wasn't really allowed to make money unless it was through the embassy. So, to disguise this, Shiz contacted Yukiko Grazaku and was able to repeatedly visit Freedom Academy for an enlightening experience at one of the most prestigious institutions of learning out there. Though, unlike Yuki, her students were less than pleased when they saw her new body. Shiz looked at the shy black-haired girl with the anti-magic mask beside her waist, the servant war clothing that covered the entirety of her body save for her head, which gleamed under the sunlight shining through the tall windows around the wall. "Yes, Chloe, I am Shiz Wazawa. I know this is a lot to take in, but I managed to free myself from Ifrit's curse." She spoke calmly behind the teacher's desk. It came at a bit of a cost. The room where Shizwa and her students were staying right now looked remarkably like one of those lecture halls inside the Omniversity, whose library she had checked out in an attempt to find a solution to the Otherworlders' problems. There were barely any books about magic and spells within the Omniversity's library, so Shiz was unable to find a solution to her problem. Now, the Digital Lich was here in Ingrassa in hopes of finding any mages specializing in soul magic that can solve her issue. Her lady did say that there was a way, and who better to ask for than those who are knowledgeable in matters of the spirit. Prove yourself then. I doubt the real Shiz would want to live like this robot thing. A kid with orange spiky hair exclaimed while crossing his arms. Shiz frowned at the insult thrown at her war chassis. This robot thing as you call it, Kenya Misaki, has gone toe-to-toe with demon lords and survived the encounter. Shiz retorted without any warmth or the caringness she usually held for others. In response, Kenya flinched at the sharp change in tone. His lips quivered, but his pride doesn't allow him to cry. Blinking several times, Shiz suddenly realized what she had just said and bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry." In truth, my life was nearing its end, and I had to sign a contract with someone else to become their servant. This contract inadvertently got rid of Ifrit and turned me into a digital lich. I managed to negotiate with my mistress that I can return to save you all under the pretense of being President Rimuru's bodyguard. The students still felt uncomfortable. The metal golem in front of them both looks like and is their old teacher, only this time in silver, but after disappearing for almost half a year and returning, so many things were different that it'll take them at least a while to adjust and get used to the new normal. Reaching into a small black square with a purple outline that appeared beside herself, Shiz pulled out a large, hardcover textbook with the title Mathematics for Intermediates and placed it on the table. "Now, things will return to normal for a few weeks before I figure out a way to properly save you all." All 5 otherworlders gawked at the sight of the suddenly appearing book before their attention was then redirected onto Shiz when the post-human announced in a voice filled with raw conviction. "Have no worries, I swear, by the name of my lady, Sansha Tempest, that I will save you all from your fate." The silver woman then brought her right hand up to her chest. Confidence overflowed from her posture, infecting the entire class with hope, that maybe, just maybe, they'll all live to adulthood. For a brief second, the students almost forgot that their old teacher had changed. Next, Shiz opened the textbook in front of her and flipped a few pages. Suddenly, without warning, another black square opened up beside the teacher that then deposited a stack of paper onto the tabletop right next to the textbook. With the knowledge I gained while under the employment of Lady Sansha, I realized that different children learn differently and at different paces. As such, I will now give each of you a series of simple, quick, and easy tests to determine how I can personalize an individual education plan for each of you. I will make sure that by the time you're saved, you all will become an extremely educated members of society. After seeing the miracles that her lady was able to perform, Shiz promised herself to never underestimate the power of science and knowledge. With those two factors, her lady was able to turn a small goblin village of less than 100 into a shining city that would be the jewel of the world had people actually known of its existence. Even in her old world, Shiz remembered faintly that her father, someone whose face she had long forgotten, was a doctor and once visited America right before the war. When he came back, he brought postcards depicting places called Los Angeles and New York. Those skyscrapers paled in comparison to the arcologies of the Republic. The servant also knew that her students would need proper education to live and thrive in the new world that Lady Scientia is bringing. However, her students were less than receptive to the idea. Sounds of groaning populated the room as a blonde girl Alicia yelled, "Oh come on Miss Shiz, you just returned. Can't we have a day off and celebrate?" Kenya leaned back on his chair, his head tilted up to face the ceiling. "Yeah, can't we just do our own stuff? The teachers who taught us while you were away pretty much let us do anything since there's really no point in us learning if we're all just going to die in a few years." Shiz's mouth hung open. Internally, the servant made a mental note to ask the school administration about who had taught her students during the time she was gone and give them some stern talks. "I'm sorry, Kenya, but I must insist Theta and what's with these?" Kenya then gestured at her entire body. "This weird speech? Did spending so long with your lady change your speech pattern or something?" Shiz frowned in response to Kenya's insensitive words. The world classifies Shizuaizawa as a lich, a type of undead that was previously a human who willingly sacrificed their humanity and stuffed their soul into an artifact. As the conqueror of flames, Shiz was dealt plenty with both good and bad liches. But to call the current era lich isn't accurate. A lich requires magic. Shiz can no longer cast any form of magic after the transfer into the soul orb since that ability of hers was lost forever. Her lady threw around words like transhuman before eventually settling down on calling Shizu a digital lich instead. Being a digital lich, Shizu exists partially in cyberspace. As such, she can code, create programs, and more. The post-human remembers quite clearly how Lady Scientia once offhandedly remarked how similar Shizu's existence is to that of artificial intelligence. The only reason she talked so formally was due to a program the digital lich herself had introduced for the purpose of being a better servant. Kenya, the headache of teaching willful children came back in full force. Even if she is technically an immortal lich, the feeling of annoyance is ever present. As her lady once said, stress and annoyance are the problems of intelligence. And besides, who's this lady of yours anyways? I bet I can better and free you from this stupid contract. A single, lone figure stood amidst a burning sea. Wild raging flames billowed about all around the figure clad in pitch blackness, almost as if it was wearing the night sky itself, as it was entirely unbothered by neither the deaths of thousands nor the fire that used their corpses as fuel. Shiz's imagination went all over the place as she processed what Naya had just said. Part of her wondered just how did her students change so much when she had left for just a little over 4 months. "Oh you sweet summer child," Shiz wanted to say but halted herself. Her analytical mindset took over as the computers inside the war chassis started to run the psychoanalysis program. Overconfidence is an attractive trait in males, but it becomes a liability once arrogance takes over. The program recommends better curbing that while young. There was a feeling of growing worry inside Shiz as the computer finished its analysis program. It concluded that since the kids were raised in a bubble in the form of Freedom Academy, they haven't seen much of the harshness of the real world, probably because the teachers and staff here didn't want those who were about to die to struggle. I see. It was like the nurses of a hospital giving extra attention to a bald patient with late-stage cancer, coddling them, smothering them so that they wouldn't have to do more than necessary. Unacceptable. Her students will survive, so swears Shizuaizawa. If only there was a way to somehow get rid of these excess magicules. All right, class. Shiz then looked at the clock. I think to start, I should fully explain what happened during my 4-month away period. A basic history lesson about the Jura forest is needed. Shiz suddenly froze. History. A freakishly flawless face that would instantly put anyone on edge, since it just looked so fake that it shouldn't exist. That face was cheerful, like a student who prepared so well for a test that it was actually fun for them. In fact, it's extremely obvious. You just need to look at history. 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 That word kept repeating inside of Shiz's mind as she gripped the side of the table. History, 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 historia exclamation mark. Miss Shiz. The silver woman ignored the fact that someone had called her name. She was too busy recalling that whole interaction. Of course. In fact, it's extremely obvious. You just need to look at history. Apostrophe dot dot dot. Is that true? I won't help you. But I will say this, there is definitely a way to save your students even without my help. Apostrophe dot dot dot. 6. My lady. How old were you when you were summoned? 6. 6. Shiz's hand squeezed down on the table, crushing it instantly in a loud crack. 6 is way too young. So how was she able to survive? The woman then began trying to find the difference between her and the students. Both were summoned with magic. Both had uncontrollable magicules. No, only she had a spirit possess her almost immediately upon summoning. Spirits. Shiz froze when a daring idea crossed her mind. Hesitating, she was almost afraid of the thought, for it gave her a glimmer of hope. The bastard Leon Cromwell had her possessed by a greater spirit and she managed to live for so long. Chapter 32 Part 2, I've got it. Shiz yelled as she jumped up in a little hop of celebration. Only, as she came down, the woman realized that chunks were missing from the desk, and her hands were suspiciously covered in wood dust. The kids looked at the silver Shiz with an eye of fascination, as their teacher had somehow casually removed chunks out of a desk. There wasn't any fear as one would expect, since even if they're unsettled by the robot version of their teacher, the fact that she looks so similar to the old her without the silver sheen caused a lingering sense of familiarity, like looking at a teddy bear that's extremely similar to the one a person used to own. Shiz quickly came up with what to say. Anyways, let's start with the test right now. Afterward, class is dismissed for the rest of the day. Handing out the papers, Shiz made a mental note to speak with Lady Trainee to see if spirits possessing these children wouldn't overtake their will as hers did. After gathering all the finished test papers, the students all talked with each other about how different this test was. There were a lot of personal questions, so they didn't really have to study beforehand and instead had to just answer truthfully. Then, Shiz had them all go outside for their free time. There, in the courtyard of the school, Shiz stood near the wall as her students played. Leaning on the wall, the teacher bodyguard started flipping through the test, making internal notes about adjusting an already prepared individual education plan for each of her students. Before coming here, Shiz already prepared an education plan for each of her students. However, those were based on her memories of how each kid like Kenya behaved. In other words, they weren't completely accurate, but with this test, she could make them far more accurate. That was the lunch bell. With the sun at its apex in the sky, Shiz had her students form into a single file line and almost marched through the hallways of the school before eventually reaching the mess hall. Instead of joining her students at lunch, being a digital lich meant she doesn't need to Shiz walked into an empty, unused classroom and locked the door. Inside the room, Shiz took out and placed the mask on her face. Next, she brought up a hoodie over her head that would completely cover the fact that her hair, when in her war chassis, was in fact one solid piece. Reaching to the side, Shiz used her right arm and gestured to a region of the room without any chairs or tables, completely devoid of furniture. A few centimeters in front of her right hand was a doorway that suddenly opened up. Doorway privileges, Shiz would argue, are perhaps one of the best benefits of being employed by Lady Cyansha. Absolutely free instantaneous transportation across the entire planet, an endless number of times. Another benefit of serving her lady was just how easily she can be satisfied. Instead of those snobby children of nobility who demand the best, Lady Cyansha only requires some refreshment every few hours to stay content. As for cleaning, most of the time, Shiz just sends some of her unused maid chassis to go clean and perform basic maintenance on the citadel, or even just for show, since the whole place has a self-cleaning function. Afterward, Shiz has free time to do whatever she wants. The servant has so much free time that she often finds herself bored, especially after visiting all the interesting sites around the Jura forest with Doormaker. Deactivating her stasis field and walking through the doorway, the digital lich appeared in the middle of a small clearing in the Jura forest. "Lady Trainee," Shiz said loudly while activating the spiritual lens to scout her surroundings. In less than a second, Shiz's head locked in on the direction where a large collection of distortions in the electromagnetic spectrum was detected. Switching back to her usual lens and found a bright green glow appearing in the area where those distortions materialize. The Dryad was here. Once the light died down, Shiz could finally see the Dryad in all her glory. The first thing she noticed was just how beautiful the nature spirit looked. Truly, the legends and myths about the beauty of Dryads were correct and may have even understated it. The next thing Shiz noticed was how Trainee looked tense. Her lady would definitely find such things fascinating. Despite not being a human, Trainee's body exhibits several human-like qualities that would suggest that her body is made from muscles despite being a spirit. "What is it, Miss Shiz?" "Does Lady Scientia have need of me and my sister?" Trainee said with forced politeness. As a spirit of nature, Trainee dislikes anything too manufactured. It is one of the main reasons why they refuse to live in the city. Shiz's war chassis is about as manufactured as anything short of the Citadel, which they see as a monument to the very concept of artificialness, so Shiz wasn't seen Trainee ever since they were introduced. In a clinical tone more befitting of a doctor, "No, but I have a question. Hypothetically speaking, if I happen to have a group of kids with their magicules out of order, would getting them possessed by spirits regulate the rampant magicules, and if so, would the spirits attempt to take over the host?" Trainee pondered the question for a few seconds, the gears in her spiritual mind turning as she thought of an answer. A superior spirit can easily regulate the magicule in their body without taking over, as a merger isn't required. In fact, a lesser spirit may be enough. Those words caused Shiz to feel relief. There is a way to save her students, just as her lady had said. Then, that relief was dampened when Trainee continued, "But the issue comes with getting enough spirits to congregate in a single place. Getting more than 2 spirits within the span of a single day around the same area is exceedingly rare to the point of impossibility. That's why I recommend you go to the dwelling of spirits. In that place, you should have more than enough spirits." The dwelling of spirits. Shiz took in the information, and searched inside her memories. "I have heard of that place during my decades as an adventurer, but those are only mentions of it." "Where is that place?" "The dwelling of spirits. That is a place completely unlike anything in this world. In that place, spirits are as numerous as blades of grass on a rolling hill. There, the lower-ranked spirits play like childrens. They dance about all over the place, their bodies, sparkles of light, sprinkles across the place. There, the higher-ranked spirits play pranks on each other. They would often race each other, and they warp space to create mazes that only other higher-ranked spirits can escape from. There, the highest-ranked spirit of them all, the Spirit Queen." Sadness bloomed on Trainee's face. "The Queen has long died, and with her death, so did any connection I and my sisters have to that place. Any information I can provide for you is likely long out of date, by at least thousands of years." The silence dragged on for some time before Shiz spoke up again. "Can you at least tell me where it used to be?" "Certainly. When I still had a connection to that place, I remember it used to be situated in a mountain range. The many gems held within the mountain made for entertaining light shows if held next to a fire, and it was because of those gems that the humans attacked. We defeated them with the help of some harpies." "Harpies?" "Yes. I think that place is called Fulbrosia now." A port opened on the left forearm of Shiz's war chassis. From it came a 3D hologram of the harpy country of Fulbrosia. Her lady considered Fulbrosia the most progressive out of all the nations that follow the ideology of racialism, mostly because they trade a significant amount of their precious gemstones with the Western nations. Despite being the most progressive, it isn't saying much since some of the ruling class in its neighbor Eurasania is rumored to practice the eating of humans. Trainee looked at the hologram in awe mixed with a bit of disgust before pointing at a place between the forest and the mountain. "There, it's the where I remember the old place to be." Dismissing the hologram, Shiz bowed in respect. "Thank you, Lady Trainee." Then, the post-human turned and went through another doorway. Just as she appeared through the portal, Shiz activated her stasis and floated aimlessly high above the clouds in the crimson hue sky, completely motionless as she deactivated the stasis around her head to connect with Doormaker. Using the satellite, Shiz surveyed the place where Trainee had pointed to. Due to the time difference between Fulbrosia and Ingrassa, the sun is currently near the horizon. The Doormaker satellite scoured the entirety of Fulbrosia. Even from geosynchronous orbit, the satellite has a clear enough camera to accurately read the content of a newspaper held by a Tempest citizen. Zettabytes of new data were extracted from mere minutes of observation concerning Fulbrosia, everything from the location of mines, the size of mountains, the exact length of coastlines, and even the structural integrity of Fulbrosia's capital, Gia. Such a wealth of information was undoubtedly useful, but it wasn't useful to Shiz. Instead, the woman opted to filter out all the information save for unusual geography and got a ping around 30 kilometers east of where she was floating. Making a split-second decision and finding that it's close enough she doesn't need Doormaker, Shiz flew at hypersonic speeds. Unlike the AAA, Shiz was completely silent as she would really prefer not to cause a potential international incident with her unannounced visit. Like a silent, silver arrow, the war chassis blew past countless small mountains, rolling hills that looked like waves, and large grasslands, all devoid of any civilization. It was a beautiful view. If Shiz wasn't in a hurry to get back before lunch ended, she would have taken some time to slowly fly over this place, to take in the beauty of nature, but she doesn't have a luxury. Very quickly, Shiz's view was replaced by an ocean of forest, and after a few seconds, the digital lit stopped. Doormaker says it's right beneath her. Dropping under the dense foliage without a single sound, the woman looked at the antediluvian forest. The trees were more like small skyscrapers. The ground was very uneven as roots stuck out of it like noodles above the broth. It was a most treacherous place, and might as well as be impossible to cover without flight, Shiz observed before hovering up just a couple of inches off the dirty floor. Cutting herself off from Doormaker by encasing her head in stasis, she dug her hand deep into the trunk of a tree twice as wide as she is tall and pulled. Crack! A thunderous cracking echoed throughout the forest as the inviolable war chassis tore the massive tree with most of its roots out of the ground with the ease of someone pulling a weed. Carefully, Shiz dropped the tree next to her without making any loud sounds. Looking down at the hole where the tree's roots used to take up was an inert slab of stone covered with a really intricate design. Old magic. Shiz recognized it. The magic was at least 1,000 years old. Shiz placed her hand over the stone slab, carefully as she doesn't want to unintentionally damage the thing. By pressing too much, the back of the Lich's mind instinctively recalled how she had accidentally made a hole in the wall of the living quarters of the citadel when she pushed too hard. Her new body is truly inviolable, and while she may get thrown around, nothing can dent it. In other words, the world is like wet paper to her. Moves too quickly and she threatens to tear everything down. She turned off the stasis on her hand as the palm area opened up. A single stick with a light at the end popped out and started to scan the stone for any residue of space-time anomalies. If it exists, then it would mean she could potentially track its current location with a spell utilizing a magical manipulator. Sadly, it was not the case, as the scanner showed the stone to be nothing more than a nicely carved rock. Although Shiz looked at the stone slab as an idea crossed her mind. After she cleans this, it could look really nice as an art piece, especially beside the entrance to the hot spring. Shiz's lips curved upward as she dug into the earth effortlessly. Her time-locked body can take beatings from Milim, so this dirt was hopelessly outmatched. In less than a minute, Shiz had dug out the stone slab. The entire thing was almost as large as she was. Opening a doorway to a storage room in the citadel, Shiz turned off her stasis and carefully placed it down, giving it one last look before going back through the doorway. I think people in Bloomond should have the answer I seek, Shiz said to herself as she appeared back in the school in Ingrassa. That nation was known among the adventurers as the Kingdom of Information and supposedly negotiating to become a client state of the Jura Tempest Republic, so her appearance there shouldn't cause any alarms. She was the direct subordinate of Lady Scientia, after all. Chapter 33, 30-second move. Maze Runner 1. At night, above the capital city of Rondo, the kingdom of Blumond. Shiz floated there, above the city of Rondo. Compared to Metropolis, the capital of Blumond is a tiny flicker of candlelight beside the great inferno that is the Jura Tempest Republic's capital. The streets are dark, with barely any streetlights anywhere outside of the inner districts, forcing the common people to bring their own lights if they wish to go out at night. At least, that's how it's supposed to be. There's a tiny pocket within Rondo that's brighter than even the royal castle. It was a single street. It was where Erdian Beauty Product Limited, a Tempest corporation, decided to invest. Tall scaffolding lined the sides of the blocked off streets, and large construction machines and piles of raw materials were all over the place as the local government didn't allow building deep into the night. Dropping down from her height high above the city, Shiz's foot silently hit the ground near the front gate. Many guards started to swarm her, their weapons of simple spears and swords pointed at the digital lich. Reaching into her pocket, Shiz took out a single badge. It held a golden insignia with a chemical flask in the middle that had wings spread out, the insignia of her lady, of research and development. Instantly, the most well-armored guard lowered and quickly sheathed his weapon, turning to look at the other guards. "All right boys, let her in." Then he turned back to face Shiz. "Sorry about that, just basic protocol, miss." "Call me Shiz." The man nodded, before turning to scream at his men who were struggling to open the main gate. "Come on, let's hurry up and open that door already. We got a VIP here." To Shiz, it seemed the men here are very green. None of them other than perhaps the captain has even seen blood. The woman knows all about the importance of having someone competent to watch one's back, and she would honestly say, these men who are supposed to guard the gate would be more of a liability in actual combat than anything. Brrrr, the leader of these men shivered from the cold. Although it's only around the end of mid-autumn, Blumond is known for its rather sudden and frigid winters, where it could be warm in the morning but snow in the afternoon. "I have a question," Shiz asked behind her anti-magic mask. "Where can I get discreet information?" The heavy clothing and cloak that the woman was wearing fluttered in the wind as the leader shivered once more, before letting out a loud sneeze. Rubbing his nose, "Well, if it's information you need, best ask round Infalong Nights. That bar has the most info brokers." "Whether they're truthful information?" That's another thing entirely." Shiz cupped her chin in deep thought. "Thank you. And where is that?" A brief flash of annoyance crossed the guard leader's face before he quickly suppressed it. "Well, the bar is on the streets of Mathers east of here. Ya can't miss it. It's the busiest place at this time of night." Shiz nodded before walking away. Turning off the stasis around her head to connect with the internet, Shiz spent a few seconds to find a map of Rondo on the internet. Using this map, she was able to quickly navigate through the various corridors and streets to reach her destination. A large wooden shack, on top of it, was the symbol of a completely filled glass of beer, with bubbles fizzing out of it. The word "for long night" was situated right next to the entrance, and it was much smaller compared to that beer glass. The digital lich recognizes that since a lot of the commoners in Blumond cannot read or write, this bar must have used symbols to tell people what kind of establishment this is. According to her lady, during the early days of the Republic, almost every one of the goblins couldn't read or write, and so, the perfect homunculus was forced to create a quick language vocational course to get those people up to speed. Apparently, there were so many courses to each her lady had to later create an AI to automate much of the process of churning out textbooks for just the basics. Walking in, Shiz was met with the sight of a lot of drunken folks. Some were sprawled out on tables, others were cheering, and some were even dancing in drunken stupors. There was enough alcohol in the air that, had she remained a human, her nose would have picked them up. The place itself can almost be called high class had it not been for those drunken folks. The walls were made out of light oak wood and the lighting was rather dark. Behind her mask, Shiz grimaced. She's never been one to go to bars, mainly because of how wild things can get. Even after missions, the woman would prefer far more to the quiet environment of a library to a rowdy bar that her old companions would love so much. Sitting on one of the many stools next to the countertop, Shiz took out a small wad of cash and ordered a drink, 1 glass of Ingratian wine. The bartender took the bills with a raised eyebrow, causing Shiz to ask, "Is something the matter?" "No, it's just," the bartender quickly replied, "it's been a while ever since the last nation tried to introduce its own currency. Usually, Dworgen just sanctions the nation until they drop the new currency, but it's weird how that hasn't happened with your republic." Slipping the bills through a small hole into a locked chest full of other coins, the bartender, Shiz saw he had a name tag with the words clause on it, took out a bottle of the rather cheap variety. 1 glass of Ingratian wine was it? Shiz's lips thinned. Offering your customer the cheaper version of a brand of wine they asked for is usually a subtle insult saying you're not really welcomed here. Yes. She doesn't have the time nor desire to drag this out. The digital lich is here to find information on the dwelling of spirits, not to pick a fight. Claus the bartender took out a glass that hung directly above the countertop and poured Shiz a glass. Taking it, the ex-adventurer swirled the glass around. Although, unlike a made chassis, the war chassis doesn't have a sense of taste or smell. Instead, what it does have is sensors that detect chemicals in the air. Placing the glass of wine closer, Shiz appeared to take in the smell to give the facade that she was someone from the upper crust of society. "Do you know where I can find someone who knows about the dwelling of spirits?" Shiz asked without turning her head. "The dwelling of spirits?" "Yes. I'm looking to find the entrance to that place." The bartender looked hesitant, at least that was before Shiz slipped him another bill. Pocketing the bill, the bartender leaned in closer to Shiz. "If you want to know information about spirits, you're probably going to want to go to Felber. He's apparently an exile from Mulgrazia because he failed to make a contract with a spirit. He usually sits at the back, looking all kinds of miserable." Mulgrazia, the place that her lady absolutely hates, and despite being the only other republic in the world, has used her influence to stop all efforts at establishing diplomatic ties. "I see, thank you." Shiz took off from her stool, but however just before she could move more than a few feet, the bartender spoke up again. "You'll probably want to give him some premium vodka if you want his lips to loose." The bartender again showed his cutthroat business side and placed a well-decorated bottle of translucent liquid onto the countertop. Shiz reached into her cloak and took out another wad of cash, depositing it onto the countertop with her fingers still pressing down on it. Just as the bartender started to reach for the bill with a satisfied smile on his face, Shiz suddenly grabbed his right forearm and pulled him closer before starting to squeeze. It would be so easy, Shiz noticed, to simply close her hand and the bartender's forearm would just be gone. In a sharp and merciless tone, "Listen here, Claus, I work for the Tempest government, research and development to be exact, but he doesn't know how influential RD is. Your king desperately wishes to get on our good side, so if I remove your arm right here, he'll be happy to sweep this under the rug. Thus, here's some advice, don't be too greedy." Shiz let go of the bartender's forearm before swiping away the bottle of premium vodka. Walking towards the back where the booths that contain many people would usually drink alone, Shiz stopped by a person who looked Mulgrazian. He was a rough-looking man, like someone who's been in the business of adventuring for a long time. Presumably, Felber. Wordlessly, Shiz deposited the bottle onto the table before sitting down. "I'm looking for the dwelling of spirits." The man's jaw shifted and grabbed the vodka before bringing his foot up to the table, looking extremely relaxed. "Well, the vodka is a good first step." Taking a sip, the same premium burn and spiciness. "Did you know that another worlder was the first one to brew vodka? From potatoes no less." "Ha ha 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 ha." The man laughed drunkenly. "How much?" "1 gold coin." "Done." I'm changing my mind. 5 gold coins. ... Done. The man raised an eyebrow. 50 gold coins. Don't push it. I only have 20 gold coins. Fine. I'll take 20 gold coins. Shiz opened a doorway and deposited 20 dwarven coins directly onto the table. The coins themselves glittered and bounced a bit before stopping. Its worth is equivalent or more to the entire annual income of most people outside of the Republic. Felber's eyes widened. "Well damn. Can I ask at least why you so desperately want to know about the entrance to the dwelling of spirits?" "I wish to gain the favor of superior spirits." She lied, Felber looked at Shiz with a critical eye and pursed his lips as if assessing whether what she says is correct. The entrance to the dwelling of spirits is within the Eld Nature Park within the forest of Lit, right beside the capital city of Galat. Specifically, it's built into the largest tree in the forest. It is a pretty difficult place to get to. Most people have to pack camping stuff and hike through 2 days' worth of dense forest. That's all right. You don't need to worry about that. With that, Shiz got up and left. Opening another doorway. Hey, Felber suddenly called out while still sitting in his seat. Your nation welcomes everyone, right? The digital lich paused before replying. Yes. We are a democratic republic where we seek to treat all individuals equally. I see. I should visit it sometime in the future. Seeing how Felber returned to drinking, Shiz went through the doorway and appeared in the halls of the school. The hallway was dark, with rays of moonlight shining through the massive window held to one side of the wall. In the darkness, Shiz took off the mask to reveal she had a large smile on her face. Finally, she can save her students. Her goal for the past few years is about to come to fruition. The next day, at night, above the forest of Lit, high above the clouds, Shiz hovered. To any observer, she would look almost aimless, but in truth, her eyes are scanning the entire national park to find the supposed largest tree. The whole park is full of gigantic trees with almost invisible differences between each other. Again, the Algrazia Republic was a nation that particularly disgusted Lady Cyansha. She ranted for 10 minutes about how unfair it is to drive out those who are unable to form a contract with spirits because of so-called evilness, and how it's eugenics but with a spiritual twist on it. Afterward, her lady ended that rant by never speaking or even thinking about Algrazia as much as possible. Once the scanners have done searching millions of trees and found the definitive largest, Shiz made a beeline toward it at speeds far beyond anything short of a demon lord. Stopping in a single millisecond, Shiz experienced no altercations from the excess G-force that would have liquefied most bodies made out of flesh and bones, since her new body took the physical laws as physical suggestions. Hovering a couple of meters off the ground, the clothed silver war chassis was greeted with the sight of a massive door built into a truly titanic tree whose size is comparable to some of the smaller arcologies in Metropolis. The door was richly decorated with art depicting spirits and was more befitting as the front door of a castle instead of a random tree. The edge of Shiz's mouth was hidden behind the anti-magic mask tilted downward. Inside her mind was a feeling of apprehension. She never liked spirits too much. Placing a hand on the door, Shiz tried to push, but the stone door didn't give in. However, since her body is inviolable, she imprinted her hand onto the door as if it was made out of wet clay. Suddenly, the door quickly swung open as though it was crying out in pain, revealing a straight and not narrow, hallway toward darkness. Oddly enough, there were arches containing glowing stones that filled the sides, and yet, it seemed the light can't reach further than 24 meters. It was a very ominous scene. It would be highly foolish of her to go in without telling anyone, so Shiz sent a message to her lady and had her internal circuits start creating minuscule, almost undetectable to all but the most sensitive of instruments, pattern distortions within space-time. In other words, generating waves of gravitation waves, that cross the border between universes and dimensions. Turning on her stasis fully, Shiz flew in at speeds just below that of sound. After crossing a distance of 8 meters, the war chassis topological compass was going haywire. Visual distortions and lensing effects appeared all around Shiz as the artificial manifold started breaking down. A manifold is a volume of space that looks like normal Euclidean space on a local level but is actually something else entirely. An example of a manifold that Lady Cyansha used is how a planet is actually a sphere, but from the perspective of a human observer, it looks entirely flat. Shiz can barely understand it, but what she does know is that had she not activated her stasis, she would have likely been stuck in a loop. The same property which prevents static matter from being transported via doormaker also prevents Shiz from being trapped inside a manifold. It's a double-edged sword, Shiz mused as she smashed through a wall and appeared in the middle of a large stone chamber housing a pink metal golem twice as tall as the digital lich in the center. Why? ? That made her halt mid-air. Looking around, her internal computer suggests that it may be Thought transmission. Why did you have to destroy the wall like some kind of raging bull? Don't you know how hard it is to repair everything? And why didn't the spatial distortion work on you? You have no magic. The last time I checked, a high-pitched voice screamed in anguish. It reminded Shiz of a child. An angry child who's currently hitting your leg to try and get you to repair the toy. Shiz's body folded inward a bit to show preparedness to fight and move instantly. She doesn't really need to do this since the war chassis can turn in a microsecond, so it's just for show. Who's there? Grr. Fine, if you aren't going to tell me, then I guess you can just die. Spirit Colossus. Destroy her. The pink golem powered up. The general shape of the golem resembled a gorilla with a pair of disproportionately large arms, and the forearm being like this single slab of hard magisteel metal that had vents on the opposite end of the hand portion. Plenty of exhaust started coming out of those vents as they began to move toward the heavily clothed intruder. Wait, Shiz frantically fretted, trying to de-escalate the situation. I apologize for my destruction of your wall, oh mighty spirits. But I need a doom. The Spirit Colossus raised its left hand and smashed it down on Shiz's head. Had she remained her human self, that would have been the end for Shiz Waizawa. Except, this body that her soul currently inhabits is designed for war. It is designed to slaughter thousands in a single minute. It is designed to be able to lay siege against even the capital of the Eastern Empire. The hit had the force of an SUV moving at full speed on a freeway. Nowhere near enough to even move the war chassis as it continued to hover there. Realizing that communication had broken down, Shiz gripped the forearm of the metal golem that was on her head so hard the magisteel cover that made up the outer layer crumbled like sheets of aluminum. With a single jolt of movement, Shiz severed the forearm from the rest of the body by slashing the elbow joint. The machine offered no resistance. It was as if a person was cutting the air with their hands. Nothing other than perhaps Siberium or maybe the mythical Crimson Steel could. The voice gasped in shock upon seeing how easily its golem had been ripped apart. How? That was a magisteel golem capable of far. It stopped when Shiz, now flying 3 meters off the ground, pushed her hands into the other arm and chest area. The magisteel continued to offer up no resistance and mimicked her. Stop, please stop. The voice pleaded with Shiz to stop this systematic dismantling of the machine. It realized that Shiz was just about to tear the thing in half. No, stop. Okay, I'll listen to what you have to say and forgive you for breaking down the entrance. Just don't destroy my golem. Shiz halted in her movement and turned to look where she think there. Thought transmission, came from. Do you promise? Yes. Oh please yes. Thinking for a brief moment, Shiz then retracted her arm from the golem. Not a single scratch was present on the clothing which veiled her silvery form as the digital ledge had extended its stasis to it. Thank you. Motionless, Shiz stared at where she thought the voice is coming from. Show your real self. As commanded by the war chassis, a yellow orb of light followed by several other colors appeared into existence. Zooming in, Shiz locked in and focused on the yellow orb of light, finding a tiny fairy-like spirit to be responsible. The fairy in question was small enough to fit inside her hands and wore equally fairy-like clothing. The other lights flew in patterns that suggest they are afraid of Shizwa and are observing her from a safe distance. Bow before me. I am Demon Lord Raymaris. The blonde fairy, more like a pixie, declared dramatically. Shiz finally was able to get a much better good look at what she was wearing, a black one-piece like the one you'd find on a ballerina dancer, the tip of her shoes curved inward in a spiral-like fashion, and finely translucent wings on her back. Shiz's magical senses showed Raymaris' magicule count to be nowhere near the amount the Demon Lords usually have. If anything, her magical senses showed it to be more to the level of Lady Cyansha, and her lady's count was only solo due to the perfect homunculus distaste for magic and thus, never really used it. Seeing her announcement didn't have the intended effect, Raymaris repeated herself, know your place. For I am one of the 10 great demon lords. Raymaris of the La quickly cutting her off. Shiz called out on Raymaris bullshit. I don't recall ever hearing about a demon lord as small as you. Moreover, aren't spirits antagonistic to demons? It's like asking for an angel to become a demon lord. Absolutely preposterous. Spirits and angels have such a high concentration of holy elements within them that they're more likely to become a hero than a demon lord. Eh? The tiny fairy blinked her tiny eyes. Shiz noted it would have been somewhat adorable had this been a normal situation. What do you mean I can't be a demon lord? Ramiris screeched as she flew around. Granted, I've only met 2 demon lords in my life, but all of them are way stronger than you are. Oh yeah? And who are these 2? Ramiris challenged with narrowed eyes once she stopped zipping around. Leon Cromwell and Milim Nava. Ramiris was about to object with her hands raised up high before it fell slack. Her eyes looked to the ground in deep thought before sighing. I'll give you a pass on the first one, but Milim is known as a misfit among the demon lords. She just flies around and fights whoever catches her fancy like some kind of. The blonde fairy seems to struggle to think of a word. Overly violent pink sentient tornado. I see. Shiz thanked her lady for giving her war chassis an automatic voiced regulator because it would sound mighty unimpressed right now. And let's talk about you. All of Ramiris' attention turned fully on Shiz. You seem to be a lich yet you hold no magic-alike. How is that even possible? Liches practically radiate magicules. I've lived for thousands of years and every lich I've met used magic to transfer their souls. Ramiris suddenly stopped mid-sentence, and a sense of realization gleamed in her eyes. Closing and leaning in as if to tell a secret, Ramiris asked the question. You wouldn't happen to serve someone by the name of Scientia Tempest, would you? Everything came to a halt. Rather, everything became extremely slowed down from Shiz's perspective. It was a program of the war chassis that would send Shiz's internal computer into overdrive, perceiving a microsecond as a single relative minute. The digital lich was experiencing an extreme amount of vertigo from the acceleration of her thoughts. Liquid helium was released to cool down her inner circuits. Rapid heating from calculating so fast while at the same time, her emergency micro-black hole batteries were finally used as intense Hawking radiation was harvested for additional power. At the same time all this was happening, Shiz wondered how did this Ramiris know the name of her lady? No one outside of a select few knows that she is in service to Lady Scientia. The official narrative was that Shiz Waizawa, the retired conqueror of flames, was working with the Tempest government as a consultant on matters pertaining to interaction with humans. Shiz's mind began to sift through her memories of the past few months. Like viewing CCTV camera footage on fast forward, she foresaw no potential leakage besides Milim. Perhaps this Ramiris really is a demon lord? Slowing down her perception to a normal level, Shiz's internal clock registered that less than a millisecond had passed. Shiz opened her mouth to speak in a cordial manner. Why yes, I do serve my lady. If I may, how did you know such a thing? Ramiris shrugged before waving her hands. Oh, it's just a while back Milim bragged about entering into a contract with this one homunculus called Scientia Tempest who was able to create miracles that were barely possible with magic without using any magic. Milim specifically said how this homunculus had made a lich strong enough to take hits from her without any magic by placing the body in an absolute time-locked state, which, if translated into magical terms, would put the mage in question at S rank at the very least. Shiz sweat dripped at the fairy casually talking about secrets that Scientia is probably willing to depopulate whole cities for it to be silenced. Shuddering, the digital lich was thankful that it was she who made contact with Ramiris instead of the perfect homunculus. The ranking system was something introduced by Grandmaster Yoki Kagrazaka of the Adventurers Guild, replacing the old system of novice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultra. Originally, it was used solely for adventurers, but due to its convenience, it has reached widespread adoption even among monster nations. In the ranking system, F rank was the lowest while S rank, sometimes called disaster level or disaster class, was the highest, with a special S rank, abbreviated by the symbol S plus apostrophe, or catastrophe level for threats that are beyond measure. Where one rests upon this rank is determined by how much effort it'll take to stop them. A ranks are seen as individuals who can topple a country's government while S ranks are the equivalent of super weapons, national heroes, and walking cataclysms all rolled into one. Any nation that has an S rank serving under their banner is instantly looked at and treated as a great power, since not only were they that rare, the difference between an A rank and an S rank is so enormous that only another S rank can fight them and have a chance of winning. Though similarly, the Grand Master recognized how there's a difference between special S ranks, so he made an exclusive rank just for Relentless, the X rank or Apocalypse level. Even then, the battle between S ranks is usually so destructive that the Council of the West banned the use of those walking disasters for military purposes due to the fact that the last battle involving those strategic weapons had destroyed a city in its entirety. The only exemption to this rule is only when there is definitive proof that an enemy nation is using S ranks or in cases of total war. Of course, these rules only apply to those nations who are within the Council, and thus are not applicable to the Jura Tempest Republic. I see. And Milim wouldn't happen to mention anything involving. Shiz hesitated for a few moments, her mind thinking of a proper word that would not give away her lady's true nature, taboo, would it? Ramiris' brows furrowed, seemingly confused at the mention of anything taboo. No, the only thing closest to it was just how impossible you are. The fairy glared at Shiz as she raised her voice, like, seriously. How did a mere homunculus, a reincarnate no doubt, be able to play around with the physical laws without using any magic? Like what the hell? The only thing I can think of is perhaps an ultimate skill or possibly a unique skill, but there was no recorded case of anything like this. And trust me when I say I have seen a lot. Ramiris nodded her head as she trailed off. Shiz hovered a few centimeters above the floor in silence, recording this interaction for later dissection. What the hell was the world thinking? Granting or birthing Sumionia, this is like the second coming of Veldeniva. Ramiris muttered quietly as she looked down at the floor in contemplation, taking some deep breaths with frustration coating her entire frame. Huh? Who's Veldeniva? Not important, either way. Why were you here again in the first place? Ramiris completely sidestepped the question and countered with one of her own. Sensing she wouldn't get any more out of this Veldeniva from Ramiris, Shiz internally filed the name under person of interest and answered the fairy's question. I am the teacher of a group of students who were summoned from another world too early in their lives. Due to how young they are, the enormous amount of magicule that one gain upon crossing between worlds will eventually burn their bodies to ashes. I seek the aid of superior spirits who would regulate, maybe even bond, with the children's, but never dominate, like Ifrit, but that part was left unsaid. Moreover, having a superior spirit bond with her students would undoubtedly help them immensely in their future endeavors, even if they choose not to join the Republic. Because of Ingrata, there's a positive public perception regarding those who bonded with a person that makes them more easily to be trusted, since spirits would never bond with an evil person. Shiz can practically hear the silent scoff from her lady. Ramiris sighed again and rubbed the back of her head. I see. They have it pretty bad, huh? Kidnapped from their world and doomed to a fate of certain death, waiting each day as that fated death comes ever closer, without a familiar face at their bedside to let them off easy into that good night. It's a terrible fate for anyone to die alone. There was a feeling of nostalgia in the fairy's voice, as if she had experienced dying alone multiple times. Shiz was partially disturbed by the sympathy the Demon Lord was showing. Demon Lords are supposed to be scary individuals that parents in Western nations use to scare their children into behaving. They're supposed to be merciless, capable of annihilating an entire nation of people like it was nothing, like it was breathing. So different was this one from that bastard Leon and the child Milim that Shiz was forced to review her own prejudice against demon lords. Who would have thought a demon lord carries compassion for mere mortals? So is it possible for you to introduce me to the Spirit Queen? I fear the children do not have much time left. Obviously that was a half-truth. The closest to death have around 3 years and 7 months left according to the best mathematical models the central processing computer within the Citadel was able to give, but that is a blink of an eye to these immortal spirits. Ramiris puffed out her chest and placed her hand on it. Of course, you're looking at her right now. What? Ramiris seemed confused by the deadpanned look Shiz was giving her. Insert your press X to doubt memes here. No language in the world has a word to describe the level of doubt Shiz was feeling right now. A quantum supercomputer calculating for 1,000 years cannot even approach the sheer amount of doubts the digital lich is feeling right in this instance at Ramiris' statement of being the Spirit Queen. I am the Spirit Queen, Ramiris insisted while stomping on air, only for Shiz's doubt to increase even further. Scratching her cheeks, an echo of her time as a human, Shiz replied in a deadpan tone, right, and I'm Guy Crimson. Rah. Ramiris clenched her fist together and ground her teeth. Listen here. I am the Spirit Queen who fell from grace and became a demon lord before you humans had written records. When the first people were living and huddling in caves, scared of your shadows. Show me some respect for being a first-generation demon lord, you dimwit with no appreciation of fine machinery. Ramiris had to take some deep breaths after that long and obnoxious rant. Although fell from grace, Shiz said, too quietly for it to be anyone other than herself. That part vaguely reminds her of a bard's song she heard back before the hero Kranoa rescued her from Leon's clutches. It was an ancient folk song about how a queen calmed down a world-destroying dragon but fell from the people's graces in the process. It's surprisingly easy to fall from grace, Ramiris said wistfully, as if falling from grace is something good. Right. Anyway, so can you help me? If Ramiris won't, then perhaps Shiz can leverage the support of her war chassis. Failing that, then her connection with her lady. And even if that isn't enough, then maybe brute force, since spirits care very little for material wealth. While one imagines that advanced levels of alchemy allow one to become rich by transmuting lead into gold, the reality is far different, since the transmuted mass reverts back to its original element after a while. Just as Shiz was struggling to think of something that could potentially entice a demon lord, Ramiris spoke up softly. I am more than just a demon lord, you know. I can feel your worry permeating through your soul. You care for these children's. Her face softens like how a mother would look at their children. I am the Spirit Queen. In times long past, I was a guide of heroes, and I still am. In the same sense with fallen heroes, I will still guide those who are perceived as evil, for so long as they have good in their heart, they are worthy of being helped. The smaller orbs of light that were once afraid of Shiz's manufactured form began to coalesce around Ramiris. A divine light emanated from deep within the spirit and bathed the stone chamber in a feeling of glory that once again triggered the feeling of hope deep within the digital lich. I will help your children in acquiring superior spirits. I don't doubt that there will be many within the dwelling who'll want to see the world once more. Chapter 34, 33rd Move. Opponents move. The massive stone door made for a very imposing sight for Shiz's students. Slowly, so this is the place that'll save us? Kenyu asked with a feeling of awe practically radiating from his voice as he gazed upon the intricately designed stone door. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The blonde girl, Alice Rondo, carefully touched the door and traced her fingers to feel the rough texture. Chloe stood the furthest back, content to quietly stare and observe as she always does. Yota Sekiguchi, the Japanese otherworlder who was usually really timid, stood behind Shiz, hugging her legs. Gail Gibson, the oldest among them, sat on one of the many roots that came out of the ground. Come on, let's go already, Kenya yelled out excitedly before running forward until Shiz immediately reached out to grab his hood, stopping the young otherworlder in his track. We are waiting for a very important person, Kenya, Shiz said, gently yanking the orange-haired kid back. When they get here is when we'll enter. Kenya grumbled a bit before sitting down beside Gail. Shiz swept her gaze across her students. Inside her heart was a sense of tremendous anticipation as she could finally save them. A sudden smile appeared on her silver face. It was in response to a funny memory of how after Ramiris had agreed to help Shiz's students, the latter had attempted to use Doormaker to transport herself out, only to discover that the labyrinth is hidden inside an isolated manifold from the rest of the world. A type of pocket dimension. This effectively means Doormaker has an extremely difficult time trying to fold the complex fabric of space-time to allow instantaneous travel between 2 points, which then led to an awkward silence as Shiz waited there, staring at a specific section of the wall while Ramiris hovered right beside the digital lich, waiting for something to happen. Returning to the academy, It took another 2 weeks of constant petitioning as well as using her connection to Yuki for the school administration to greenlight the trip to Ulg Nature Park. Suddenly, a black door with a purple outline appeared at the base of the stairs that led up to the dwelling. From that doorway, a single figure walked through. It was as if the blackness of space had personified, or the void in the shape of a person. No light reflected off of that humanoid figure, akin to a black hole. Absolute darkness blacker than even the night sky covered her lady from head to toe. Her students instantly went on alert. All of them were unsettled by the appearance of this black void. All of them ran and huddled behind Shiz, placing the digital lich between them and the humanoid void. Shiz frowned. Did her lady really think that the dwelling was so dangerous as to require her to don the gravest armor? Who are you? Kenya, always the most impulsive of the group, uttered. Although he tried his best, anyone can clearly see the fear on Kenya's face. Without any warning, a face appeared on this section of the humanoid void which represents the head. The skin was pale, the eyes were as red as freshly spilled blood, and the face was completely flawless, so flawless in fact that it caused every child except for Chloe to recoil as if they saw something disgusting. So these are your students? Scientia said in a synthesized voice filled with imperfections that covered any possible uncanny perfections. I have a problem with the nature of this world. Beyond spreading modernity to this world, my next step will be to create a civilization where its people can simply reach up and touch the very stars themselves as if they are touching the roof of a house, where traveling across the universe is about as trivial as taking a stroll down a park. I want to create a civilization only found in the most powerful of science fiction, where its standard of living is beyond even the Federation of Star Trek. In the collaboration between multiple specialties like mathematics, sociology, history, and half a dozen more, I have devised a hyper-accurate mathematical model capable of making accurate predictions concerning large groups of millions or more people. In my spare time, I have made actual, legitimate psychohistory, the likes of which you would only find in Isaac Asimov's science fiction stories. In my past life, this would have been invaluable, not just for macroeconomists, but for me as well, since I could predict the trends in consumer tastes and adjust accordingly. Although its usefulness for me after reincarnation has lessened, it's still a valuable model that gives me a glimpse into the future. And I did just that, but what I found was less than pleasing. Using psychohistory, I figured out that, because I'm a perfect homunculus, no matter what I do, the people of this world will never accept anything from me. Not when there are alternative sources like the church, unless I go full tyrannical and turn into a despotic dictator. Granted, there will be outliers, but in general, I can't change the mind of the majority of humans because the hate against a perfect homunculus is just that ingrained into the collective consciousness of this world. How bad was my ancestor to generate such hate? Psychohistory made further predictions about how the chance of me being a perfect homunculus is nearing 100% within the next 30 years. I'm expecting in such an event, the world would gather once again to slay me irrespective of how much I've improved their standard of living. Logic be damned, hatred needs no logic. And the world does have a chance at slaying me, since if my predecessor was neutralized, they simply must have a way. It's weird, being able to calculate the time of your death. Turning silenced emotion, as high as it is considered safe, I came to the logical decision of what every organism does when they are mortal. Leave something for the next generation. Then came the question of what should I leave behind. I can't create offspring since I have no reproductive organs. I tried cloning using my own cells, but they're so different that had I not known better, I'd have assumed that I came from a different planet. Then I consulted biology and philosophy about what should I leave behind, before peering deeper into the concept of DNA, and found a related concept. Information. DNA and offsprings are just information. The former is information concerning instructions about how to build an organism, while the latter is just information from two different organisms conjoining together. And so, the idea of Encyclopedia Universalis was born. The single greatest concentration of knowledge and information in the entire universe, the Encyclopedia Universalis will contain the knowledge of a Type V civilization. It will contain all of my knowledge and every single blueprint from Inspired Inventor, a grand library pertaining to everything I know about physics and more. The ultimate archive. What it'll be made out I don't know yet. Inspired Inventor has given me several materials that are so entropically detached they almost defy the laws of thermodynamics. But I'm personally leaning towards using an ultramassive black hole with the mass of half a Milky Way and engineering its event horizon to contain those colossal amounts of data. This medium of storage will last until the very end of the black hole epoch, some 100 years in the future. It will be my greatest gift to the world. Of course, if I want to actually build it I would need all the information first. Unfortunately for me, the specialties give me blueprints for the technology, not the actual working theories behind it. However, I can cheat this limitation on Inspired Inventor somewhat by teaching myself the science behind it through using, teaching, and learning to create books that make understanding string theory and supersymmetry as easy as remembering the first 20 digits of pi. There are limitations to this bypasser. I need to figure out the connection between different sciences somehow before it just clicks and somehow makes sense. And now this leads to my current, most pressing problem, the separation and incompatibility between the material and immaterial, or how magic, skills, and spirits don't make any damn sense. Under the current model of the universe, there exists 10 spatial and 1 temporal dimension. Thanks to Inspired Inventor, I managed to reconcile quantum mechanics and relativity into one coherent theory of everything, at least, to describe things slower than light. For objects faster than light, you'd need the theory of supercausality. Unlike supercausality, which I can at least somewhat connect with the theory of everything, I have nothing for spirits, skills, and magic. I can't explain those things at all, and not like how scientists in my old world could come up with ideas of how to slot relativity and quantum mechanics. I have no idea how to fit them into the existing model of the universe at all. It's incoherent. They shouldn't exist. The current model doesn't allow the existence of such supernatural things as souls, spirits, and magic. Walking through the doorway, I appeared at the base or some stairs leading to a massive door embedded within a tree so titanic. Biology and magic say it's only possible due to magicules. Underneath the void-like armor, I grimaced. Glancing at the tree reminded me again of how strangely magicules interact with biology. My gaze slowly fell downward until they fully focused on the students that Shiz was walking about. All of them were looking at me with varying degrees of wariness and mistrust in their eyes. Who are you? The orange-haired one asked. Psychology suggests it's probably due to them being unable to slap a face on me. Well, I can't really just peel back the gravest armor like a nanosuit, so instead, I quickly opted to use a hologram and project my face a few millimeters above the surface of the gravister, and place around where my face would have had this been a nanosuit. It was a different version of that digital mask. The result was instantaneous. All of them except for that black-haired girl recoiled in shock as if they just saw a severe burn victim be pulled out of a house fire. My face didn't change at the reaction. I was used to it after all. So these are your students? I asked, giving them a quick glance. With my voice distorted as they passed through a speaker. Earing them, I saw 3 of the kids flinching. Shiz responded with a quick bow. Yes, my lady. These are my students. My bodyguard then moved to introduce them. Placing a hand on the orange-haired kid's head. This one's name is Kenya. I can introduce myself. The kid slapped away Shiz's hand, then he marched up to me with false confidence every step of the way. I'm Kenya Misaki. And you're the one who turned Miss Shizu into this, huh? The kid puffed out his chest to look taller and more confident. Why yes, I am, I said casually, in contrast to Kenya as I stared into his eyes. Do you have a problem with that? Kenya seemingly deflated, the previous confidence leached away as he finally realized what he was doing. There was growing horror in his eyes like a sobering drunk who realized what they did last night. Gulping, he averted his eyes away from me. My lady. Confidence is good, and I meant that. In my experience, there's a reason why the saying fake it till you make it exists. A lot of companies, especially in the crypto space, started off with this saying. I placed a hand on Kenya's shoulder before leaning in, It'll help you immensely in the future. But too much confidence becomes arrogance. Be sure to not cross that line. With that, I walked past Kenya and started my trek up the stairs. As I do, however, a floating, coffin-like box came out of the still open doorway. "My lady, what is that?" I raised one of my eyebrows as Shiz gestured at the coffin-like machine. "Oh, this?" The machine hovered a meter off the ground. It was smooth and white in color, and seemingly carved out of a single larger piece of stone. "This machine will help me collect data about the spirits. An opportunity like this is rather hard to come by." I needed a reason to justify my spending time away from building my Matryoshka brain. I tapped on the machine. "My most advanced sensor yet." I figured that since spirits interact with electromagnetic force and maybe tachyons, I'll use those particles to observe how they interact with each other. As such, this sensor uses sophisticated manipulation of wave function and photons to peer into the depth of an intangible spiritual life form. Based on how the particles react, I can then successfully determine their properties. "I see," Shiz said, before placing a hand on the shoulder of the tallest student. "Come on, introduce yourselves, my students." Feeling obligated, the tallest student went first. "I'm Gale Gibson." "Nice to meet you." His tone felt forced. "I'm Alice." The blonde girl went second, slowly walking out from behind Shiz. "Alice Rondo." "Chloe," the black-haired girl said, not elaborating any further. For some reason, I felt the urge to be instantly on alert. My gut felt a sense of danger coming from the girl before I dismissed it. I'm Ryota Sekiguchi." The timidest of the group finished. "Well met, students of Shizuaizawa." My tone was more reserved than usual, as if they belonged to a wise and ancient being. "Let's start, shall we?" Shiz nodded, before knocking on the massive door and walking back a few meters. The stone doors opened slowly. They grind themselves on the floor, creating white patches as they move. I just realized that there weren't those white patches synonymous with stone grinding there before. Placing a hand on my chin, I theorized that they were likely self-repairing. I weakened the anti-gravity field that was stopping the Gravastrama from just falling into the earth and found these magical stones can withstand more than an abnormal amount of deformation before breaking. All of this happened in the span of a single second, so no one noticed what I was doing. Returning the anti-gravity field back to normal, I ran after the ground, which was a few meters ahead of me, and entered the labyrinth. It entrance to the labyrinth was connected by a tall hallway that seems to come straight out of a Gothic cathedral. The only light present was those embedded in the arches which flanked the hallway. Firing off a wave of ultrasound, I found that I didn't get any rebounds beyond the 9 meters mark. Interestingly, according to the sensors, it seems those aren't magic, and instead bioluminescence. In other words, they're bacteria generating light. Beep! An alert from the topology compass told me we'd entered into an isolated manifold. I would have been more concerned had Shiz not alerted me beforehand that the labyrinth exists inside its own pocket dimension. Had she not, I would have overclocked the doormaker to have it transport me, my servant, and her students out of this manifold. Pulling up a holographic panel, the coffin-like sensor machine reports how there's a small number of Class 5 magical singularities, or spirits, in the ground right underneath me. Small, almost undetectable flares of magical probed the edge of my Gravastrama before fizzling out, consumed by the ultra-relativistic fluid. It seems the spirits are just as curious about me as I am about them. According to the sensors, the number of spirits reached double digits when it came to the kids. Interesting behavior. I really wonder why an entirely different form of life has so much interest in human kids. Is it because of their souls from another world? After around 30 minutes of mostly silent walking interrupted only by some quiet chatters between Shiz students, we've reached the inside of a truly massive chamber. In front of us was a walkway made out of pure light that goes around a blue crystal-like mountain in the center of the chamber, like the grooves on a screw. Whoa! While the kids are mesmerized by the beauty of the place, I was entirely focused on the crystal mountain that was radiating an ungodly amount of magicule. Inspired Inventor has no idea what kind of material it is, other than it's definitely not on the periodic table and most likely a type of magic material like magisteel. Material science suggested it could be a type of Bose-Einstein condensate, except, those are made out of solidified bosons or force carrier particles that only exist at temperatures near absolute zero. A new boson then, or a magical version of condensate? Shiz stopped around the base of the path right before the incline towards the top of that crystal mountain and waited before turning her attention to an orb of yellow light. "Ah, so you're finally here." The orb flew around and said excitedly, "Welcome to the deepest part of the labyrinth, the dwelling of spirits." So this was Raymaris, a supposed demon lord? I looked at the small fairy with an unimpressed gaze. Even with the assurances of Shiz, I still feel like Raymaris isn't a demon lord at all. The Western nations talk about demon lords like they were a bigger threat than even North Korea in my old world, and my attention was diverted when I saw how the coffin-like machine detected spirits numbered in the quadruple digits and was still rapidly climbing. "Lady Scientia," hearing my name, I turned away from the holographic display to Shiz, seeing my servant gesturing towards that orb of light. "Students, this is Raymaris, the fallen spirit queen, who is one of the oldest demon lords." My hands twitched as spirit physiology urged me to dissect her as use the resources to build an artificial soul. According to her, she had existed before written records. Yep, the tiny fairy exclaimed cheerfully. "I see," I remarked with affirmation, still a bit skeptical of the entire demon lord charade. "I am Raymaris of the labyrinth," and Raymaris cut herself off as she hovered closer to me, moving past all the kids to give me extra attention. Whoa. Reality itself is different around, and yay to a hum. The fairy cleared her throat before placing a hand above her chest. At the same time, I was wondering why in the hell a spirit, a life form that doesn't need to even breathe, would clear its throat. Why would it mimic a human? In a haughty voice befitting of a royal princess, Raymaris continued, "As I said before, my name is Raymaris, the fairy of the labyrinth and the fallen spirit queen. Welcome to the dwelling of spirits, children. Hopefully at least one of the spirits would choose you." Raymaris' words were like a bucket of water as they dosed the flames of eagerness the kids had. Before, Shiz's students probably saw it as guaranteeing they'll be saved. But Raymaris raised the possibility that's not the case. Seeing how down her students suddenly became, my servant attempted to cheer them up. "Of course, a spirit would choose you all," Shiz quickly said in a cheerful tone, her hands up to her chest in a gesture designed to show confidence. "You all are worthy of being saved. I know for a fact that the spirits would think so too." Shiz then cast a brief glare at Raymaris for the comment, causing the fairy to back off. "Are you guys ready?" "Yeah," hope brimming in their eyes as all of them other than Chloe did a little hop. Shiz spoke with a rare confidence in her tone I haven't heard ever since she had become my servant. "Let's do this then." As a group, they collectively trekked up the pathway of light and reached the top of a platform floating above the crystalline mountain. The first to go was the blonde girl named Alice. The girl went on one knee and clasped her hand together in a praying fashion. Very soon, hundreds of purple light particles, or lesser or inferior spirits, spiritual engineering, had helpfully identified a descended from above like angels. Unfortunately, lesser spirits aren't enough. The rampant magicules within a young otherworld are like quantum fluctuations. It's random and ever-changing, so the spirit would have to constantly adjust to fully control those magicules. A lesser spirit is too stupid to adjust its regulation, so either it'll take way more than necessary or too little. Shiz's hands tightened in frustration. Even through the mask, I can tell despair colored her features, what with her shoulders slumping at the realization she's failed one of her students. Alice didn't cry when she got up. On her face was a look of serene acceptance, as if she fully expected it to happen. Alice, the blonde-haired girl, didn't respond to Shiz, and instead chose to go to her companions and accepted their attempt at comfort. Shiz looked utterly devastated. Next came Kenya, who did the same thing as Alice, but instead of failing, a bright burst of light exploded on top of Kenya as what looked like a young boy with wings on his back came into existence. "Higher there." The other boy was quickly cut off when Raymaris zipped up right next to the spirit's face. "Who said you can just barge in here?" she badgered the superior spirit. Raymaris. "Well, when there's someone who's at least as good as the one down there, I just simply must come to see them with my own eyes." The spirit bubbled before narrowing his eyes when he turned to look at me. Well, that's interest. Shizu ignored all that and looked relieved, though I can tell there was a hint of guilt in there as well, probably because she was feeling guilty over how one of her students was unable to acquire a spirit, at least. Someone managed to gain the favor of a superior spirit of light. Wait. Kenya whipped his head to look at the teacher. Are you serious? Shizu merely nodded her head as the orange-haired kid looked warily at the spirits of light. Those who got a superior spirit are destined to do great things in the future, so the kid must be feeling a lot of pressure all of a sudden. Well, I just had to take a look at such a shining beacon. The light spirit was about to make a joke before Maurice clapped her hand to get his attention. Hey, I'm talking to you, don't ignore me. Either way, I've decided to save you, orange hair kid. The light spirit crossed his arms together as Alice looked on in immense jealousy. My name is Kenya Misaki. Oh, what a wonderful name. Do you mind me calling you Ken? No. And wonderful. I think we are going to have a great future together, Ken. And with that, the spirit of light zoomed toward Kenya and was absorbed into his body. There wasn't any trace left of the spirit other than a brief magical signature and the now regulated internal magical of the kid. Sorry, Maurice apologized sheepishly. He's one of our more annoying members. The next one was the timid-looking Reuter Sekiguchi. He failed. Gail Gibson also failed. Finally was Chloe Orbit. Shizu was quietly cheering Chloe on, muttering a come on every now and then. Chloe went into a praying posture and she succeeded. An incredibly tense pressure washed over the whole chamber, causing Shizu to activate her stasis and me to turn off the digital mask, returning my head back into the absolute void like it was before. The pressure caused sounds of grumbling to echo throughout this chamber, with bits of dirt and debris coming from above. The Gravis drama said how it detected a strong ripple in space-time as well, causing me to be actually concerned for once, and took out a gamma laser capable of unleashing terajoules of energy from my pocket dimension. The laser formed itself around my right arm. I could have chosen the yottajoule laser, but that'll most likely vaporize the other kids present from the minuscule waste heat alone. Huh? Maurice seemed confused. A second pressure was added to the first, causing me to flinch. The pressure wasn't a physical one like you'd find deep underwater or in fluid dynamics, but the type that raises the hair on the back of your head. The type that comes from watching a horror movie, where you know that you're mere seconds away from a jump scare, or when your instinct is telling you that you're in the presence of a natural predator or someone designed to specifically hunt you. A hole in space-time opened up right in front of Chloe. It wasn't like Doormaker, as it was releasing a kaleidoscopic light in addition to all kinds of electromagnetic and gravitational radiation. The coffin-like sensor even detected some previously unknown tachyons from supercausal space-time. White gas erupted out of that hole as a woman came out of it. What the hell? The woman appeared naked save for a piece of white cloth that veiled her form. She had black hair, and blue eyes, almost looking like an older version of Chloe. Magicule is calling it. What the hell is a manners? My eyes furrowed in confusion. The specialty isn't making any sense by calling it Chronoa. That hero is presumed dead, what with the last confirmed appearance close to 80 years ago. Danger. HRK. Silent error. Danger, 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 danger. A sensation of deep foreboding overtook my gut as I stared at the black-haired female figure donned in heavenly white robes as if this spirit no, this is not a spirit, as Magicule said. This is something else entirely. My fingers started fidgeting around as if they had a mind of their own. The constant opening and closing motion made me think it wants to grasp something. My gut screamed at me like it never had before to kill this unnatural thing. It's telling me to completely and utterly obliterate her, annihilate her, euthanize her, exterminate her, decimate her, eradicate her, liquidate her, to just do whatever I can to kill. To kill, 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 kill. Ugh. For the first time in my 2 lives, I'm struck with an overwhelming sense of bloodlust so strong that I can practically taste blood in my mouth. The blood of this thing, this manager. I want to taste it, I want to drink it, I want it, I want it, I want this thing to just die. Die, 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 die. I just want this thing in front of me to be gone, so that this feeling of fear so potent it feels like I can practically jump out of my skin would end. Just as I was about to fire the laser, the impossible female thing let out a frightening glare that made me bite my tongue so hard that I actually fully closed my jaw. The taste of iron filled my mouth. I never expected to actually bleed inside the gravastrama, so I never installed a cleaning function, so with my mouth filling up with blood, I'm forced to constantly gulp it down like water lest it overflows and seeps into the armor. Psychology is saying my body is currently stuck in choosing either fight or flight. Paralyzed from fear, like how a deer would freeze if caught in a headlight, I too froze when the glare continued. A crushing oppressive atmosphere descending from that glare made the suit of armor I'm wearing feel suffocating. It feels like it's judging me. I feel naked in front of that thing. I feel like my armor is worthless. I can't breathe. I knew I never needed to breathe in such a magical rich area, but I still cannot breathe. It feels almost as if my lungs aren't working. Finally, the thing moved. It flew towards me. Its right hand pulled back as if preparing for the thrust of a sword. Its stance showed masterful elegance that martial artist and sword are utmost impressed by. Just as the being passed through Chloe, it snapped me out of my stupor when she stepped in front of me. I very quickly raised the pterodactyl gamma laser and fired. The concentrated beam of gamma rays was so bright that to everyone else other than me and Shiz, it'll be the only thing they will be able to see for a while, as it'll cause temporary blindness. It won't affect me or Shiz because the gravastrama and the war chassis filter out any light that's deemed too bright for my viewing pleasure. This feature backfired immensely, as I was able to clearly see exactly how the thing, the female-looking thing that's even more alien than I am, passed through the laser unharmed like it wasn't even there and pierced me with her invisible sword. The laser stopped firing as my finger left the metaphorical trigger. An explosion of pain erupted from the spot where the thing pierced me with its unseen sword. Yet, I am unhurt. That phantom pain felt like the pain from a real wound. Whipping my head round, I saw a flash of the figure's clothing changing into something that looked like it had been through a war aware, and tears were everywhere all over her body. Blinking at the sudden change, the figure's clothing returned to normal as she came around for another turn, another stab, another thrust. No way. Whoever you are, you're too dangerous. Ramirez suddenly yelled. She sped towards the alien thing, only to again pass through the thing as if it doesn't exist. What is that? Shiz yelled while I continued to just freeze when I saw the thing cross her right arm again over her chest as if it was about to do a swipe with a sword, intent on taking my head off. I don't know. I've never seen it, but with the massive amount of time magic I think they don't belong to this era. Hearing that made me raise my hand. Strings shot out from the tips of my armored fingers toward the thing. Strings that are made from the very fabric space-time itself and can capture through everything. The strings phased right through and stabbed into the walls of the chamber. My mind went blank at the sheer impossibility in front of me. That's impossible. Nothing that exists couldn't be bound with those space-time strings. An instant later, crimson lines bloomed all over my body underneath the gravastrama as a small red stone emerged to the surface of my chest. Those red lines were so numerous that it almost looked like most of my blood vessels were visible. I subconsciously activated unlimited alchemy, and using that magic, I transmuted the gas and magicules all around me into tiny shards of a super-heavy unstable element with 120 electrons in its orbit. Super-heavy elements are notoriously unstable and therefore radioactive because the strong nuclear force which holds the nucleus together has a very short range, and thus, with 120 protons in its nucleus, the half-life of these tiny shards is measured in the hundreds of nanoseconds. There were near hurricane force winds as air rushed to replace those that I took to transmute. Before more than 1/16 of these elements decay into a less energetic stage, I launched them at the rapidly approaching thing. But just like the space-time strings, the super-heavy elements passed through harmlessly the thing harmlessly. Sounds died in my throat with that menace did a swinging motion with its invisible sword before merging with Chloe after passing me by. The little girl's consciousness fled from the girl as she hit the ground, or rather, She would have hit the ground had Shiz not flown at speeds just below that of sound to catch the little girl. I collapsed to the ground. The gravistrama felt extremely suffocating. It clings to my skin too much, and it was becoming increasingly unbearably irritating. I want out, I want out, I want out. Instantly, I appeared in another place. The place was completely different. I was completely different. My panic was wiped away. I can see through my hands, my ghostly hands. Hands that are much less defined than normal baryonic matter. Everything else appeared equally ghostly. It was subspace. This place was subspace, a place filled with the supersymmetric partner of your typical subatomic particles. This place, this other space that overlaid the entire universe, is a mirror of the universe. Every particle in the universe is inexplicably linked with its supersymmetric partner out here in subspace. This was why in my old world it was thought supersymmetry to be false. The real supersymmetric partners are in an adjacent realm, and you'd need a particle accelerator so large they'll wrap around Earth to even begin figuring things out. I stood above a ghostly planet. The edge that should have been clearly defined as the border between the planet and outer space wasn't very clear. It was almost like I was standing above a ball of gas. Finally, I began to see photons instead of photinos as I transitioned back into real space in a fusillade of various supersymmetric particles. The subspace diver deposited me right next to my gravistrama, now appearing as a sphere 2.5 meters across of absolute darkness that swallowed all light that touches its surface. That was an emergency rejection mechanism. I can mentally communicate with the gravistrama thanks to neural connectors that sunk into my neck and wraps around my spine. The crimson lines receded back into the stone on my chest. Before that stone was encased once again by my flesh. I looked around me. It was like everything was a dream. My attachment to reality was rather loose after such an experience. There was a strong desire to just lay there, on top of this platform of blue light. But I'm never one to just lay there. Even in my old life, during the holidays, I always worked. So I got up, even with my muscles feeling very weak. The thin nanosuit that I'm wearing helped greatly with the nanomachines transforming and reconfiguring themselves into artificial muscles. A holographic interface materialized next to me. Tapping several times, I opened several portals around me to my pocket dimension. My lady, from those portals came out several highly lethal weapons to organic carbon-based life forms, namely, magnetic monopole launchers and neutron emitters. Magnetic monopoles are different from the monopoles of the particle disintegrator. These are elementary particles that carry their own unit of magnetic charge and disintegrate matter by catalyzing nucleon decay and transforming the nucleus of an atom into pions and positions, giving a near-on-par yield to that of antimatter while being far easier to contain as it's stable. Commonly, topological defects like magnetic monopoles are made by compressing energy until the fundamental forces began to merge and later let it cool. The breaking in cosmic symmetry is what makes topological defects. Against pure organic life, there is perhaps no better weapon than neutrons. Due to their large size and heavier nature, neutron beams are highly corrosive to all known forms of self-replicating chemical systems. The neutron emitters focus the heavy subatomic particles and form them into a coherent beam using a series of mirrors as a resonant cavity. My lady, please wait. Stay your hands, Shiz cried out, clutching the girl into an embrace. Alarmed at what's happening, Ramirez too, got in between me and the girl. Shiz, my lady, please. She's innocent. She's a student of mine. Whichever spirit joined her clearly chose her because she was special. Please don't snuff out so much potential. My gut is telling me to press the trigger. In fact, it's screaming at me to kill Chloe. I breathed out. I felt myself standing on a thin wire above an inescapable abyss. Have you ever been given a decision that you know will affect the rest of your life? Things like whether or not you'll go to a certain college or marry this other person. That is what I'm feeling right now. I grit my teeth as my mind dragged me back to the memory of the fear I had of that thing. It's like looking at your death billions or no, trillions of times all in that short time frame. Enough bodies that one can make a planet out of it. I doubt my mind would have stayed the same had I been a human. I breathed in, and out. My ethics restrict me from killing children, but I couldn't care less at the moment. The urge to kill this girl, in addition to how my gut is telling me to kill her as well, makes it so easy to just listen and pull the trigger. The peer pressure is great. Yet to blame a child for being possessed is like killing patient zero of a pandemic without learning about the virus first. The magnetic monopole launchers and neutron emitter retreated back through the portal into my pocket dimension. The strength in my legs finally gave away, but with the nanosuit hardening, I didn't collapse to the ground. My mind felt extreme regret at not killing Chloe. Enough that I'm almost tempted to rectify that mistake. Reaching up, I touched my forehead using my left hand and felt wetness covering the tips of my fingers. What the hell was that? I zoned out, shutting out everything. I thought about what had just happened. My body and mind felt immense relief as if I had just escaped death, yet I was never in any danger. Was I? No, I can't be in any danger. The armor would have protected me had I been in danger. The gravest armor is my greatest defense yet. I can stand in the point-blank range of the gamma ray burst and be totally fine. So why did I feel such primordial fear from that thing, that Manners who looked like a dead hero? I searched my mind for an answer. All my specialties are annoyingly silent on the matter. And how the hell did strings made from space-time itself fail? Space-time engineering assured me it could bind even true dragons. It took a while for me to return to reality, and when I did, the first thing I did was take out a bottle of pills about the size of my hand. Shiz, have your students consume one pill each. Taking the bottle, Shiz dumped some pills onto her hand and found them to be blue in color. My lady? Confusion colored her tone as Shiz tilted her head a bit to the side, prompting me to elaborate. These are radiation pills, designed specifically by medicine to heal most radiation damage by healing moderate genetic damages. If your students still exhibit symptoms like nausea, vomiting, fever, fatigue, diarrhea, or just anything out of the ordinary within the coming 2 weeks, alert me and I'll prepare a full stem cell treatment to repair severe radiation damage to their genes. That 120 electron element, despite existing for less than a second, definitely gave the kids a lethal dose of radiation. Without the pills, they'll probably die in around 12 to 48 hours in horrific agony with their skin falling off. As Shiz disseminates the pills, I'm left with my own thoughts. So many questions. I wonder if this is what it's like to fight against an unchained Milim, because if so then I will need to bring more firepower. Having mere Yotta jewels at my disposal is nowhere near enough. The 7 of us walked silently out of the dwelling of spirits. Even without saying anything, I could tell Shiz was frustrated as all hell. 3 of the 5 kids aren't able to be saved since no superior spirits had chosen them. I stood in the back of the group, pushing the floating coffin-like thing in front of me. It now occurred to me that it may be inappropriate to carry around something that has an uncanny resemblance to a coffin amidst children who have been diagnosed with this world's equivalent of a terminal illness. So I quietly and without anyone detecting, deposited the sensor into my pocket dimension. Once we were outside, I saw some sunlight still peering through the heavily forested ceiling. Looking around me, I saw the 3 kids who weren't able to get a superior spirit looked completely dead, lifeless, as Shiz probably hyped this to be the ticket to save themselves from an early grave. They're in complete despair. No one wants to die, even those who actually wish for it. It takes a shockingly high amount of courage to actually go through with it. Humans are biologically and evolutionarily wired to want to stay alive. Though that is disputed sometimes by our brain, it is nonetheless true. Just look at how many disasters and incredible tales of unlikely survival humans have lived through. The genetic bottleneck in my old world's human history showed how every modern human originated from approximately 10,000 humans. My servant cannot even bear to look at those who she had failed. The other 2 who were able to get a spirit had a look of extreme guilt. There's cruelty in despair. But to be given hope and then be taken away, that's extra cruel. I got an extreme sense of déjà vu when I looked upon the eerily familiar look of despair on the face of those kids. I can't help but recall a specific memory I've always tried to bury. In my past life, I had a sister who had that look when she came home that day. The day that changed everything. Damn it. Biting my now healed tongue in a grimace at that particular memory, I placed the remaining 3 charges I have left for the day into spiritual engineering, and had the blueprint for the creation of artificial spirits using unlimited alchemy inputted into my mind. That should work. They're like artificial intelligence, but instead of silicon being their flesh and electricity being their blood, it's these particles and magicules. Wait here, I said to them just as Shizwa and the kids were about to leave. The former's mood turned an instant 180 once they saw I was running back into the dwelling of spirits. I suppose spoiling my employees every now and then because of their hard work is worth it. At least it'll encourage loyalty. I am definitely becoming softer. The me from a few months ago definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. The crimson lines returned as I shredded countless sparkles of lesser spirits within the dwelling into its most basic components. A particle that I'll need to spend some time testing, before using those particles and rebuilding them block by block into creating the world's first artificial spirit intelligences. Since I based these artificial spirit intelligences on the human cognitive mind, they're without an identity. However, just like newborns, these asses would grow alongside their owners and become something of a reflection. Unlike humans, however, these asses don't have anything resembling emotions, since I see them as more of a detriment. Eventually, these asses may develop emotions to better mimic their partners, but that's not important in the present. I dislike magic, but I'm not so as hardline as to never use it. 3 orbs of condensed, glowing radiance transformed into humanoids. They look like dolls as their skin was devoid of any color, their pupils are jet black, and they possessed no hair. They look like something straight out of a horror movie. So I reshaped them again using unlimited alchemy into a form that more resembled a toy figurine, so that way these asses don't fall into that uncanny valley as I did. I further redesigned them with vibrant colors. The first one was a space spirit, so I gave it a blue color. The second one was earth, so I made it brown. The last one was fire, and as with tradition, I made it bright orange. Now, these asses will regulate the internal magicules of the kids. Obviously, dismantling, dissolving, and repurposing so many lesser spirits had caused Demon Lord Raymaris to be rather livid. My first thought was to perhaps finally use Raymaris as tinker material, before stopping myself, as reusing a Demon Lord would probably cause too large of a negative splash among the geopolitical scene, especially in the East, concerning the many monster nations that clog Tempest's southern borders. So instead, I proposed a contract with the fairy. I will grant her one single irrefutable favor, as long as it is within reason and doesn't involve anything harmful to my or the Jura Tempest Republic's interest, and can be redeemed at any time in the future. After completion, I looked around the large chamber, finding Raymaris staring at the 3 artificial spirit intelligences and studying them with an intense look. It was as if she was trying to decipher everything about them. Impressed? I asked her. I'm interested to know what the Spirit Queen thinks of my creations. You do realize the artificial spirits only have a short lifetime, correct? They aren't like real spirits who are immortal, the small fairy stressed. I don't know if their spiritual body could survive beyond the 10-year mark without breaking down. There was a small smile on my face. Of course, but these are more than just normal artificial spirits. These will likely outlast their owner, to be honest, I assured Raymaris, and she just sighed. Uneasiness briefly flashed across her face. Does the name Veldenova ring any bell? Veldenova? No, why do you ask? Never mind. Raymaris then disappeared, leaving me all alone to ponder just what or who Veldenova is. Based on the name, it seems to be perfect for a true dragon. After all, Velgrind, Veldora, and Velzid, all of these had Vela as their first 3 letters. Is the owner of this name the elusive 4th true dragon? So many questions. Though most of all, I should keep an extra eye on this Chloe Orbit. _ Science got a first taste of what it's like fighting against one of Tensura's strongest, the hero Kranoa, and the killing intent alone froze Scientia. I wonder if you guys caught onto the Chekhov gun I placed in this chapter. The truth is being revealed more and more as the final arc approaches, and almost all important characters have almost been introduced.